arts and culture. At Ayala Foundation, we align and set our sights to initiatives that will enable us to be more and do more to the people that we serve. So that all of us can live in and with communities that are creative, productive, self-reliant, and proud to be Filipino. Today, AFI affirms its faith in the Filipino through programs in 3 thematic areas: education, sustainable livelihood, and love of country. These are the areas where we will work the hardest as we continue to champion our goals as a company for the conglomerate, the community, and the country that we serve.
Panibagong sigla ang hatid ng bagong umaga. Harapin natin ito ng sama-sama. Kaagapay ninyo kami sa Ayala Foundation na tutugon sa mga pangangailangan ng pamayanan. Dahil kapag sabay-sabay nating ipinagbigkis ang lakas at kakayahan, walang hamon na hindi natin kayang lampasan.
Diya kay gabon sa inyong mga unga.
Kapit kamay na itinataguyod ng Ayala Foundation at ng mga kabalikat nito ang mga programa para sa mga kabataan. Sinasanay rin ang mga guro para magpalaganap ng kaalaman sa mga susunod na pag-asa ng bayan. Edukasyong susi nila sa tagumpay. Hindi lang sa paaralan, kundi sa kanilang mahalagang papel sa lipunan.
Sobrang tuwang-tuwa po ako sa FINEX kasi po dito po ako lumaki. Happy po ako dahil marami pong lessons na matutunan po.
Sa pamamagitan ng matibay nating ugnayan sa loob at labas ng Ayala Group of Companies, humuhubog tayo ng mga kabataang handang maglingkod at tumugon sa pangangailangan ng pamayanan nang may malasakit sa kapakanan ng mas nakararami. Sa isip, sa salita, at sa gawa.
Madagali mga kabataan sa barangay Inawa na kanya-kanya na kapamanteri, kanya so pada tambay bu, da manadal na destination na kapag inuyag bali gumakaw masog yaba a project sa kami bali nagkaisa sa mga manguda sa kuana barangay Inawan.
Malaki yung naging parte nung Ayala Foundation because through that training, yun din yung gi-replicate namin ng mga training doon sa mga beneficiaries namin.
Bahagi ng sinimulang bayanihan ng Ayala Foundation ang pagpapaunlad ng pamayanan. Sa pakikipag-ugnayan sa mga komunidad na isasaayos ang mga lumang sistema at natutugunan ang kanilang mga pangangailangan. Higit sa pangkabuhayan, binibigyan sila ng pagkakataon na gamitin ang sariling talino at kakayahan para iangat ang antas ng kanilang pamumuhay. Dahil naniniwala ang Ayala Foundation na ang tagumpay ng mga programang pampamayanan ay makakamit kung bukas sila sa pagbabago at matutuhan ng bawat isang tumayo sa sariling mga paa.
Yung nag-change po kami ng mga pangarap sa buhay dahil po sa lumaki na rin po ang aming income. Noon po, kahit hindi makapag-aral yung mga anak namin, ngayon ay may mga plano na po kami sa buhay.
Pinagyayaman din ng ating samahan ang pag-aambag sa kultura at likhang sining ng ating pagka-Filipino. Kinikilala ang husay at talento sa paglikha. Binibigyang halaga ang kasaysayan at kasabay ng paglingon sa nakaraan, ang paghahabi ng kasalukuyan sa hinaharap ng ating bayan. Lahat ay mahalaga. Kaya't isang komunidad tayo sa Ayala Foundation. Sa pangmatagalang pagpapaunlad ng mga pamayanan, sama-sama tayo. Sa paghubog ng mga kabataang susunod na pag-asa ng bayan, kapit-bisig tayo. Sa pagpapabuti sa buhay ng mas nakararami, tulong-tulong tayo. Sa trahedya hanggang sa pagbangon, magtatagumpay tayo. Marami tayong mararating. Marami tayong magagawa. Marami tayong mababago. Simulan na natin ngayon kasama ang Ayala Foundation.
We are catalysts for change. We are agents of nation building. We are Ayala Foundation. The Ayala Group, through and with Ayala Foundation, has remained true to its commitment of playing an active part in nation development and improving the lives of the Filipino people. Since its establishment in the 1960s, Ayala Foundation continues to step up its presence through programs in social development, education, and arts and culture. At Ayala Foundation, we align and set our sights to initiatives that will enable us to be more and do more to the people that we serve. So that all of us can live in and with communities that are creative, productive, self-reliant, and proud to be Filipino. Today, AFI affirms its faith in the Filipino through programs in 3 thematic areas: education, sustainable livelihood, and love of country. These are the areas where we will work the hardest as we continue to champion our goals as a company for the conglomerate, the community, and the country that we serve.
Panibagong sigla ang hatid ng bagong umaga. Harapin natin ito ng sama-sama. Kaagapay ninyo kami sa Ayala Foundation na tutugon sa mga pangangailangan ng pamayanan. Dahil kapag sabay-sabay nating ipinagbigkis ang lakas at kakayahan, walang hamon na hindi natin kayang lampasan.
Kaya kay gabon sa inyong mga unga.
Kapit kamay na itinataguyod ng Ayala Foundation at ng mga kabalikat nito ang mga programa para sa mga kabataan. Sinasanay rin ang mga guro para magpalaganap ng kaalaman sa mga susunod na pag-asa ng bayan. Edukasyong susi nila sa tagumpay. Hindi lang sa paaralan, kundi sa kanilang mahalagang papel sa lipunan.
Sobrang tuwang-tuwa po ako sa FINEX kasi po dito po ako lumaki. Happy po ako dahil marami pong lessons na matutunan po.
Sa pamamagitan ng matibay nating ugnayan sa loob at labas ng Ayala Group of Companies, humuhubog tayo ng mga kabataang handang maglingkod at tumugon sa pangangailangan ng pamayanan nang may malasakit sa kapakanan ng mas nakararami. Sa isip, sa salita, at sa gawa.
Madagali mga kabataan sa barangay Inawa na kanya-kanya na kapamantyari, kanya so pada tambay bu, da manada na destination na kapaginuyag bali. Gumakaw masog yaba a project sa kami, bali nagkaisa sa mga manguda sa kuana barangay Inawan.
Malaki yung naging parte nung Ayala Foundation because through that training, yun din yung gireplicate namin ng mga training doon sa mga beneficiaries namin.
Bahagi ng sinimulang bayanihan ng Ayala Foundation ang pagpapaunlad ng pamayanan. Sa pakikipag-ugnayan sa mga komunidad na isasaayos ang mga lumang sistema, at natutugunan ang kanilang mga pangangailangan. Higit sa pangkabuhayan, binibigyan sila ng pagkakataon na gamitin ang sariling talino at kakayahan para iangat ang antas ng kanilang pamumuhay. Dahil naniniwala ang Ayala Foundation na ang tagumpay ng mga programang pampamayanan ay makakamit kung bukas sila sa pagbabago at matutuhan ng bawat isang tumayo sa sariling mga paa.
Yung nag-change po kami ng mga pangarap sa buhay dahil po sa lumaki na rin po ang aming income. Noon po, kahit hindi makapag-aral yung mga anak namin, ngayon ay may mga plano na po kami sa buhay.
Pinagyayaman din ng ating samahan ang pag-aambag sa kultura at likhang sining ng ating pagka-Filipino. Kinikilala ang husay at talento sa paglikha. Binibigyang halaga ang kasaysayan at kasabay ng paglingon sa nakaraan, ang paghahabi ng kasalukuyan sa hinaharap ng ating bayan. Lahat ay mahalaga. Kaya't isang komunidad tayo sa Ayala Foundation. Sa pangmatagalang pagpapaunlad ng mga pamayanan, sama-sama tayo. Sa paghubog ng mga kabataang susunod na pag-asa ng bayan, kapit-bisig tayo. Sa pagpapabuti sa buhay ng mas nakararami, tulong-tulong tayo. Sa trahedya hanggang sa pagbangon, magtatagumpay tayo. Marami tayong mararating. Marami tayong magagawa. Marami tayong mababago. Simulan na natin ngayon kasama ang Ayala Foundation.
We are catalysts for change. We are agents of nation building. We are Ayala Foundation. The Ayala Group, through and with Ayala Foundation, has remained true to its commitment of playing an active part in nation development and improving the lives of the Filipino people. Since its establishment in the 1960s, Ayala Foundation continues to step up its presence through programs in social development, education, and arts and culture. At Ayala Foundation, we align and set our sights to initiatives that will enable us to be more and do more to the people that we serve. So that all of us can live in and with communities that are creative, productive, self-reliant, and proud to be Filipino. Today, AFI affirms its faith in the Filipino through programs in 3 thematic areas: education, sustainable livelihood, and love of country. These are the areas where we will work the hardest as we continue to champion our goals as a company for the conglomerate, the community, and the country that we serve.
Panibagong sigla ang hatid ng bagong umaga. Harapin natin ito ng sama-sama. Kaagapay ninyo kami sa Ayala Foundation na tutugon sa mga pangangailangan ng pamayanan. Dahil kapag sabay-sabay nating ipinagbigkis ang lakas at kakayahan, walang hamon na hindi natin kayang lampasan.
Kaya kay gabon sa inyo mga unga.
Kapit kamay na itinataguyod ng Ayala Foundation at ng mga kabalikat nito ang mga programa para sa mga kabataan. Sinasanay rin ang mga guro para magpalaganap ng kaalaman sa mga susunod na pag-asa ng bayan. Edukasyong susi nila sa tagumpay. Hindi lang sa paaralan, kundi sa kanilang mahalagang papel sa lipunan.
Sobrang tuwang-tuwa po ako sa FINEX kasi po dito po ako lumaki. Happy po ako dahil marami pong lessons na natutunan ko.
Sa pamamagitan ng matibay nating ugnayan sa loob at labas ng Ayala Group of Companies, humuhubog tayo ng mga kabataang handang maglingkod at tumugon sa pangangailangan ng pamayanan nang may malasakit sa kapakanan ng mas nakararami. Sa isip, sa salita at sa gawa.
Madagali mga kabataan sa barangay Inawa na kanya-kanya na kapamanteri, kanya so pada tambay bu, da manadal na destination na kapaginuyag bali. Gumakaw masog yaba a project sar kami bali nagkaisa sa mga manguda sa kuana barangay Inawan.
Malaki yung naging parte nung Ayala Foundation because through that training, yun din yung gireplicate namin ng mga training doon sa mga beneficiaries namin.
Bahagi ng sinimulang bayanihan ng Ayala Foundation ang pagpapaunlad ng pamayanan. Sa pakikipag-ugnayan sa mga komunidad na isasaayos ang mga lumang sistema at natutugunan ang kanilang mga pangangailangan. Higit sa pangkabuhayan, binibigyan sila ng pagkakataon na gamitin ang sariling talino at kakayahan para iangat ang antas ng kanilang pamumuhay. Dahil naniniwala ang Ayala Foundation na ang tagumpay ng mga programang pampamayanan ay makakamit kung bukas sila sa pagbabago at matutuhan ng bawat isang tumayo sa sariling mga paa.
Yung nag-change
Just 1, 2. Just 1, 2. Sound check, 1, 2. Okay na siya, hindi siya distorted. Okay lang, okay.
We are catalysts for change. We are agents of nation building. We are Ayala Foundation. The Ayala Group, through and with Ayala Foundation, has remained true to its commitment of playing an active part in nation development and improving the lives of the Filipino people. Since its establishment in the 1960s, Ayala Foundation continues to step up its presence through programs in social development, education, and arts and culture. At Ayala Foundation, we align and set our sights to initiatives that will enable us to be more and do more to the people that we serve. So that all of us can live in and with communities that are creative, productive, self-reliant, and proud to be Filipino. Today, AFI affirms its faith in the Filipino through programs in 3 thematic areas: education, sustainable livelihood, and love of country. These are the areas where we will work the hardest as we continue to champion our goals as a company for the conglomerate, the community, and the country that we serve.
Panibagong sigla ang hatid ng bagong umaga. Harapin natin ito ng sama-sama. Kaagapay ninyo kami sa Ayala Foundation na tutugon sa mga pangangailangan ng pamayanan. Dahil kapag sabay-sabay nating ipinagbigkis ang lakas at kakayahan, walang hamon na hindi natin kayang lampasan.
Kaya kay gabon sa inyong mga unga.
Kapit kamay na itinataguyod ng Ayala Foundation at ng mga kabalikat nito ang mga programa para sa mga kabataan. Sinasanay rin ang mga guro para magpalaganap ng kaalaman sa mga susunod na pag-asa ng bayan. Edukasyong susi nila sa tagumpay. Hindi lang sa paaralan, kundi sa kanilang mahalagang papel sa lipunan.
Sobrang tuwang-tuwa po ako sa FINEX kasi po dito po ako lumaki. Happy po ako dahil marami pong lessons na natutunan ko.
Sa pamamagitan ng matibay nating ugnayan sa loob at labas ng Ayala Group of Companies, humuhubog tayo ng mga kabataang handang maglingkod at tumugon sa pangangailangan ng pamayanan nang may malasakit sa kapakanan ng mas nakararami. Sa isip, sa salita, at sa gawa.
Madagali mga kabataan sa barangay Inawa na kanya-kanya na kapamanteri, kanya so pada tambay bu, da manadal na destination na kapaginuyag bali. Gumakaw masog ba a project sa kami bali nagkaisa sa mga manguda sa kuana barangay Inawan.
Malaki yung naging parte nung Ayala Foundation because through that training, yun din yung gireplicate namin ng mga training doon sa mga beneficiaries namin.
Bahagi ng sinimulang bayanihan ng Ayala Foundation ang pagpapaunlad ng pamayanan. Sa pakikipag-ugnayan sa mga komunidad na isasaayos ang mga lumang sistema at natutugunan ang kanilang mga pangangailangan. Higit sa pangkabuhayan, binibigyan sila ng pagkakataon na gamitin ang sariling talino at kakayahan para iangat ang antas ng kanilang pamumuhay. Dahil naniniwala ang Ayala Foundation na ang tagumpay ng mga programang pampamayanan ay makakamit kung bukas sila sa pagbabago at matutuhan ng bawat isang tumayo sa sariling mga paa.
Yung nag-change po kami ng mga pangarap sa buhay dahil po sa lumaki na rin po ang aming income. Noon po, kahit hindi makapag-aral yung mga anak namin, ngayon ay may mga plano na po kami sa buhay.
Pinagyayaman din ng ating samahan ang pag-aambag sa kultura at likhang sining ng ating pagka-Filipino. Kinikilala ang husay at talento sa paglikha. Binibigyang halaga ang kasaysayan at kasabay ng paglingon sa nakaraan, ang paghahabi ng kasalukuyan sa hinaharap ng ating bayan. Lahat ay mahalaga, kaya't isang komunidad tayo sa Ayala Foundation. Sa pangmatagalang pagpapaunlad ng mga pamayanan, sama-sama tayo. Sa paghubog ng mga kabataang susunod na pag-asa ng bayan, kapit-bisig tayo. Sa pagpapabuti sa buhay ng mas nakararami, tulong-tulong tayo. Sa trahedya hanggang sa pagbangon, magtatagumpay tayo. Marami tayong mararating. Marami tayong magagawa. Marami tayong mababago. Simulan na natin ngayon kasama ang Ayala Foundation.
We are catalysts for change.
We evolve as we drive change. Building transformative businesses that address pains and needs. We enable inclusivity and progress. Expanding opportunities for everyone. We constantly reinvent and innovate. Reimagining new paths towards sustainable growth. We fulfill our purpose.
Good morning, everyone. I'm from security department. I'm a safety officer of the hotel. So at the moment, regarding the earthquake earlier, so as of now, we are ongoing monitoring and checking the updates. So currently, we received the information that the origin is from the Bigan, Ilocos. So we have record intensity for at Quezon City. At the moment, we are still checking about the magnitude and intensity here at Makati. So at the same time, as per our engineering personnel, so our building is still stable, and the any activity at this moment is continuous. So we will update as soon as possible. So after we will getting some information regarding the earthquake. That's all, and thank you.
Caring for the environment. Creating lasting and meaningful impact. And empowering the greater good.
A pleasant morning, everyone. Welcome to the 6th Ayala FINEX Summit. From stockholders to stakeholders, the future of capitalism. This summit is presented by the FINEX Professional Development Committee and Ayala Corporation in partnership with P&A Grant Thornton. Before we start, may we request everyone to join us in prayer, to be followed by the Philippine National Anthem. Heavenly Father, you are our Creator, our light, our wisdom and strength. May we ask for your guiding hand to lead us through this forum today and every day as we accomplish our work and various tasks. We pray for joy, enthusiasm, and fulfillment in our work. May we conduct ourselves and our business dealings in an environment of fairness, respect, and compassion. May we ask you to enter the hearts and minds of our leaders and countrymen. Give them strength, wisdom, so that they may lead us through these difficult times with honesty, integrity, humility, and selflessness. Finally, we pray that you extend your healing hand over us, our families, and our nation, and help us overcome this health crisis that has claimed so many lives, including the lives of many of our friends, family members, and colleagues. Please heal those who are sick and guide the hands and minds of our doctors and nurses as they care for them. All these we humbly pray. Amen. May I call on our host for today? She is the Partner Advisory Services Audit and Assurance Division, and also the head of the Marketing Group at PNA Grant Thornton. She is also a member of the Professional Development Committee. Let us all welcome Ms. Mylene Bisnar.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. I hope everyone, and I pray that everybody is safe, especially those who are not here and are joining us virtually via Zoom. I am Mai Bisnar, your host for today, and let me welcome you all to the 6th Ayala FINEX Summit. From stockholders to stakeholders, the future of capitalism. This summit is presented by the FINEX Professional Development Committee and Ayala Corporation in partnership with PNA Grant Thornton. We are honored to have us today. So this summit, as I've mentioned, we will have people participating via Zoom, and thank you to those who are here joining us face to face. It's so refreshing to see everyone here. Okay, we're all here for the whole day event packed with very timely and interesting topics to be discussed by our able speakers, panelists, and moderator who came from different organizations. Now, to formally open the program, may I call on our FINEX President, Mr. Michael Guarin, to deliver his opening remarks. Warm round of applause, please.
To the Ayala Corporation officers, good morning. To, more specifically, JP Orbeta, Managing Director, AC Energy's Chief Human Resources Officer, welcome. Attorney Mon Hermosura, Chief Legal Officer, AC, JJ Moreno, for our session this morning. To all FINEX members, officers in attendance, good morning to all, and welcome to the 2022 edition of our Ayala FINEX Finance Summit, from stockholders to stakeholders, the future of capitalism. Upfront, we would like to thank Ayala Corporation for the continued partnership. This is our sixth Finance Summit together, and we look forward to more years of working together with you. I am excited to be here and to start listening to our speakers. For this morning, our main topic will be stakeholder capitalism. With the views and priorities of investors on one hand and stakeholders on the other, regarding corporate success and value creation changing fast, business and boardroom leaders should also be adjusting. As one director noted, we are well past the era of the board seeing the company's mission as solely focused on the bottom line. I believe we all in agree with that statement. A company's ability to succeed increasingly hinges on how well it melds business objectives with policy and social issues. The shift to stakeholder capitalism, greatly accelerated by the events of 2020 and 2021, have sharpened the focus on corporate responsibility and businesses' role in society. I'm sure we are aware that more CEOs are now taking public stands on social issues. Ongoing disruption and uncertainty and deeper board engagement in strategy, risk, ESG issues are also driving more frequent communication between the board and the CEO and other stakeholders. Like the companies they oversee, boards today have to be faster and more agile in responding to the issues facing the company and its leadership. In order to have a wider and deeper view of the topic, we will hear from three experts this morning. I know that formal introductions will be made during the program, but nonetheless, I would like to acknowledge their presence and for participating in our summit. So our first speaker from McKinsey, Mr. John Canto, thank you and welcome to our program. From AF Payments, Mr. JJ Moreno, again, thank you, JJ. And from the CFO Network World Business Council for Sustainable Development, we will be hearing from Mr. Wim Bartels shortly. And then, as mentioned, this morning's cut of the entire summit, it will be followed by a general membership meeting by FINEX later at around 12, still in the same venue, where we will be hearing about investment initiatives of Ayala Corporation. Our guests for that general membership meeting will be Eric Francia, Tere Marshall, and FINEX past president Jimmy Ismael. And then later this afternoon, we will be talking about the future of work, where the following guests will be discussing that main topic. Mr. Justin Ricks from Grant Thornton. So thank you very much to our partner organization, PNA Grant Thornton. And the chairman and CEO is here, Marivic Españo. So thank you very much for that, Marivic. And then we also have Robert Gonzalez of GCash. And lastly, the president and CEO of Pilipinas Shell, Lorelai Kiambao Oshal. So it's definitely a packed day for all of us. And as we welcome in more members as well as for the rest of the day, we definitely hope that it will be a very informative and very interesting day for everyone. So before I close, I'd like to thank again the Professional Development Committee, led by its liaison director, Mr. Ned Goseco. Thank you, Ned. Chairpersons, Ms. Edith Estacio, SGD partner. Thank you. And Mr. Paul San Pedro. And our appreciation again to our partner organization, PNA Grant Thornton. Again, have a nice morning, everyone, and enjoy the program.
Thank you, Mike. Now you are ready. Are we ready now for the first session? Yes. Okay, so we are ready for the first session. For this session, we will be discussing shareholder capitalism, wherein this session will give us a quick background of shareholder capitalism, its history and evolution. So let me introduce our main speaker, Mr. John Canto, Senior Vice President of McKinsey and Company, Manila. John has over 15 years of experience working across Asia Pacific and United States. He specializes in strategy and performance transformation, having led multiple large-scale transformation. His background is in energy and infrastructure. Prior to joining McKinsey, John worked for the largest renewable energy developer in the Philippines, Energy Development Corporation. John received an MBA from INSEAD with distinction and has Bachelor of Science degrees in Physics and Computer Engineering from the Ateneo de Manila University. Now, okay, that's John. Now, John's panelist is another expert, Mr. Jonathan Juan Moreno, or we call him JJ. He is the president and CEO of AF Payments, Inc. He is leading the strategic pivot of AF Payments, Inc. Just to give you a quick background of JJ, he is a former Philippine Navy officer with rank of commander and had a successful stint in the Armed Forces of the Philippines, where he earned various medals and recognition for both combat and administrative accomplishments. He also worked as a corporate governance advocate and regulator, and is one of the pioneers of the Institute of Corporate Directors, where I think some of us, if not all, are members of. In 2010, JG went into international management consulting when he joined Palladium Group of Principal and Head of Southeast Asia. JJ studied in various educational institutions such as University of Nottingham under the prestigious Chevening Program, Yale School of Management, Melbourne Business School, and the Asian Institute of Management. He graduated from the Philippine Military Academy in 1993. Interesting speakers, right? Now, let's all welcome stage Mr. John to be followed by the reactor, Mr. JJ Moreno. Warm round of applause, please.
Hi, good morning, everyone in the room and also on Zoom today. This is my first time speaking after an earthquake, so bear with me. It's also my first time speaking in a hybrid environment. I guess this is the world we live in now, which is both online and in person. Assuming the slides work, which they don't still work. So I'm here to talk about stakeholder capitalism, which is a recent but also not so recent term that's being used today. And how do we really define stakeholder capitalism? So in our view, it's a way to redefine the way value is created, long-term value, beyond profitability, beyond revenues. In a world where we all want to leave the world in a better place, this is a framework to lead responsibly. So a framework for responsible leadership. And typically, it's used to make the argument between financial profit and social good. I would argue it's slightly different, right? Which is, it's the argument between short-term decision-making and long-term decision-making. How do we define long-term here? So long-term, typically, we say within 5 to 7 years. So this is the point where you have alignment between your shareholders, your broad set of shareholders and your stakeholders in terms of what really is the purpose of the organization, right? So this is the time you have long-term partnerships with your suppliers. You have a relationship with your investors beyond the short term. And some quite surprising insights in some of the research that we did over 15 years on the left-hand side, which we looked at over 600 companies over a 15-year period. And those that we consider as long-term companies, those that invested consistently in downturns and up cycles, those that did not manage for quarterly profits, those that had quality of earnings consistently, significantly outperformed, right? We looked at 30 to 40% term companies. However, you will see most companies, 80% of the CFOs, of the 600 CFOs we also interviewed, said, I will rather trade off short-term profit or long-term value, right? And there's many reasons for this, of course, which is people are incentivized in the short term. It's hard for investors to look at it in the long-term view, and many other reasons, but still quite a striking view, right? When you look at actually the numbers and the research. Now, when we look at stakeholder capitalism, take it in a very broad lens, right? I think there was research done that said there's 400 different ways to define stakeholders. And we are not here to define more stakeholders. We are here to say, who are the stakeholders that matter to you and how do we address their different issues? So we'll take it step by step. So you have here, I don't know if you can see it, you have your, what you call traditional stakeholders, the groups that anyway companies will need to interact with, they will need to cater to, they will need to collaborate with, right? So your employees, customers, suppliers, and investors. That's quite clear. On top of that, increasingly now, especially those that work anyway in the communities, energy companies, etc., local community involvement and engagement is critical, as we know. On top of this, there are also various government or government-related stakeholders. We don't have them so much in the Philippines, but SOEs and the like are also part of these. And then finally, you have a relatively, let's say, under-addressed set of stakeholders. If you think about NGOs, you think about the media, you think about industry associations, you think about ratings agencies. All of these now play a much larger role in terms of managing your stakeholder universe, right? And as you can see here, each of them has a different priority in terms of what they expect from an organization, right? And in reality, it's not as homogeneous as you think, because your customer is also your supplier, the government is also could be an investor and the like, right? But the important thing is you look at it as a whole and you find a way to engage with each of them. Now, and I'm sure most of you know this, we've come quite a long way, right, in terms of getting to a view of stakeholder capitalism, starting from stockholder theory, which said, look, we have no responsibility to the public or society as a whole. All we need to do is to maximize profits. And then we also experienced over the last 3 decades a series of events in terms of experiencing climate change, the different, the stock market drops, the global financial crisis, dot-com bust, etc., that have caused us to relook at the way we think about stakeholders and shareholders. In fact, in school, my professors were always preaching about maximizing shareholder value. That's all they cared about, right? And because that was really the theme of the time. But as we know, a couple of years ago, about 200 CEOs came together and said, this is not the way we want to run our business going forward, including our CEO. And said, we share a purpose beyond our organization. We share a purpose we have a responsibility to society and our stakeholders as a whole. And I would even say that this concept is not new by any level, right? So the Japanese, I'll get this wrong, but they have a concept which is called shukiyaku. It's about how do we engage with our broader stakeholder map, right? And as we know, the Japanese have always had core principles that stand in the same line as what we're discussing now, which is around taking care of our customers, reducing waste, making sure that we maintain long-term relationships. And in fact, the Japanese, according to their own research,
They said that the top 100 companies globally that have lasted over 100 years, 40 of them are from Japan. 40. Right? So 40% of these companies are from Japan. So there is some preface to say, actually, the Japanese were doing something right when you look at the facts. Now, however, this hasn't translated for the Japanese into actually overperforming and leading on what we all know ESG, right? And that's because this field is always evolving, right? What stakeholders want, which stakeholders to address, it's an evolving field, and we need to continue to make sure that we make the right decisions. And we all have been, I guess, inundated with ESG in the sense of, oh, we have this list of metrics, we have these ratings, we need to comply. And I would say that we need to go beyond performance measurement and management of ESG. It's not a tick the box exercise, right? It is something where we need to say, what is the purpose behind us doing this? What is our organization's reason for being? If we were not here today, will there be someone that will take our place? Right? And purpose, as we know, purpose defines strategy, which defines marketing and operational decisions, which defines the day-to-day decisions that we make. Right? So I would anchor us on the concept of purpose. Now, how does stakeholder capitalism create value? Right? And we said we want to redefine how value is thought about. How does it create value? And we think of it in 4 different ways, right? And we have some examples here. I won't go into it, but first of all, it's growth, right? So companies that have a very clear purpose and have a clear proposition in terms of ESG tend to have stickier products and services, tend to be more innovative. Take the example of Lego, and they have of course, a problem to do with the plastic that they use in the Lego blocks. But on top of that, they've innovated in the way that say, look, our purpose is to provide to people the opportunity to be social, to be creative at any age, to play, to imagine, right? And they've created Lego as a service, Lego as a business. And in these ways, they have grown their top line. Equally, when you think about waste reduction, when you think about improving your processes, that improves your bottom line. You also have more protection against future regulation and policy. And you also have more engaged customers, which, as we see in a bit, and employees, will translate into improved retention, productivity, and engagement. So it's actually real concrete impact here. As we're seeing more in developed markets and in developing markets, it also results in improved or reduced cost of capital, right? Because the companies are more resilient, financial organizations are more willing to lend to them at a lower rate and the like. So it's a virtuous cycle, if you will. And there is value across each of your stakeholders, right, as we see now, because their expectations are also increasing. From investors, activists, regulators, customers, and suppliers, there's increased expectations of how organizations should operate and make decisions and put themselves out into society. Some facts, again, I think, behind this, right? So you will see here that over time, these are net inflows or investments by mutual funds and ETFs into ESG, right? So even before COVID, there was a spike really in terms of putting funding and investing into ESG-linked and ESG-backed funds, and that has just only increased since then. We also see, and there have been many studies on this, but we also see that the performance of ESG-linked indices, or companies that basically are leaders instead of laggards on ESG, outperformed the market. And you will see it's only 2 to 3% pre-COVID, but if you include COVID, it's closer to 20 to 30%, right? And this is because ESG leaders are much more resilient, right? They as we said before, they Their products and services are stickier. They are protected against regulation. The employees are more engaged, and so it results in a better financial outcome. Now, when it comes to consumers also, and we found that consumers, a third of consumers are willing to trade up, right? So they're willing to pay more for sustainable products and services. And this is because the younger generation, and I would, if I can be so bold and include myself under the millennials here, I would say that they are actually, there's a clear expectation versus older previous generations in terms of what companies are supposed to be doing, how companies are supposed to be responsible, and inhibit the values that they themselves want to have. So it is real across your stakeholder map. Equally on employees, as I was saying earlier, and this talks about purpose. Right? If your employees don't clearly understand the purpose of the organization, if the employees don't align individually with the purpose that you're putting out there, there's a clear impact in terms of recruitment, engagement, and retention. So you retain actually less than half your employees if the purpose of the organization is not clear. And we see this, I see this when I hire people, which is they talk about values, they talk about what are your expectations, what do you want to achieve in society. So it's not, I know it can sound a little bit mushy, but it's also quite concrete in the way that we see the world today. The other thing is, when you talk about purpose is different at different levels of the organization, as you can imagine, right? It's different at the executive level, it's different at the front line. And one of the surveys we did said, look, at the executive level, 85% of all executives said, I'm living my purpose through this organization. 85% at the CXO level. But at the front line, it's reversed. So they say only 15% of frontline employees actually live their purpose through the organization. What does that mean? It means people are not engaged. People find the purpose elsewhere, right? Engagement, you lose talent, you lose engagement, you lose opportunities. And a few of the trends now, and I know I'm going quite quickly, but we will have Q&A. In terms of what's really shaping stakeholder capitalism, right? I think we've discussed there's a much higher expectation in society when it comes to the way that we hire, for example, the way that we build capabilities in the organization, the way that we invest in our employees, also the way that we report and are accountable to society on our performance and our targets. Increasing regulation, for example. So there's a lot more expectation, but there's also more opportunity. Right? There's more opportunity in the ways that I discussed earlier. There's opportunity in the ways to allocate capital, and we see that in terms of business model resilience. So investors look at how much of your portfolio is at risk from, say, climate change. How much of your portfolio is at risk from regulatory policy? And that defines resilience. So companies now are thinking about, including in the Philippines, how do I make my portfolio more resilient? Right, and now we'll get to practically what it could mean for the country and where we stand and some of the challenges that we see. So clearly, all of these trends, in some way, shape, or form, apply to the Philippines. Now, we, for different structural reasons, the trends are taking longer to take effect in the country, right? But we do see, I would even say, green shoots of opportunity in a positive direction. So if I take them one by one, so societal expectations, we in boardrooms and in executive discussions today, there's a lot more push towards, again, diversity, gender diversity in terms of where we hire, not just in Metro Manila, but across the country. There is clear efforts on the environment, right? That we want to be responsible, we want to make the right shifts, we want to do it in a just way. When you talk about talent now, there's talent risk attrition all over the place, because not just because of the the macroeconomic situation today, but because people just have more choices, right? The younger generation has different expectations than the older ones in terms of what they want out of the job, what they want out of the organization. We will see later, but most of the largest companies now have sustainability reports. They have commitments on some of the targets, and there's only going to be more of that. There's increased regulation, of course. I mean, the country has set some targets. Now the challenge is there's no way to enforce some of these targets, but hopefully the trend is in the right direction. And we have a lot of discussions these days about where can we invest that is going to really grow the business in a sustainable way going forward, right? Which we call green business building. What are the clean tech investments in my sector? Those are the conversations we're now having with executives in this country that give me the confidence that really there will be a shift, maybe longer, in the right direction in terms of capital allocation. So if you take again a snapshot of the facts, and these are the top 30 companies in our PSEI, over 90% of them actually have a sustainability report in some way, shape, or form. Half of them have clear ESG targets, again, in some way, shape, or form. So the trend is here. However, and I'm by no means saying that our ESG ratings or the ESG global ratings are perfect. So there's many different considerations there. But I do think that in the Philippines, there is, let's say, clear recognition that we have some way to go. There are some ESG-related risks that we need to manage as a country and also within different organizations, right? And that's a starting point. Because I do think there's a clear reality that in emerging markets, including the Philippines, knowing the energy sector, for example, here, that we have a different starting point, right? And we need to manage and start off in a way that makes sense for us. So we do know that, of course, we have a large fossil fuel base that we need to develop through and transition out of, and some companies are doing that. How can we use some of these financing mechanisms to accelerate that trend? We do know that we have limited fiscal space. We have debt covenant. We have lack of visibility in terms of some of the standards that we need to comply with. That limits the ability of sustainable financing to come into the country. So these are real constraints, right? How do we develop a framework and clear standards around what we expect from our countries? How do we ask for help from the developed countries in a way that allows us to accelerate this transition? So I think these are the discussions we need to have and continue to have if we're serious about this. And on a final note, I think the challenge to the country and to leaders is really how do we continue these discussions, right? In terms of really purpose-driven ESG, stakeholder capitalism, leading responsibly, right? It encourages a lot of reflection. So we need to reflect within our organization, are we doing the right things? If we say we are a company that prides itself on customer experience, are we really doing right by customers? Is that what we're saying? Is that what they're saying? We also need to start a dialogue with ourselves and our other stakeholders. This means making commitments where we're strong. This means acknowledging the vulnerabilities we have as an organization with regards to our ESG commitments. Right? So I think it's, again, a starting point, a very interesting discussion. Thank you very much for the opportunity and good morning.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for the opportunity for me to speak today. Actually, I must confess that this brings me back 30 years ago. 30 years ago, I was a cadet in PMA when there was an earthquake, actually, that happened around this time this month. 20 years ago, I was part of a movement together with a group of Jesus and ICD. I vividly remember Attorney Monhem Musura playing a very important role in that movement of pushing forward the corporate governance agenda. 10 years ago, I was in management consulting, and most of my clients were for McKinsey clients. I was in strategy execution consulting, and we would most often execute the brilliant strategies that McKinsey would put together. So it seems like it is a 10-year kind of thing. I don't know, it was deliberate, but let me go. Let me proceed. So unlike what you've just heard, and I think it was a brilliant presentation, John, congratulations for it. Mine will be replete not with data, but with reflections on the past 3 decades of my professional life. So these are the personal reflections, and I'm not sure if you guys know that I do have a reputation of calling it as it is. I will be as polite as I could, but there would be opportunities in this presentation that I may perhaps have a different view of what has been presented. So I hope, I do apologize at the onset, but this is all the spirit of stress testing ideas. I do agree with most, probably, of what has been said, but there are certain areas where I do have a different take, if you may. So these are just observations. These are not backed up by actual data. Should be, but then I think this is a good complement to what the data-driven presentation we just heard. I used the definition, and I'll go back to my last slide. Definition of shareholder capitalism, as presented by John, says that it's a broader way to define. Lost it. All right, I think we can do it here. There you go. All right, define long-term value beyond profit and revenue. So if you may, it is a function of a perspective, in this case, long-term. I tried to Google and I said, as I said, this is not really that scientific as possible. What do people actually talk about when they talk about stakeholders? So this is what the typical presentation of this is, a word cloud. Stakeholders. So when they talk about stakeholders, they basically talk about people who are affected, negotiate, it's a group. So that's what we talk about when we talk about stakeholders. Capitalism. When you talk about capitalism, you most likely will be talking about the economy, money, power. So these kinds of things, profit, two very different concepts. And then I tried to look for stakeholder capitalism. I couldn't find one. This basically perhaps, so the objective then was to really look at what do people talk about if they talk about stakeholder capitalism. And unfortunately, I couldn't find one. So I tried to dig deeper, tried to find a match. So first up, corporate governance. I looked at corporate governance. This is something very dear to me. Worked on this for quite a number of decades. So when you talk about corporate governance, you talk about law, rules, compliance. And then I went to CSR. I did a program in the International Center for Corporate Social Responsibility in the UK. We talked about this for 5 months straight. So when you talk about CSR, it's about responsibility, equity. There's still nothing much that closely resembles to what I was hoping to see in looking at stakeholder capitalism. Sustainability, the same. Sustainability, energy, transport, and then so on. Business ethics. What I am trying to show here is the fact that stakeholder capitalism is in fact a concept that I am sure is not new, and I could tell you, but it certainly is something that is not yet talked about in the context of many other movements, if you may. Okay, so these are my observations. As I said, it is a movement. It was pretty much like a movement when corporate governance was here about 20 years ago. I distinctly remember we were like a voice in the wilderness telling corporate organizations, corporate governance, corporate governance. I fondly recall telling people that corporate governance, as it is perhaps like stakeholder capitalism, is like diet and exercise. We know it is good for us, but for some reason we could not really do it in a sustainable, right way. My observation also is that it is more personal and familiar in the context of the predominant ownership structure in Southeast Asia and perhaps also in the Philippines, is that it really is a function of the values of the person as well as that of the family that basically controls many of our organizations here. It's predominantly viewed as altruistic. It really is something that you want to say, you cannot argue against. It's really just like world peace. No? It's focused on changing the big stuff, climate change, making this world a better place. Sometimes the smaller stuff, which is just as important, probably are discussed at the periphery. Here, this is where I start to get into trouble. I remember many years ago, and at the front page of the business world, I was quoted as saying, corporate governance experts says listed companies are paying lip service to corporate governance. And I got into a lot of trouble there from the SEC and the PSE. Of media took it out of context. They conveniently forgot the following statement, which started with except for some companies, so they just full stop there. But by and large, you hear a lot of sound bites on how wonderful these concepts are. Stakeholder capitalism, corporate governance, business ethics. We are not lacking of events such as this, or signing ceremonies showing commitment to things like this. So the rhetoric is there, the sound bites are there, the traction is not there, the action is not there. 20 years since the corporate governance movement, we still hear a lot of stories, horror stories of poor governance practices. Why is that so? Stakeholder capitalism to me is a recontextualized concept. It is not new, it does have a new name. In 1984, an economist called his name is Edward Freeman came up with a stakeholder theory, basically describing what the stakeholder capitalism is today. So if you may, this is a concept that's more than 30 years ago, and it's now having a resurgence. What, in my view, are the inhibitors then? I feel, as I showed you earlier, stakeholder capitalism is a conceptual nomad. It does not have the right place. Where do we discuss stakeholder capitalism? When we discuss governance, CSR, sustainability, to me, without having its own home, it would remain to be an orphan. So I feel, moving forward, excuse me, stakeholder capitalism should have its own home or should be closely linked to something. The predominance really of old mental models is what I think a lot of what we're trying to achieve here. The ability or the inability to unlearn and relearn is very difficult to do. Mental models. The lack of enforcement mechanisms from stakeholders. People or organizations get away with undermining some of their stakeholders mainly because there is no mechanism for recourse. They just get away with it. They just get away with not paying minimum wage. They get away by hurting the environment, not giving back to the community, not taking care of the community. They just simply get away with it. Our enforcement mechanisms are weak. Our stakeholders are not organized to be able to create and raise a voice against organizations that are undermining their interests. There is the lack of corroborating empirical data. Yes, we were shown earlier by John the data that we had. That's exactly the same thing. I remember 20 years ago, we were working off on exactly McKinsey data, John, 20 years ago, when we were pushing for corporate governance. I distinctly remember that when we were trying to build the business case for corporate governance, we were using McKinsey data. McKinsey comes up with a lot of these great researches, empirical data. However, especially here in the Philippines and to large part Southeast Asia, we were being asked for contextual data. They're asking for Philippine data. They would tell me, Jay, you know what? Very good. That's the Western world. Now, I had to come up with local Philippine data using Philippine companies. But despite that, they said, oh, nice to know. So really, data is very important. Researchers are very important. However, for some reason, still many corporations look at it as a reference. It does not move that much. Individuals or boards to make the difficult decision, the right and difficult decision to move forward. Leaders, like me, admittedly, are consumed by the bump and grind. I wake up in the morning, I worry about a lot of things. When I sleep at night, I worry about a lot of things. I worry about marketing, my sales, operations, customers, and things like that. It is very easy for CEOs like myself to rationalize and just work towards certain things. Issues like this become periphery. The incentive systems also does not help. The disincentive system does not also help. I'm not speaking for all the CEOs, so of course, luckily, part of an organization like Ayala and Metro Pacific, my two major shareholders, that actually have embraced this. I've got it a little bit easier. I could just imagine the other CEOs who are not as fortunate as I am, who would have principals who actually are just looking at the bottom line. Never easy, never easy. It has not achieved critical mass. In the military, we always talk about the tipping point, the critical mass. It has not achieved that yet. The idea, and hopefully situations like this or organizations like yours would help develop that critical mass. Events like this would help spread the good word, and then convert, build converts as well. So what worked? Just go fast now. See, there has to be the moderation of greed, right? It cannot be purely about making this world a better place. We have to confront the reality that we have to work with a little bit of greed, what I would call really working off on enlightened self-interest. We have to understand that. Second, the ability of individuals, boards, and executives, leaders, to be willing to unlearn and relearn these concepts. There's always skepticism in any transformation. I've built a career on transforming organizations, and there is always that 100% of the time, working here around Southeast Asia, that there is a skepticism in any change initiative. What really helps, based on what I've seen, is that when leaders start to model the behaviors that they'd like to see in the rest of the organization, part of that skepticism, really the modeling is very important. It's very important also to map and engage stakeholders. I remember doing a project for a mining company in the UK. It was a stakeholder engagement initiative where we had to carefully map who the stakeholders, mining company, who the stakeholders were, and made a conscious decision that certain stakeholders we would have to manage differently. Some seriously, some less seriously. Those are difficult but practical decisions. You cannot make everybody happy all the time. So the whole exercise of mapping it and having an engagement model according to how you look at your certain stakeholder group is going to be very important. I've seen that happen and seen that as well. Innovative strategies. Sometimes you'd like to make the world a better place, you'd like to move boulders. I start with what I would call the twigs before the truck. So start small, then move towards the branch and the trunk. My point being is that there can be progress, incremental progress, with you just being able to see the price at hand. And so be able to do that. Start small. Very important to refresh the business model. The business model should already include concepts like stakeholder capitalism. It is not about what you do with the money. It is about how you make your money. So basically, stakeholder capitalism should not only be ingrained in the consciousness, it should be reflected in the organization's business model. How you make your money, how you spend your money. I have a very strong execution bias because I'm, an execution guy. So it's a good excuse for not being smart. Just make it up with execution. Execute well. Track progress. In the Navy, you sail and then you course correct. Yeah, because you're exposed to many elements. So execute, course correct, execute. Use non-traditional KPIs. To move an organization, you have to change at least 60% of your current KPIs. Invent them. Anchor them on the behavior you want to see. Okay? Then communicate. Transparency, report, that also provides some accountability. Down to my last few slides. Just walk down memory lane. I remember doing this about more than 10 years ago. I was with the stock exchange and had the opportunity to write the corporate governance rules of publicly listed companies. One of the things I did when I was in the stock exchange was and I worked with the World Bank. It was funded by the World Bank. It was not funded by the PSE. I wanted to make sure that the rules that I wrote was independently funded. So I went to the British government and I said, give me money. Went to the World Bank, gave me 8 global experts, and I looked at 40 countries, and I came up with the publicly listed guidelines for publicly listed companies. Guideline number 8 is this. Respect and protects the rights and interests of employees, community, environment, and other stakeholders. Ladies and gentlemen, more than 12 years ago, when this was written, I already, this was something that was already enshrined in our listing rules, I think in the SEC. So as I said again, the concept of stakeholder capitalism, this in the context of corporate governance, is already there. The question is why are we still trying to motivate that, right? So difficult times, yeah. So this was it. It's really there. You can Google this and you see number 8. I remember that when I was reviewing my notes last night, I said, probably this was already done. And there's some certain suggestions there. So my take, I submit that this discussion of stakeholder capitalism actually is not much on the what. The what we all agree. There is nothing you cannot agree with when we say we have to take care of everybody. But it's really more on the how. And so that's why let me walk you through a couple of things. I agree with John. Purpose is very important. It's my number one. One of the first things I did when I assumed the role of CEO at AF Payments was to articulate a purpose statement. It did not, our organization did not have that. First thing I did, first board meeting, was to present to the board a purpose statement for AF Payments, which was about nation building. I had to elevate That would be the anchor from which I would develop the strategy and wrap up, complemented with an execution system. Purpose is very important. Second probe, the diagnostics is clear. Every organization is distinct. It has its own historical, family, issues. So not one size fits all. There has to be some form of diagnostic plan. Yeah, I mean, that's my military background. I would not move an issue without a plan. Right? So plan is very important. I don't think it's a purely exclusively a military concept. It's something that actually we have to do. Be pragmatic. At the end of the day, flexibility is key. Be relevant, be responsive. Face it. Cannot be just like a bull in a china shop. There has to be some investments to be made. So pesos. 7, people, board, the management, all have to be in line. Perform small wins, practices. And finally, there will always be politics. There's one more. Persevere. It won't be easy. My 11th is actually pray, because sometimes that's the only recourse you have. Those are just some of the tips I'd like to show you. As again, I said, stakeholder capitalism, pushing for transformation, actually is in fact more of a what, more of a how than a what. My final slide is this. I'm showing you a coin. We all are motivated to move in a certain way through 3 cases. The first case is the legal case. In stakeholder capitalism, we say, we'll do it because I am required to do it. I have to. That's the legal case. The second case is, I will do it. It's called the moral case. I will do it because it is right. This, a lot of people can associate with, right? Third case is the business case. I will do it because I will benefit from it. So these are the 3 usual cases why people and organizations move towards certain directions or undertake a transformation program. I submit that if you do it because it is legal, I don't think that should even figure in the decision making, because it is not. It's a compliance issue. It is nothing to do with actually moving forward. So there are, if you may, 2 sides to the coin I'm showing you. Moving forward, you only have to be able to be guided or motivated by the moral case and the business case. Do it because it's right, and do it because I will benefit from it. 2 sides to one coin. But many of us, as we see a coin, you cannot move a coin much if you're just basing it on one side. A coin can only move and move fast if it is on its third side of the coin. And the third side, as we all know, is the edge. That's why the coin is upright. So to be able for the coin to move forward, for the organization to move forward, we have to move the coin to edge, to its third side. And this is how I will end. The third side of the coin, which I think will enable us to move forward, particularly in the concept of stakeholder capitalism, is to do it because I would. I would like to end there because with the definition earlier presented to us that stakeholder capitalism is a function of how far forward you can look up. This is why I politely disagree. That in my view, stakeholder is not how far forward you look for, but it is actually how deep you look into yourself. So it is about the third side of the coin. It is about, I will do it because I'm good. Thank you very much and have a good day.
you very much for that very excellent presentations from John and JJ. While we are preparing the chairs for the panel discussion, may we request Mr. John, JJ, to occupy the seats on top of this, so we can start the panel discussion. Okay, I learned a lot from the presentation. So, ano ba yung huli yung sinabi? It's not the how far, it's how deep. So, stakeholder capitalization, you have explained it very well, and you have some bolder reaction. Okay, so to facilitate the panel discussion, may we call on our moderator, Ms. Maricar Castillo Reyes, President and CEO of Asticon Technology Incorporated. Maricar, Kai.
Thank you, Mai. Good morning, everyone. Again, I'm Kai. Fantastic presentation, John, and on point comments and feedback. Very practical tips coming from JJ. So I'm excited to be with you today, especially those who are in Zoom. So I will be facilitating the Q&A portion. So I'm sure everyone's excited. So if you have any questions, please approach our FINEX secretariat for the mic. For those who are on site, and I believe we are receiving some questions as well via Zoom. But I will kick it off with my first question already, JJ and John. I learned a lot, just like mine, So stakeholder management or value, it's a question, and I like that circle that you view, the entire stakeholder value chain you've mentioned, John. How do we balance? It's a question. How do we balance providing value to all those stakeholders? So, because everyone's important, right? But it's a question of how do we balance that value?
Yeah, let me try to answer. So, first of all, I would say it's not easy, and organizations get it wrong probably as often as they get it right, including, I'm not saying we're immune to that, we do it as well. And so, given that the landscape of stakeholders is evolving over time, you need to continually assess, number one, what the priorities are. Number two, which ones, in a sense, are more relevant to your business, right? Because they're different by nature of industry, but they're also different by nature of the particular company context. And then based on that, you need to weigh, right, or balance. It's not easy, but I would say that in all cases, each company has its own strengths, right? Some companies are naturally more, let's say, forward-looking. Some companies naturally take care of the employees. They pay them a living wage. They train and develop employees much better than others. So there's a clear starting point, and we should leverage our strengths rather than try to be good at everything. I think that's the nature of the way of doing business. So using that as an initial frame, then I would go into really a proper mapping and prioritization exercise, right? And just knowing that we need to start somewhere, right? But we'll never get it right all the time.
Thank you, John. That's right. So every single organization will have its different type of priorities. Go ahead, JJ.
Yeah, so, is it on? Yeah. So the question is, how do you balance? My answer is you don't. At the end of the day, you have to choose one over the other. I mean, how do you choose which one over the other? And that's where your purpose statement comes alive. That's where your values statement comes alive. So, organizations, large and small, would have a certain set of stakeholders. As I said earlier, you can never make everybody happy all the time. Now your purpose statement becomes alive because that's where you're going to be anchoring your decisions on. So you just have to make a choice. No balancing.
Different point of view. Thank you for that, JJ. Purpose. So I like that. It's very important. The companies today really need to have a very clear purpose, right? And you talked about earlier as well, John, about the purpose-driven ESG. No? And it's a question of how do you tie that with governance? And what measures can you share with us? And JJ also mentioned earlier about non-traditional KPI. So share with us your point of view on how do we really measure purpose-driven ESG. So maybe we'll start with John and then we'll move on to JJ after.
Yeah, I would argue there's this. I'm bringing it back to the way we run on organizations, right? It is not soft in the sense of there's clear strategy, performance measurement along ESG or even purpose to ESG. So, for example, I'll take employee engagement as one. We use a measure in organizations called organizational health. You could translate that into culture, but it's also how organizations have a clear alignment between what they say do effectively. Right? So there's a clear measure to that. There's also measures in terms of retention. There's also measures in terms of how long you've had relationships with your suppliers. So I think we need to be a little more creative, just P&L metrics to measure ESG. And again, it's an evolving field, and we will continue to change the way we do things. But as JJ mentioned, not all of these matter the same way to all organizations. To say, what do I stand for, and therefore, what are the 2 or 3 things I will make commitments on, because this is how I want to run my business.
Good. Thank you, John. JJ?
Challenge my former life as a management consultant. There are 2 ways to measure. There are lab measures and there are lead measures. So the outcome measures and the input measures. What I normally would do is really co-create these measures with the client. Because it can anchor it on the behavior you want to see. My first instinct is to get rid of the financial type of measures. Basically, they drive a different kind of behavior. We recognize the existence of financial type of behavior. They have to be there, the market wants it, some of the bosses want it. But then it actually is going to be a very worthwhile exercise if you would consider co-creating KPIs anchored on a particular behavior you would like to see. Either behavior from your employees, behavior of your stakeholders, your suppliers, the community that you have. There are broader measures like a measure of social political legitimacy, and we could create one like being invited to the mayor's personal events, something like that. We've done those basic stuff, but then at the end of the day, it really actually is about co-creating that with the organization.
If I can just add, so I think it's quite important in this country that the way I've heard it always to say, in order to do good, in order to do well, you must first do good, meaning you need to be profitable, have the right to be able to look beyond and look at the other metrics, right? Do good from a society's benefit. And not all companies have that. We're not advocating everybody has the same starting point, but the companies that do have a greater responsibility then to take action.
Good. So I like that because you mentioned about co-creation. So imagine how you can co-create not just with your customer, because that's easier, but with local communities, the government, the public. How can you really? Interesting. Thank you. So earlier you were also mentioning, John and JJ, about putting that purpose as a priority, and normally the top management would be very passionate about the purpose. But how do you bring that down to not just only in terms of communication, but really an active participation coming from the entire organization? Are there tips or suggestions you would like to share with our participants? How we can bring that purpose clearly down up to the lowest level of the organization?
I take first crack, if you don't mind.
Yeah, I was going to say, go ahead.
Well, there are 2 ways. There's a formal way, communication programs, those basic stuff. The more difficult stuff is really the experience that you give to your employees. That reflects the purpose that you've articulated. The way you promote people, the way you interact with people. So it really is the experience, because the experience are the ones that actually form beliefs in the organization. Oh, so this is how it is in AF Payments because of the experience that I get. Those beliefs actually are now, they move towards actions. So if I believe this way, I will act this way, and because I act this way, these are the results. So in a way, results are influenced not only by actions, because actions are influenced by beliefs, and beliefs are influenced by the experience that you give people every day. So purpose statements, value statements, these are decisions you do not make in a meeting, in a board meeting. These are decisions you make every day. And you have to leave it about modeling. If the leaders model it, you indirectly communicate to them that the purpose is alive, is lived.
Yeah, I would agree because I think it's about role modeling to the organization in terms of what you really believe. We run this health survey across different companies, including many in the Philippines, and it's quite surprising because the company will say, "Look, I'm the best employer," or "I have the best customer experience." But when you ask the employees, actually it's the opposite, right? Because they see the real day-to-day decisions and reality in the organization, and they don't believe it, right? So we need to translate a purpose statement into purpose driven decisions that guide the way that the organization operates. That if the employees who see it every day don't believe it, then it's very shallow, right? And that's not what we are pushing for.
And I'm sure it will take time, right? Beyond communicating and really translating that. Why don't we open the floor for any questions coming from our on-site participants? Anyone? Mike? Okay, go ahead, Mike.
Okay, this is the question from our Zoom participants. It was mentioned the stakeholders are not organized when it comes to standing up to corporations undermining their personal interests. May I ask, are they not more empowered by social media? Has the internet tipped the scales and made a single oppressed customer or community more powerful when it comes to facing companies? Meanwhile, how about corporations standing up to offending stakeholders, like, say, the government or LGUs? Are companies becoming more active in this manner when it comes to harmful governance, corruption, etc.?
Social media obviously is a platform, and for some it is effective, but organizations can easily put up a PR campaign to neutralize any. So social media can be matched by social media as well. So I'm not undermining the effectiveness of social media, but it can be counteracted. I think there has to be something more substantive, organizing, by creating a voice, and that was what my context is. But yes, recognizing the fact that social media enable a lot of the stakeholders, but as I said, it can also be countered through social media as well.
Yeah, I would say on that. I think, look, it's about creating a dialogue with your stakeholders. I mean, I wouldn't. It's not always adversarial, right? It's about, a lot of times it's not about, let's say you need to retrench or you need to close your businesses in some areas. That decision may or may not happen anyway. But if you provide the transparency in terms of why you're doing it, you provide a clear plan. Sometimes that's enough. And so we need to find a way, and to your point, JJ, earlier, it's the how, right? So we need to find a way to do it in a way that everybody is engaged.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
I just would like to ask a question to both John and JJ. The stockholders or in the profit motivation is framed very negatively in recent years. No, Peter Goodman actually framed investors in a very negative way, and I think the discussion this morning captured that very well in the way how we think as organizations, especially for the financial executives and the CEOs running the various businesses. And with the increasing populism as well, no, as an effect of that. So my question is, what do you think? What are your thoughts on how to frame it on the other way, wherein we look at it in a good way that for real organizations are really aspiring to do good, because it's being framed very negatively in the world, 2008 crisis, and especially now pandemic, wherein the gap of the rich and poor got wider. You know. Thank you.
Okay, well, I agree that our corporations are easily vilified because of what they're doing. The best way to respond to that is really having impactful, authentic programs. If you engage them at the communication level, sometimes there is already a fundamental, organizations would be always at the defensive. So the best offense, actually, is really some meaningful programs of real engagement, of authenticity. The thing that organizations should not do is to say something, but not do it or do it differently. So my take is really just the authentic. If you can't do it, then like what John said, say that you can do it. Be transparent. I cannot do this. I have to retrench. Then explain. Transparency, authenticity, but then the best, as I said, it really is the meaningful programs that you put in for stakeholders. Eventually, they'll wisen up. They'll get it. That's my.
I would say also to that there are stockholders that are really activists when it comes to pushing for changes that we talked about earlier today, right? Pushing for diversity in boards, pushing for a cleaner portfolio. And organizations in some way need to translate what they're doing in a way that resonates with these stockholders, right? Meaning, I will make investments that will improve the bottom line. At the same time, it's no longer a trade-off. At the same time, achieve my objectives, social objectives, governance objectives. So if we do that, then the dialogue just becomes smoother, right? It will take time. It's not that there's an unlimited amount of, say, clean technology and the like that can be invested in today. But hopefully that again starts the dialogue and says, look, we're not always going to be on opposite sides here, and there's a way that we move forward together.
All right, thank you for that question. Anyone else? All right, let's go back. In terms of, because earlier, John, you were mentioning something about, yes, profit is not the priority, but for CEOs and CFOs, let's be very transparent here. How do you shift a CEO or a CFO at a short-term gain versus a long-term value?
So I don't think I said that. I think I would be run out of this room if that was actually what I said. And lose clients. But I say, look, it's a must-have. But on top of that, we need to find a way to think about this value in not just quarterly metrics, right? Because the challenge is in most organizations, the board and stockholders, they look at what's the share price today, what's my earnings going to look like. I committed this, I'm going to deliver that. And incentives are aligned to those metrics, right? I don't look at my 5-year rate of return. I don't look at the quality of my earnings over time, right? So if we don't change these structural challenges, we don't take a longer view of as stockholders on investments, that also won't change organizations. So we need to start there and really looking at what would make the behavior of the organizations change. Because as we saw, you take a longer term view of things, in the long run, you will be better for it. Right? So how do we then make that shift and help organizations make those decisions easier?
Thank you, John.
Well, I don't think these are two mutually exclusive concepts, right? First is, as I mentioned earlier, recognize the greed. I mean, I'm just using the term greed, but I'm making a point. Recognize the greed and enlighten it. So start. It always also a function of the principles behind the organization and their value systems. In the context of family corporations, there are actually families that are enlightened and they hope there'll be more of them because they're now willing to, and I've seen that happen, willing to, let go of short-term gains just to be able to give something to the employees. And we've seen that a lot in many organizations, many of them represented here today. So it's there. It's there. It's just being able to make sure that what I would normally do is, okay, what is the roadmap to profitability? So, I give them a plan. So I recognize that greed. Yeah, they'll delay some gains, but then I'll tell them, "Oh, this is how I'm going to recover it sometime soon." So it gives them a little bit of comfort. Okay, the greed is kind of also addressed. So I'm sorry if I'm using the terms that I shouldn't be
But
using.
it's a question of when, right? The
Yes,
stakeholders
yeah.
will ask you the question, is it a
That
3 year,
build the case.
5 years?
I always say, when I make presentations like this, there always is, they will always say, "Oh, JJ, there you go again with your strategic value." Because I said, no, the economic value is low, but the strategic value is high. So I just want to hide it around the strategic value that we have. You understand that's the language of business, money and strategy as well.
Balancing that. Right. Tell us more about your organizations, AF Payments and then McKinsey. How do you practice stakeholder capitalism, particularly for McKinsey and AF Payments? Let's start with you, John.
Not an easy question, I would say, right? So I think one, as a firm, we are a values-driven firm, and we always talk about our dual purpose, which is one, we need to improve our clients' performance significantly and sustainably, and two, we need to develop, attract, and retain the best exceptional people. So within that, you have framework of looking at your stakeholders, and I think more and more these days we have taken a clearer stance on let's say global trends and decisions that have been made by other governments or bilateral institutions, which we have not done in the past, right? So we feel that we need to be clear on where we stand, and that may be unpopular for some when it comes to, say, closing our business in Russia and the like, right? So I think we're not there by any means, but we are moving in that direction when it comes to understanding the implications of everybody that we interact with and how we, again, not necessarily balance, but engage them in the right way.
Yeah, AF Payments, for those of you who are not familiar with the organization, we are the ones who operate the beep card, the automated fare collection system. One of our core stakeholders are commuters. And one of the things that I was is that we have to be, very transparent. So, and you would hear that in many of our media announcements later on, is that, see, TV Patrol, perhaps, I told them we're running out of cars. Because of the issues in supply chain, we're running out of cars. We're telling them also, commuting is never a pleasant thing. So I am not going to go out and say we will make commuting a pleasant experience. I'm not going to go there. I'm going to tell them, nobody wakes up in the morning and says, I'm going to commute again today, right? So what we're going to do is we are going to make commuting a bearable experience, managing expectations, bearable and productive. So which means that as you commute, you will now be productive as well. So we're launching a lot of products and apps, and this is not the right word for that. But the point is, one of the things that I'm doing is really being very transparent. That's for my commuters, and I grew up modest means. I was a commuter, so AF Payments is run by somebody who commuted many years ago. Second, suppliers. I want to be fair to them in a way that I also want them to be fair to me. So there are suppliers that I go. Because I want them to understand. I want my supplier base to understand that, look guys, I am running an organization, and if you do not live up to your end of the bargain, I'm sorry, I have to let you go. So up to the point that I even, sued some of them because of infractions, just trying to really say. Another, the bus operators, and I tell them, the days of me losing money are over. So I'm not gonna subsidize other things. So transparency is really the key. Fairness as well is going to be key for me. That's how I engage with my customers and with my stakeholders. I think it's the safest way to be able to do that. And then government. Government is a very, very interesting way to engage. No? And I have to. That's part. We are a grantee of a government franchise, so I have to go to each and every DOTR government. It's a whole new conference, if I may, on how to engage government. But we're doing that.
Kai, we have to, for the last two questions, I think if Mr. JJ and Mr. John can answer this very briefly before the end of the session. Specifically, it says here, Mr. JJ expressed some dismay at the current situation wherein we still have to push for stakeholder capitalism today. How much of the Philippine private sector is getting right and how much of the corporate side is getting it wrong? If more are getting it wrong, what are the low-hanging fruits to reverse this?
Okay, so this is where I start getting into trouble. No, as always. Dismay is something, but I think the more appropriate term is really impatient. Probably because I have been doing transformation for 2 decades now. I feel there are enough. Let me make it clear. There are organizations that are genuinely committed to this. My impatience comes from the fact that there are not too many of them yet. My recommendations is we get them together and really, if you may mentor these big organizations, mentor small organizations. By the way, openness to transformation and change is not a function of size. I know for a fact that there are small organizations, mine included, we're a small organization, that we are just as hungry and willing to transform. This may not be changing the world. Climate change is very important. But this might be some simple acts of treating your customers right, of treating your employees right. Just to be able to contextualize that. That's my second suggestion. Gather the big guys, ask them to mentor the small guys, encourage the small guys, and tell them you are actually doing things right. Provide some structures. That's how the...
Yeah, thank you. I remember sabi mo nga, it's like exercising, everyone knows it's good, but why are we not doing it? Okay, for Mr. John, recently a default scale tycoon who will rattle the PSE. In your opinion, how willing are Filipino stockholders to punish listed companies who are not actively engaging in stakeholder capitalism? Does Mr. Canto have any PSE data to better inform us on this matter?
So I don't necessarily comment directly on that incident, right? I think it's a learning process. As a country, we are not as far in the journey as some of the others are. So we don't necessarily understand. I mean, we have expectations, of course, but what is realistic within a certain time frame, and how companies are changing, how stockholders should behave, how to engage our suppliers, again, our industry groups, the media, things are in flux, right? And I don't want to be overly optimistic to say things will change in a very quick manner, but matter of when, right? So we have, for example, the G20 in Indonesia this year. That will be a catalyst for change in Indonesia and therefore the region, one way or the other, right? So this is happening. We need to keep our minds open. We need to engage each other and figure it out together.
Okay, we don't have any more questions. I think
Thank you, Mike. I like what John said. It's going to be a journey, right? There's always start for some organization, at the middle. So it's really a journey for everyone. Maybe a last words from our speakers and panelists. Maybe you can share with them some tips, last comments and feedback, how they can initiate, how to apply, or how can they embrace stakeholder capitalism in the organization. Let's start with you, John.
Yeah, I think again, being a practice, I would, it's all about focus for me. So I would say, look, where are you naturally strong? In what area? Double down on that. So, for example, as a company you are operationally excellent, then you can take out waste in the organization. You can take out inefficiency in time and processes. Then focus on that. Double down on that. Be known for that. Engage others on that. Others may be excellent at building talent and capability in a certain way, right? Others may be excellent at recruiting diverse pool of individuals. So you don't need to do everything. It's too much. Focus on what you will over deliver on and do that.
Yeah, John is the smart pragmatist. I am the stubborn revolutionary. November 25, 1956, 82 people boarded a ship, a yacht called Granma, and they sailed to Cuba. 82 people started the revolution in Cuba. The enemy, Batista at the time, US back, actually heard of them. The 82 became 22. 22 people survived that particular entry to Cuba. 22 revolutionaries eventually taking over Cuba. The reason why I'm narrating that story is that I personally am invested in this country, not financially much, but emotionally. As a Filipino, when I was a soldier and now as an advocate, this is the time that we actually have to surrender ourselves to the cause, be it stakeholder capitalism, governance, ethics. There is a higher cause we have to surrender ourselves to as Filipinos. Being good CFOs, being good CEOs, doing the right thing. This is a revolution in my view. And we have a country to fight for. We have social ills to actually take over. So that's my call. My call to action really is, let's be the 22 that will take over, not the country, but the social ills that this country will do that. One CFO, one CEO at a time. Thank you.
Thank you, John. JJ, the purpose, diba, and the passion and that revolution we're going to put forth. Again, thank you very much, John and JJ. It was a fantastic experience, and I'll now turn you over back to Mike.
Thank you very much. What a enlightening discussion we just had. Thank you very much, John, JJ, and Kai. Okay, so it all boils down to ourselves. Please stay on stage. Okay, as we award the token of appreciation, the certificate. Okay, so let me read the citation. Certificate of appreciation to John Canto and JJ Moreno in recognition for his generosity in sharing his valuable time, knowledge, and insights as a resource speaker in the 6th Ayala FINEX Summit from Stockholder, the Future of Capital, given this 27th of July 2022 at New World Hotel Manila. Signed, Edita Estacio, Chairman, Professional Development Committee, Ronald Gaseco, Liaison Director, Professional Development Committee. And award the certificate, may we call on FINEX President Mike Guarin, PNA Grant Thornton Chairperson, Marivic Españo, Ayala Corporations, Lito Biacora, FINEX Professional Development Chairperson, Edith Estacio, and Professional Development Committee Liaison Director, Ned Gaseco. Okay, so... Okay, a warm round of applause for this very interesting discussion. We learned a lot. So it starts from ourselves and our organization. It will. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Kai. Again, thank you, John and JJ. Thank you. Okay, now on for session number 2. Okay, the topic of our session number 2 is sustainability and compliance to value. During this session, we will have an international speaker. Given the time difference, we will be playing his recorded video message discussing sustainability, but he will join us later in the question and answer portion. So let me introduce him first. Our speaker, Wim Bartels, is a co-leading the CFO network of WBSCD in addition to being partner with Deloitte in the Netherlands. He drives Deloitte's European Sustainability Services and advises businesses on non-financial ESG reporting, climate risk, and assurance. Wim is an accountant by background and currently serves as a member of EFRAG Sustainability Reporting Board that will advise the EU sustainability reporting standards as from this year. Ladies and gentlemen, let's all welcome Mr. Wim Bartels.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very pleased to be able to address you at the Finance Summit. This introduction has been pre-recorded, as otherwise it would have been so early for me that I may not have been sharp or comprehensive, and therefore I pre-recorded, but will be there live at the end of this introduction to answer any questions you might have or comments or feedback that we may discuss. My name is Wim Bartels. I'm a partner with Deloitte, but also the co-lead of the CFO network of the World Business Council for Sustainable Development, the WBCSD. And in that capacity, I'm addressing you here today. At the moment that I record this video, it is the hottest day in Europe so far. We have wildfires all over Europe. We have temperature records, amongst others, in the United Kingdom. And we have river levels that are too low for ships to sail on. For example, the Rhine River, which is a critical river for raw materials as well as products from a number of chemical and other manufacturing plants, is too low for ships to sail on. And that already demonstrates, I think, these kind of events demonstrates how sustainability relates to the value of a company. Not this year, as far as I've heard, but in previous years, companies had to lower production because they did not have the raw materials or could not get their goods transported to further destinations. So imagine what only climate change can mean for the value of companies. But before we step into value creation, let me start also with giving you an insight into how important companies have become over the past decades in society. If you would take the top 100 economies in the world by GDP and for companies' turnover, then the majority of the largest 100 economies in the world would effectively be companies. And Walmart is on top of there. It's the 10th economy in the world by turnover compared to GDP. With that, Walmart is bigger than Spain. It's bigger than Australia. It is just below Canada and Brazil. So that gives you an idea already, I think, about the critical role of business in society. And where for long we have only focused maybe on the profit of companies, with such an important role comes also a responsibility for the well-being of all of us. And we face some significant challenges. There are many. If you talk to people in sustainability world, they easily name you 10, 15 or 20. But at the WBCSD, we narrow them down to 3. One is climate change. The second is the loss of nature. And the third is a social one. It's the crisis of inequality. And that brings it down to 3 key challenges that we at WBCSD with our members believe companies have to address. And given their significance, they can play that role. And that is really a change compared to 5 to 10, 15 years ago. It depends on the type of company that you talk to. Some have been leaders for 20 years already, but many have kind of followed the pack and did some, call it voluntary reporting, set some targets to improve their performance, but not really with an eye to what was essentially needed in society, really to call it go with the flow and comply with some of the standards that over time got out there. To name one, the Global Reporting Initiative that guides companies on how they could or should report if they follow the GRI. And the same applies to the Task Force on Climate-Related Financial Disclosures, TCFD, that I was a member of, and that developed a voluntary framework for reporting on climate-related risks. And to pick that one, many companies started to report against the TCFD, but not really taking action on the risk that they identified or to look for scenarios and what it could mean for their companies. So many companies started with compliance, if you like, follow the pack, do what seems to be behavior from large companies and leave it to that. But with the significance of the impact, as I already said, the challenges that we face, but also the business rationale to do business only in a world where people can live well, there is really a need for businesses to act. And we at the WBCSD believe that a transformation is needed towards 2050 to make sure that more than 9 billion people can live well on a planet that also has its boundaries. And to talk on those boundaries for a second, there are 9 according to science so far. One of them is climate, carbon emissions, but we also have planetary boundaries in terms of water, nitrogen, and biodiversity, for example. And the issue is that if we cross any of these boundaries, we will face significant issues, as we already are experiencing with climate change, and I gave you a few examples of, and that would mean that companies can't do business anymore. So not only is there a role for companies in terms of the impact they have on society, but also would there be an issue the other way around, you wouldn't be able to do business anymore. And for these 9 planetary boundaries, the other issue is they don't stay on their own or are isolated. They interact with each other. So, for example, climate change has also its impact on water, and water has its impact on food. And food, as we can imagine, will have food availability, will have its impact on the ability for people to live well. And that regards and relates to that other point that we have to face, which is the social challenges that we face as well. If we don't manage the environmental challenges in a proper manner, then we will also face societal challenges and societal tension. And sometimes we already see that some of the refugees that we see now in the world are actually, the movements are related to climate change. So there is quite a complex structure, if you like, of challenges that companies can play a significant role in. And as we saw from climate already, the value of the company is already at risk. Now, when we talk about value and value creation, we should maybe a bit further define that. And it depends on where you come from. Some of you might say, well, value creation for me is creating value to all stakeholders. That means not only to my shareholders, but also to employees, to suppliers, to my customers. Others may say, well, value creation for me still is focused on financial value, and primarily with that my shareholders and or financing parties. Whatever perspective you take, it is clear, hopefully, so far from my introduction, that sustainability will have an impact regardless. If you're of the first view, you would need to think about what your products, your activities would mean for employees, for their health, what it would mean for customers, for the livability of their within the environment. If you are of the view that it's only or primarily to be focused on shareholders or the financial conditions of the company, then I already illustrated what climate change can mean for the value of your business. And think then about the changes in biodiversity, the nitrogen issues that we, for example, face in the Netherlands. And you can imagine that will ultimately, sooner or later, also have an impact on your company and your company's value. So one way or the other, this is to be taken into account by now. For value of company, personally, I take always two angles, and not only value creation, but also value protection. So sometimes you may consider the current business model to be the right one, and not necessarily see an opportunity for your company to further create a value for shareholders and/or financial parties. But then you still would have to look at protecting that value of your company. So that comes with the question, what does climate change mean for the value of my assets? What should I do with my investments, and how long will they last in the normal cycle? But what will change over time that may impact the life cycle, the economic life cycle of my assets? Still, in the end, you would say there may need to be changes to the business model. Maybe I can no longer produce in the way I was used to date. All of that, whether you go with the one angle or the other, should come with investments to protect, but also investments to look for new products, potentially to assist in getting us to a net zero economy by improving your products, and with that in research and development. And therefore, investments, management of investments and the sustainability issues and review of the business model are becoming increasingly important. And traditionally, all those topics had been, let's say, within the portfolio of the sustainability officer, in many cases as a kind of an isolated function within the company. But nowadays, it's no longer the sustainability officers alone. It is also really the CFOs that we need to look into investments, business cases, business model, and management of information flows, as well as the asset value. So because of that, the WBCSD started about 1.5 years ago, the CFO network. And to be honest with you, 5 or 10 years ago, there would have been no chance that there would have been a CFO network at the WBCSD. There was simply no interest. Nowadays, we already very quickly got up to 50 CFOs of global companies coming together, and we're counting because we see increasing interest. To address some of these topics that I named earlier, but maybe I should elaborate a little more on each of them. And I start with disclosures or information. That may seem not the ultimate goal, and it isn't, but if we want to know what we need to do, like in financial world, then we need information and we need disclosures for the company itself, but also for investors to understand the potential risks that a company faces, but also for wider stakeholders, for employees who may or may not want to work with certain companies, and for wider society, including governments. So disclosure is nowadays high on the agenda. The EU has set specific goals to get to a sustainable economy by 2050 in 5 environmental areas. And in order to make sure that we make sufficient progress, the EU said we need also disclosures in order to be able to track and trace where we are putting our efforts and whether it is enough. And then in addition to that, also at the global level, disclosure initiatives have been taken. The ISSB under the IFRS Foundation now also has started to work on sustainability disclosures that would inform investors about potential impacts on the value of companies. And on the back of that, also the SEC is now looking closer into climate-related risk and opportunities as a first step in the sustainability field. For CFOs, all of this means that we need to have our voice in, that the disclosures need to be appropriate, balanced, and manageable. Within the companies, it means that companies need to look into the right type of information, not only in terms of the indicators itself, but also the quality of those. So therefore, controls and the reporting cycle is important, and that is in the remit of the CFOs normally. We also need to understand how social factors play in. The focus is really on environment at the moment, even more on climate. But as said earlier, social factors are also playing an increasingly important role. For example, in the US, there is a big debate and high attention to the equality of people within the US. The Black Lives Matter movement, you will surely have heard about that, has really taken off in the US, and there's high attention to giving people equal opportunities. And if companies don't address it, then they may face risks from people no longer want to work with them, customers being stepping away from companies and doing business with them, and talent maybe leaving the company, apart from regulatory actions. So with the CFO network, we're also looking into the S of ESG, as we call it, the S of social, and see what that could mean for CFOs. But finally, and maybe most importantly, we need to look into the valuation of companies and the methodologies. Those of you who are familiar with the valuation will know that most of the times evaluation is done by taking a forecast for a certain number of years, in many cases 5 or so, of profits and turnover and market position, and then taking a terminal value. But that is no longer doing justice to these developments in wider society. And taking a terminal value just as is without taking into account the future risks does not really get you also to the right value. So we need different valuation methodologies, is our conviction at WBCSD, and we're working on looking into what current methodologies are and how these can be improved. But as a step towards that, we also believe that it's critical to change the communication with investors. No longer only communicating on financial numbers and financial position, but also on the topics that matter to the longer term value of the company. That may still be focusing on the ultimate financial implications, but we believe that investors nowadays already should be informed about major impacts on the environment or social factors that may have an impact also the other way around on the financial value of the company. So we are working on a program to look into better capital market days and learn from best practices to also structure further investor relations and investor communications. And we put that all in context of what we call redesigning the capital markets, which we really believe is needed in order to continue our capitalist model whilst taking account of all stakeholders that play an important role in our society. And that would recognize not only the interest of all stakeholders, but also the interest of the company itself. Now, coming to conclusions for my introduction here today, and as said, after this I will be there to answer any questions you might have. I was thinking about recommendations that I would have for you, and I decided to reduce them to 3. So the first one being to really start considering sustainability from a long-term business implication angle, both risk and opportunities. That would include a strategic exercise, not just a sustainability department doing a materiality analysis, but a real strategic exercise to assess the potential impacts that could impair the resilience of your company, and to really grasp that at the board level in a qualitative manner in many cases, I know from experience, but really to increase your understanding of what some of these sustainability developments may mean for your company. The second recommendation I would have for all of you this morning is to engage the financial function in sustainability. I explained on the work of the CFO network, so it may be an obvious one for you, but engaging the CFO is critical to build business cases, to consider investments and sustainability in all investments that you do, to set up information flows and information systems that are controlled in a proper way such that you can take decisions on the basis of these and manage your sustainability performance for the long-term resilience of the company. And with that, I would also see a role for the CFO to really implement these controls and make it part of risk management. So engaging the CFO function is the second recommendation I would have for you today. And then the final one, as I limited myself to 3, is to start communicating with the capital markets about sustainability, about your sustainability for your company, about what it means for your long-term resilience, and what it could mean for the return for the investors on their investment. So with that, you would make it relevant for your value, you would increase your understanding, and you would get into dialogues with investors. What I've heard to date is that not too many investors are that interested, so an active push is needed, but will result in that dialogue as soon as investors start to understand that there are real risks related to a sustainability topic. So that is what I would recommend you finally. With that, I come to the end of my presentation introduction here today. Thank you very much for watching the video for so long, and hopefully live we can have a further discussion and or answer your questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Wim, for that very interesting discussion on the topic sustainability from compliance to value. So sabi niya, we have to engage, communicate with our stakeholders. So shortly, we're going to meet Wim live via Zoom. Okay, to facilitate the question and answer portion, we will be joined by Ms. Malu Cristobal, Chair of MI Capital Corporation, joined via Zoom also. She will moderate this open forum. So let me call on Ms. Malu Cristobal.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Wim, for that enlightening presentation and for providing a good perspective on corporate sustainability. Let me start by putting sustainability in the context of current economic developments. Countries and businesses across the globe are facing alarming inflation, rising interest rates, threats to recession. Will sustainability goals be tempered or pushed back in order for companies to be able to cope and address these more pressing economic and business problems?
Yes, good morning, Malu, and good morning all at the summit. Thank you for inviting me. And thank you, Malu, for that first question. A challenging one right away that we're really looking for. What we have seen, I think, in many cases is the moment things get to shorter term, companies also start to react on the shorter term. So your point on what does it mean when we have, well, a situation of war, we should not forget, of inflation and all these economic developments. Yes, at some companies you see that same how do you say, reflex, if you like, which is, oh, now we need to focus on the short term. Let's go a little back in our sustainability efforts. At the same time, I must say that as I also shared in my introduction, those the companies that have a kind of grasped it because they have discussed it at board level, they will understand, like they do for their strategy, right? Most companies have a longer term strategy. They don't change their strategy once there is sudden inflation. They will, if inflation goes on for 2 or 3 years, they will have to take short-term actions. But for sustainability, we should also not forget that some of these measures will have short-term positive impacts, right? So in Europe, as you may know, there is an energy crisis.
Yes, the question of how do you go green when there's an energy crisis?
Yeah. Well, but the good thing of that is many companies are now really looking into their energy supply. They are reducing gas consumption just because of the prices. And it makes them aware, like, shouldn't I go green because of the economic developments rather than despite the economic development. So it's a bit of a mix. There's definitely reflects back to your question. But I think the longer term trend is now really there to stay in my so
you stay steadfast on your sustainability goals. Okay, let's put aside the current economic or business turmoil, and there are perceived barriers that tend to hold back the development of sustainability practices, competing priorities, if you will. And I think this was partly taken up in the prior session. On one hand, there's the need to achieve growth and profitability for a lot of companies on a quarter after quarter basis. And on the other hand, there's the need to address environmental and social concerns. So how should management find the right balance and achieve consonance between these two seemingly sometimes conflicting, but really always competing priorities?
Right. Yeah, that's a very good question, and it is really a challenge for many. I think. Let me start with saying it depends on first of all on the stance you want to take as management, right? And I link it a bit back to my introduction. So if you are a company that says, and a board, right, with that says, well, I just want to survive economically. I know the societal concerns, but it's not really my role to take these on, right? We could discuss for a long time whether that's the right approach, but it's a choice you can make. If
and
you
it's
do,
certainly valid,
and it's valid, as you say. If you do, then the question still is what is my position in the marketplace? What are my competitors doing, or what may they be doing? And what is the position also in the value chain? So then to give another example, but related to this, we all know Unilever, the global food company. They have decided a long time ago, we want to be a sustainable company. They can do because they are so large, so big, right? They're one of the big economies in the world, so to say. So they can take such a view. But if you are in Unilever's supply chain, you will be asked to work on their purpose because you deliver to them. Understanding where your position in the value chain is as a company makes you already think of the actions you have to take towards these societal concerns, even if you call it don't want to, right?
You kind of pull back and look at yourself, not too myopically, but look at yourself in the context of a bigger, as you said, value chain or ecosystem.
Absolutely.
I do have a follow-up question on that. And this is also the perception that corporate sustainability is only for the big boys, that it requires, financial resources, time, and manpower commitment, which most small companies wouldn't have or would not have enough of. In the Philippines, for example, more than 99% of enterprises are MSMEs, micro, small, and medium scale. So how do you get a buy-in, or how do you get them started on the sustainability journey,
Right.
faced as they are already with limitations to start with?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, two responses I would have there. The first is bring it down to the essence and focus. So if you are a reseller of products, right? So you're just a trader in essence, and you're small, then don't try to capture and address the social concerns necessarily, right? But think like, okay, what are the products that I buy, and what are and sell? What are the key environmental impacts of these? What can I do with these environmental impacts, and bring them back to 2, 3, 4. So don't make it too complex. I also tend to say this to large companies, by the way, but this is the first. The second is think of it comes back a bit to our earlier conversation. Bring it back to the economic implications. Can I reduce energy consumption by looking at how I do my trade? Can I reduce transport, for example? Can I do direct delivery rather than bringing it first to a store or a place where I really sell the product? So it is taking these key environmental or social issues and then think through what could I do economically to further save money. That is for small companies the best I think to start with.
Look at how it impacts on their operation and start
exactly
with small things. Okay.
Yeah.
In the earlier session, there were a lot of terms being used: purpose-driven, sustainability transition, which can get to be kind of nebulous. And sometimes it can be very difficult to wrap your arms around these terms. Now, we do have, I guess, members of the audience that are just starting and are taking the initial steps toward pursuing, sustainability practices. How would management package or present its sustainability goals so that it is able to achieve resonance, or it's able to sell this to the board? Sometimes it doesn't always be, it's not always a top-down pursuit of sustainability. It could be management wanting to do it, but having to sell it to the board. And you could have board members who are skeptical about the cost against the benefit equation. So what's a good way for management to package the sustainability goals?
Yes, that's a very good question, because my experience with boards is that some of them, as you say, are skeptical. Some of them, if not many of them, do also not really understand sustainability. And I don't mean that really in a personal way, but it's just a kind of a fact of life. So if you would come with a big sustainability agenda, we need to work on all these topics, you will not only meet skepticism, but also, what is this about? And if people get uncertain, most of the times they don't decide on let's say positively on what you propose, right? So you should bring them at ease also, right? And explain in simple ways what it means. If you want to start with sustainability and bring that to the board, I would personally say bring it down to the 3, 4, 5, as I said earlier, also for small companies, the 3, 4, 5 elements that really impact the business. Now, the question,
concrete, measurable.
Absolutely. And don't try to start with, now we need to become a purpose-driven company, because
or we're saving the planet.
Exactly. It's too big. You may not be able to deliver on it, and that impairs your credibility. And the same applies, by the way, I should not forget to mention that, is with the word sustainability, right? It means many things to many different people. So, it is not an easy term. and it's a kind of all and everything or nothing, right? So you better not talk about sustainability, but you talk about climate change. I have been involved with the TCFD, and we talked about climate risk, but even climate risk is, what do you mean, right? What do you mean with climate risk? If you then bring it down, and I know that also applies to the Philippines, to extreme weather events, right? Then people start to relate to it. We all know, I said in my introduction, we have a very hot summer again in Europe. Well, many people will recall the hot summer of this year and last year and the year before. And you can explain in, let's say, concrete terms what it means. So if, given a social example, because we are easily talking about environment, if you can demonstrate that people do not want to work with your company because you don't address topics of sustainability, and you can demonstrate that, then you have a very concrete example of what sustainability means. And then the board will understand and say, oh, if that's the case, then we need to work on this. So those are, I think, the types of approaches you could take. Does that resonate with you, Manu?
Should companies appoint a chief sustainability officer? And should the chief sustainability officer be different from your CFO, where they track parallel lines but are interconnected? Or should you have a CFO who is at the same time the chief sustainability officer?
Wow, that's a question. That's a question. Well, ideally, yes. Ideally, you have it in one person. But reality now, reality is that CFOs are CFOs for a reason, right? They understand processes, systems, finance, etc. It is difficult to then also find a person who understands that and understands the full breadth of sustainability. Now, the tricky thing with sustainability officers is that many of them have been a kind of isolated people in companies. They do the sustainability stuff, then I do the real business stuff. So the tricky thing is to have a sustainability officer that is linked to the board, if not a member of the board, and who is there to not necessarily address, let's say, all the sustainability initiatives. That is what a CFO can also do, investment, business cases, etc. But someone who is what I tend to call the radar of the company. So the person who says, like, watch this, there is a new trend coming that we should address. We have not worked on our energy efficiency, and I have seen 10 examples over the past year that we need to address it, and then to bring that to the CFO and look into investment cases. So integrated, connected, but in reality, most of the times it's a separate person.
It's interesting. Okay. You mentioned in your presentation the issue of investors. And I want to have your take on whether investors are rewarding sustainability champions. Are we really seeing pricing premiums being given to sustainability practitioners, adherents to good sustainability practices?
Yeah. The answer to that is yes and no. Yes, you may have heard about all the ESG ratings and rankings and the rise of these ratings because sustainability investing is such a topical area nowadays. With that in mind, a company that performs a little better than others on ESG matters will get a premium or will be selected to be invested in against others. So in that regard, yes. But no, in a sense of when you look, and this is the majority, it's not all investors, there are real impact investors. But most of the investors are just mainstream, want to make a financial return. For many of them, it is not being rewarded to really address sustainability, to say, like, I'm going to invest extra money so that impairs your return, extra money to address a sustainability topic. Most of the times that is not being rewarded. And unfortunately, I just read that, for example, our largest asset manager in the world, BlackRock, is getting lower on sustainability, whereas they said they were really stepping into this. So yeah, we don't see a clear trend yet that is positive.
So it's not yet mainstreamed.
Say again?
It's not yet mainstream, meaning to say.
No, it's not mainstream. No, it's not mainstream at all.
Okay.
It's not mainstream at all.
All right. But for investors, if you look at financial performance, that's easy to do. I mean, it's easy to look at to rate companies on the basis of financial performance. You have your liquidity ratio, your solvency ratio, profitability ratio, efficiency ratio. So, and you can compare companies and price them differently. But for sustainability, I mean, how do you really rate them? How does an investor determine the level of development of sustainability practices by one company versus another?
Yeah. Well, that comes back to these ESG ratings. So most investors, again, do not conduct real fundamental research, not real fundamental long-term research.
Yes.
They need to, do transactions, right? So so in most cases, what you see is they rely on others to tell whether a company is sustainable or not, and they go to the ESG ratings or they take a certain ranking rather than really doing the research themselves. I was surprised by that when I learned about it about 6-7 years ago. I was honestly hoping for some smarter approaches, but no, many just go with the flow there, I should say.
You mentioned in your presentation about disclosures, and we know for a fact that governments through the regulatory agencies are increasingly demanding more and more disclosures, especially if, I guess, for publicly listed companies with I guess as we call it in Philippines, secondary licenses. Looking at it from a different angle, what is the role that the government should play in advancing corporate sustainability?
Yeah, it is a kind of a double bind in a way. So if you think about it, let's say theoretically, right, you hope that companies do the thinking themselves. They design their own strategy, they take their own actions, they take their own journey. They don't just comply, right? Because that will take the thinking away. I was for a long time in that camp, right? When I saw sustainability starting to emerge about 20 years ago, and I was in this field. Over time, I have learned that unfortunately, progress is not sufficient if we just leave it to companies and their investors that you were just asking about. So governance, I think, have a role to play to stimulate sustainable development and therefore to drive it. The balance is, how do we drive it without a kind of turning it effectively down because companies say like, okay, now I only go with compliance and I don't care really about the underlying topic that you try to address. But they have a role to stimulate.
Should it be more carrots or more sticks?
Yeah.
Should the government be providing tax breaks, incentives,
Yeah.
or should it be penalizing on the other hand? Where should the push be coming from?
Yeah, well, as for investors, companies are most and their management, I think, are most let's say driven and get most excited by the carrots, right? They don't like so much the sticks, and I don't know how that's for you, but for me it's the same, right? I like a carrot more than a stick.
I'll put a context. I'll put a context to that, Wim. I mean, and I'm putting a Philippine context here, where you have a government that is facing some fiscal issues, and so the idea of providing tax breaks or incentives will not always be a welcome proposition.
Yes, yeah, and so that is a good addition, because it of course also depends on the part of the world that you're in, right? So in some parts of the world, the sticks sometimes work better. I have to say, when I look for a moment at Europe, in Europe the carrots will work better than the sticks. And the fundamental idea that the European Union has taken, we need finance to drive this, and finance need to give the carrots. We deliver the facts about the carrots, so that the
In what
financial
form do
industry
these
can be driven.
carrots are these carrots offered?
Say again? What?
In what form?
Well, partly it
In
is
Europe, you mentioned the
yeah.
European experience.
It is partly by government in the form of taxation, so essentially subsidies, right? But the basic idea is that with the information that will be provided to the financial industry, which includes, is a company green or not, or is a project green or not, banks and others will decide to invest in the green opportunities, because they understand that otherwise their risk increases, and that will result in a premium, in a financial premium. That is the approach, if you like, that Europe has taken.
I read a very interesting article at The Economist magazine, and this article commented that ESG has fundamental problems. One of them being the fact that you're lumping together, and in the words of that article, a dizzying array of objectives, and not guiding the investors enough towards making the right trade-offs. And they give very interesting examples, and I'm citing this article again, that said, Elon Musk is a governance nightmare, but he produces electric cars that are great for climate change. And then you're talking about the closure of mines that again are good, that would be very good for the environment, but it causes the loss of jobs. And so this article posits that there should be an unbundling of E and the S and the G, and leave the S and the G because there's different perceptions of what governance is, or different sense of what the social ills of specific countries may be, but focus on the E. And that article said that E has got to focus on E, meaning emissions, because that is really where you have the clearest way of creating impact on the bigger E, which is the environment. What's your take on that?
Yeah, I like the idea. I fully agree with the need to unbundle or to demonstrate the trade-offs. I understand that emissions, the E of emissions, is the most prominent topical issue at this very moment, but we would narrow it down too much, I think, if we focus on that. We should not forget, if we focus on emissions today, all of us, it will take us a year or two before we really understand that and can action it, and we will see the first results. So we will easily be 4 or 5 years down the line before we see the effects. So if we would do that now, we would be delayed by 5 years for all the other topics that include the social ones and the governance ones that you named too. So I like the idea to simplify, very much so, but this would be too narrow in my view, although a very urgent issue. I agree.
It's been repeatedly said that sustainable business is successful business. Translating that into, and this is, I think, I'll be winding down, because I've been advised that we do need a hard stop at 12 o'clock and we are nearing the time. So let me just ask you, how do you capture sustainability in very clear metrics in terms of, let's say, measurable performance or concrete actions or clear timelines?
Yeah, the to really to really integrate it into everything you do. It is very important to again to focus it on those couple of issues that you really can manage, that you really think is important for your business, and then look for an indicator. Most of the times that is not the direct indicator, it's an indirect indicator that tells you what drives the result of a sustainability topic, and that is what you should manage. So to give an example for climate risk, you think like, when I need to address climate risk, I should look at carbon emissions, right? Well, maybe it depends on your business, but if you are in certain parts of the world, you need not to look at carbon emissions. You need to look at weather conditions, or you need to look at water availability.
Mm-hmm.
Those indicators then tell you, like, if I don't manage that, then a brewer needs water. If a brewer doesn't have access to water, he will not be able to produce. That's where a sustainable business would be a successful business or not, right? And the indicator then is, in this case, water availability. That's how I would look at it. For investors, don't report 20 indicators they won't understand. Bring it down to 5, even if yourself it are 20, but bring it down to 5.
Final words before we wrap up. Anything that you'd like to advise companies operating in the Philippines on pursuing their sustainability journey?
Yeah, well, you asked some very interesting questions for all kinds of businesses. The WBCSD focuses on, the large companies that would be able to make a worldwide change. But as you say, it applies to all businesses. I would advise anyone to unpack the E, the S, and the G, to look at, for each of those, which topic, how could I relate each topic to my business? So if it is pollution, right, as another example, how could pollution impact my business? And how do I impact pollution? Just the recognition of the issue, that is the first step. The second is then to say, what can I do to improve that, reduce pollution? Most of the times the answer is don't know. Then try another time, look around and find ways to improve efficiency, with that gain cost benefits or revenue increase, and take it from there.
Thank you very much, Wim, for that, for those very practical, easy to wrap around. You to wrap your arms around your advice. It was a very worthwhile conversation with you. And on that note, let me bring back our MC. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Malu. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that very enlightening discussion. Thank you very much, Wim, for waking up so early to be with us today. And also, thank you very much, Ms. Malu Cristobal, for facilitating the question and answer portion. Okay, I am, okay, so in behalf of the organizers, Mr. Mike Guarin, FINEX President, PNA Grant Thornton Chairperson and CEO, Ms. Marivica Españo, Ayala Corporation, Lito Biacora, FINEX Professional Development Chairperson, Edith Estacio, and Professional Development Committee Liaison Officer, Ned Goseco, would like to thank you both for that, again, very enlightening discussion. So we'll have 15-minute break before we proceed to the GMM and induction of officers. Thank you very much. For those who are joining us via Zoom, for those our online participants, we will be on a break, but please join us. Please be back in 15 minutes. See you later.
Good afternoon, everyone. We would like to request everyone to settle down. We will start the program in 1 minute. The Social Involvement Committee of FINEX Foundation is pleased to announce that copies of Handbook of Personal Finance, authored by Ms. Ellen Cabrera, are now available at the FINEX office. Please contact the Secretariat for interested parties. Know the latest in Manila's country-expanding art scene. Join MoCap, an art festival that will feature modern and contemporary art from 19 premier galleries on July 31 at Grand Ballroom, Fairmont, Makati. FINEX invites you to a special general membership meeting on August 2, Tuesday at 12 noon, with the keynote speaker BSP Governor Dr. Felipe M. Medalla. Live attendance at the New World Hotel is offered exclusively to FINEX members. Does your CFO have what it takes to receive the coveted Everlasting Excellence Trophy? Visit our website at www.ingphenexcfoftheyear.com to know more about the nomination. We would now like to thank our year-round sponsors. To our platinum sponsors, KPMG, RG Manabat and Company, and Union Bank of the Philippines. To our gold sponsors, Ayala Land Inc., Filipina Shell Petroleum Corporation, and SGV and Company. And to our patron sponsors, BDO Unibank Inc., P&A Grant Thornton, and San Miguel Corporation.
Good afternoon now, we're back. For those who are joining us virtually, those who are in Zoom, I hope you're back on your computer or on your gadget. So we'll proceed to the next part of the program, which is the 7th General Membership Meeting. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, to formally open our GMM, may I call on the FINEX President, Mr. Mike Gurin, to call the meeting to order. Mike?
Good afternoon, everyone. So I would like to call our 7th General Membership Meeting to order. All right, so I was told now, let's proceed to the present time. So again, good afternoon all FINEX members and officers, and to all of our guests from Ayala, and as well as to our media partners present today. For our 7th General Membership Meeting, it is rather unique for today. Number one, because we were welcomed by a relatively strong earthquake this morning around 8:45, so that makes it unique. And number two, for those who were not here in the morning, we are actually in the middle of our 6th Ayala FINEX Finance Summit. So here inside New World, it's a healthy mix of FINEX members, officers, and all of the officers as well from the different units under Ayala Corp. So right now, with just a few updates on what FINEX has been doing. With recent appointments by the Marcos administration, we are reaching out, and we continue to reach out to the different government agencies and departments to try to meet with them, make sure that they are aware that we are an active partner in nation development, and that and a lot of their initiatives are consistent as well with our own FINEX activities. So just a few, we've already reached out to BS Governor Medalla, DOF Secretary Broco, Socio-Economic Planning Secretary RC Alisahan, Department of Transportation Secretary Jimmy Bautista, and media Secretary as well. So I would like to thank all of the directors and also all the other officers within FINEX who have been spearheading all of these coordination with government agencies and our partners. In particular, so we've already had our dinner, very intimate dinner with Gov Medalla last week. So we were able to share within all of our initiatives, and we definitely, as FINEX, working together side by side with the BSP. And one of the highlights that we mentioned is that we are part of all the working groups of the BSP's National Strategy for Financial Inclusion. It has around 7 working groups, and FINEX is active with at least 2 representatives for each of those working groups. And also, specific to the city of Makati, FINEX is likewise an active member of the Makati Business Development Council, so which intends to provide advisory support to Mayor Binay and her entire team. And then lastly, although the Capital Markets Development Council being chaired by the Department of Finance has not yet started meeting under this new administration, rest assured that FINEX is still ably represented as the vice chair for the Senate Council. So we will be giving you updates as the meetings will commence within the next few weeks and months. Then I would also like to thank, recent as yesterday, we had one of the webinars by our ICT committee, SAS, so Software as a Service, Disruption Through Innovation. It was really a very interesting and very timely webinar for everyone. So I hope those who attended enjoyed it, and for those who weren't able to watch it, feel free to access our Facebook and YouTube recordings for you to go through it. So as mentioned earlier, we are in the middle of the 6th Ayala FINEX Finance Summit. So this morning, we just, around 15 to 20 minutes ago, we just finished with 1/3 of the total program. The first program, main topic was stakeholder capitalism. I would like to thank our speakers and panelists who took part in our program this morning. So just to mention them again, McKinsey and Company, their Senior Vice President, Mr. John Canto, the President and CEO of AF Payments, JJ Moreno, was likewise one of our panelists, and Wim Bartels was our another speaker from this morning. And then we'd like to thank Malu for chairing the interview earlier, and also to Ms. Kai Reyes for the panel discussion with John and JJ. So for AMM, it will focus on the topic of what are the investment initiatives of the Ayala Corporation. So for the next hour and a half, maybe 2 hours, we are being graced by the presence of the investment committee chair of Ayala, Mr. Eric Franchos, who arrived here relatively early. So thank you, Eric, for that, and also for the panelists. We're graced by the president, the newly installed president and CEO of BPI Asset Management and Trust Company, Tere Marshall. Thank you very much. And thirdly, the second panelist for our session during this GNM, we have FINEX past President Jimmy Ismael. Thank you, Jimmy, for accepting our invitation. Who's currently, for those of you who might not know it, but all of us should know it, President and CEO of Qualimed Healthcare and Healthway Philippines. So I'll stop at that. Again, thank you for all of those who are here present, and rest assured for all the FINEX members and officers, we still have a lot of activities still in line for the rest of the year, and we hope to see you all in all of those subsequent activities. Again, good afternoon, enjoy your lunch, and mabuhay ang FINEX.
Thank you very much, President Mike. Okay, thank you. Now, on this part of the program, we welcome the new members of FINEX. To introduce the new members, may I call on the Chair of Membership Committee, Mr. Carlos Cervantes. He will be joining us via Zoom.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me? Everyone, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. We will now induct the following new members. I shall call on the name, stating also the company position, the company, and sponsors. First off would be Mr. Inigo Garcia, SVP, Head of Directorate, Operations and Support, Trinity Insurance and Reinsurance Brokers Incorporated, sponsored by Christopher Ferrareza. Second is Fritz Gerald Lakap. He's attending via Zoom, Vice President, Business Development and Corporate Planning, Bloomberry Resorts Corporation, sponsored by Reynaldo Lugdu. Third would be Joseph Adalbert Legasto, Deputy Chief Finance Officer of DMCI Holdings Incorporated, sponsored by Herbert Consunhi. Okay. To add solemnity to this occasion, may I request all members on site to stand, and those via Zoom to open your cameras, please, and may I call our President Michael Arcatume H. Gorin for their oath of membership. Thank you.
Thank you, Kaloy. So may I ask all of the applicants to please raise your right hand for the oath. So I state your name.
I, Fritz Lakap,
having been accepted as a member of the Financial Executives Institute of the Philippines,
having been accepted with the Financial Institution of the Philippines,
do hereby solemnly swear that I will faithfully discharge to the best of my ability my duties and responsibilities.
do I solemnly swear
in the pursuit of its goals and objectives, and that I will protect and uphold its constitution and bylaws. that I will abide by code of ethics, that I will observe the highest professional, moral, and ethical standards,
the medical standards,
and that I voluntarily impose this obligation upon myself without mental reservation or purpose of evasion.
the purpose of obligations.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you and welcome to FINEX.
Welcome to FINEX.
Congratulations, Fritz.
Thank you.
Congrats, Fritz, and
Thank
everyone.
you.
Our new members, and thank you, Kaloy and President Mike. Okay, so we now proceed to the next part of the program. It says here, it's the main part of the program, main part of the summit. Okay, for the main part of the program, our topic will be investment initiatives of Ayala Corporation. We will have as our keynote speaker, Mr. Eric Francia. Eric is the president and CEO of ASEN. Under his leadership, Ayala has established its energy platform from a standing start in 2011 to become one of the largest renewable energy platforms in Southeast Asia with over 3,300 megawatts of attributable renewables capacity. Eric is also a managing director and member of the management committee of Ayala Corporation since 2009 and was appointed as chairman of Ayala's investment committee in 2021. He's also a director of various Ayala Group companies including AC Infrastructure, AC Health, AC Ventures, and as a chairman and CEO of ACE Exinor. Eric earned a master's degree in management studies at the University of Cambridge in the United Kingdom, graduating with first-class honors. He received his undergraduate degree in humanities and political economy from the University of Asia and the Pacific, graduating magna cum laude. During this talk, we will be having two panelists. First is Ms. Maria Teresa CEO of BPI Asset Management and Trust Corporation. She leads the asset and wealth management business of the bank, providing wide range of investment, trust, and wealth management solutions to corporate, institutional, high net worth, mass affluent, and retail client segments. Ms. Marshall is a seasoned banker. Through 27 years of experience, she has developed expertise in a broad range of disciplines including investment management and trust, corporate banking, debt and equity capital markets, finance, corporate strategy, and sustainability. She has held senior leadership positions in BPI. In 2014, she was recognized as one of the top 25 most influential women in asset management in Asia by Asian Investor. Ms. Marshall is an advocate of marine conservation and renewable energy. She has a master's degree in economics from the University of the Philippines, Diliman, and a bachelor's degree in economics cum laude from the University of the Philippines, Los Baños. She completed the advanced management program at Harvard Business School in 2010 and the CFA Institute Investment Management Workshop also at Harvard Business School in 2006. Our second panelist is Mr. Jimmy Ismael. He is the president and CEO of Healthway Philippines Inc., the holding company of Ayala Healthcare Holdings Inc., for its hospital and clinics portfolio, which includes Mercado General Hospitals Inc., Healthway Medical Clinics Inc., and Zodiac Health Ventures Inc. He was formerly chairman, president, and CEO of Ortigas Land Corporation, one of the leading real estate companies in the Philippines, with over 90 years of development and track record. Mr. Ismael was formerly Senior Vice President of Ayala Land Inc., seconded to Ortigas Land Corporation. He was also former Group CFO of Ayala Land Inc. Jimmy is also involved in various organizations outside of the company. He is the President of Shareholders Association of the Philippines, trustee and member of the Executive Committee of CIBI Foundation, Chairman of the Committee on CFO Competency Program of FINEX Academy, and Fellow of the Institute of Corporate Directors. He is also President of Alumni Tree Project RMHS Manila. He holds a degree in Business Management, major in Accounting at the University of the East Manila, and a certified public accountant, placing 14th in the October 1980 CPA Board examinations. He earned an MBA, major in Finance, at the Wharton School and MA in International Studies at the School of Arts and Sciences of the University of Pennsylvania in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. And she is a fellow of the Joseph H. Lauder Institute of Management and International Studies. He also attended the executive program of the University of Michigan. He was a recipient of 2011 IMG FINEX CFO of the Asset Magazine. Wow! Ang gagaling ng ating mga speakers and panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome Mr. Eric Francia, to be followed by Ms. Teresa Marshall, and of course, our very own Mr. Jimmy Ismael. Ladies and gentlemen, another warm round of applause.
All right. Thank you, Mai. Good afternoon to everyone. It's great to be here in person. And I hope that everyone is safe. I heard this morning that our folks at ASEN, who's, I think this is being broadcasted live at the 35th floor ASEN offices. So I hope that my colleagues, your legs are all holding up well. I know you all walk down 35 floors, unlike people here who didn't even bother to walk down one floor down. But anyway, I'm glad that everyone is safe. Last year, I had the pleasure of speaking to some of you about ASEN's sustainability journey. And I thought that was a very interesting discussion. And I hope that you're not tired of me speaking with you. But don't worry, this time I'll be wearing a different hat. I was asked to wear my hat as part of the investment committee of Ayala Corp, and I look forward to the panel with my esteemed colleagues from Ayala, Jimmy and Tere. There's a little bit of risk. I was given 30 minutes for this talk, but didn't have time to prepare a script, so I might go over that, just a heads up, but hopefully we can make it tight. But anyhow, I will be focusing on Ayala's investment initiatives, especially amidst the structural shifts and the shocks that we have been experiencing in the world. That is the theme. And just as a backdrop, just in the past 14 years, you can imagine, we have lived through 3 global shocks. And I've had the benefit of being with Ayala, seeing through, navigating through these 3 shocks. I joined just in time. I joined Ayala in the middle of GFC. Not as fortunate as my friend Jimmy, who's lived through even the Asian financial crisis, right, Jimmy? I'm not sure if, or maybe even the 70s global oil shock, but not quite. Wala ka pa sa Ayala nun. Anyway, we'll clarify with later this afternoon. But anyhow, these are shocks that we have to navigate through. But I guess the first point here is it's almost impossible to predict what's to come, to predict these shocks. And therefore, it is always an imperative. I think most of you folks are finance professionals. It is imperative. That is why it is an imperative to have a resilient, a strong balance sheet, regardless of when, so that you are ready when, not if, these kinds of shocks or left curveballs will come and rear its ugly head. And that is the hallmark, in fact, of Ayala Corp. That is prime in its approach to keep the balance sheet always solid and resilient. Having said all that, amidst all of these shocks and issues, challenges, there is always a silver lining. If you notice, in each of these three events, massive events, there is always a silver lining. In the case of GFC, this was the global response was massive, low interest rates, quantitative easing that led to some booms, especially in real estate and infrastructure. In the case of COVID-19, while it is very, very painful and unfortunate, there are some silver linings, especially in the field of digitalization, which accelerated this inevitable phenomenon. In the case of the Russia-Ukraine crisis, this has led to soaring fossil fuel prices, and guess what? It makes renewables and storage an imperative and much more competitive. Those are silver linings that we have to make sure that we leverage. As they say, don't waste a good crisis. In the case of Ayala, having gone through these three shocks in the last 14 years, apart from a strong balance sheet, we're very fortunate to have a well-diversified portfolio. And as you can imagine, each of our major components of our portfolio was able to uniquely address these opportunities that came out of these crises. In the case of the GFC, Ayala Land was able to really transform itself and grow exponentially given the low interest rate environment and the easy money, quantitative easing environment. And then if you add on to that the strong BPO remittances, BPO revenues and OF remittances, plus the housing backlog, it was really a great decade for an Ayala Land, only to be stopped on its tracks with the onset of COVID-19. But then with COVID-19, digitalization was unlocked, right? The potential of digitalization accelerated, and obviously Globe had the excellent platform under Mint and GCash to really scale up and level up, and I will share some of the data and insights in a little while. And of course, as we are still going through the crisis of the pandemic, the third shock overlapped, which is quite challenging. As if it was not enough, we were already experiencing global supply chain issues brought about by the pandemic, and then here comes Mr. Putin attacking Ukraine and resulting in the soaring of commodity prices and a lot of raw materials and input prices globally, on top of the supply chain issues, leading to significant inflation levels that we haven't seen in the last since the 1980s, and triggering response from the central banks with aggressive interest rate hikes. But guess what? Against this backdrop, ASEN, being a renewables-focused company, has a lot of opportunities to unlock in this energy crisis, and BPI is already unlocking its potential with the rising interest rates. I'm sure Tere is benefiting, and my good friend TG is benefiting for those higher interest rates, in addition to the digital transformation that's happening with the bank. So it's a perfect opportunity for the bank to really expand and transform itself. The evolution of the Ayala portfolio has been quite dynamic over the past decade and a half amidst these so-called structural shifts and global shocks. I just wish to highlight a few of the key the key portfolio moves that we have done over the past decade and a half. One is a new business, Ayala. We pride ourselves to be in the business of building new businesses in a similar fashion that Globe was basically practically a greenfield business in the 90s. And in the last decade and a half, it was ASEN that was really scaled up to join the other bigger brothers, if you will, to become a core value driver for Ayala. But this was on the back of a structural theme in terms of the growing demand for Philippines power sector, but later on, the growing demand for renewables and more sustainable power. We also, one of the more significant moves that we did, apart from the $1 billion investment in ASEN, which, by the way, Lito, just a reminder, we've substantially returned most of that $1 billion of capital. We've also invested $1 billion in BPI, over $1 billion through the stock rights offering and secondary shares we bought out our partner, DBS, in 2013. And as a result, Ayala increased its stake over the last decade or so from 33 to 48%. So, and now that BPI is primed for this digital transformation and thrive in the high interest rate environment, I think that this will bode well for our portfolio. Thirdly, given the dynamic portfolio, given Ayala Land's aggressive growth in the last decade, courtesy of Tony Aquino's leadership, we had to recapitalize Ayala Land, and Ayala Corp allowed some dilution and reduction in our ownership, but that was to be temporary. Lately, we have been building up our stake in Ayala Land as well through some buybacks and share swap, especially as the market weakens. It's a good opportunity to strengthen or rebuild our position. And then finally, to sharpen our portfolio, which has been a focus consistently of Ayala Corp. We have done so in the past with a divestment, for example, of BPO and other legacy businesses under AC Ventures, but we continue to do so. This is more of a consistent thing that we have to be doing as a conglomerate or holding company. Now, two of the underlying themes or mega trends that cut across our core businesses are digitalization and decarbonization. And this is really a key focus of the Ayala Group in terms of how we will be growing all of our businesses, especially the core and the emerging businesses. We believe that both digitalization and decarbonization are multi-decade phenomena. Just imagine replacing all that cash will take a long time with the role. We have some examples here. Some of the more exciting and recent ones are the sectors of health technology, for instance, the sector of media and entertainment. Just recently made an announcement of Roma in the sectors of shared services in e-commerce as a partnership with Google, for instance, and many other relevant factors where it can disrupt or transform. So this is a space that we're quite excited and supportive of, even at Ayala Lab. And then finally, in the space of digitalization, we also encourage heavily collaboration and delivering synergies across the Ayala Group. And these are just two examples to show some tangible synergy initiatives. In the case of BPI and Globe, rather than BPI creating a competing super app, fintech super app, why would it do it? Right, and compete with something that's already dominant in the space. So might as well collaborate and use that successful platform. And these are the examples that BPI has done, and early results are very, very promising and encouraging. While on top of that, or complementing that, of course, BPI will have digital platforms targeted towards its customers as opposed to the more mass super app that GCash has. In the case of healthcare, Globe and HD Health, and I believe that Jimmy will be speaking to this more later, have been collaborating in the space where you intersect healthcare and technology. There are multiple platforms within the Ayala Group, and recently we made an announcement to integrate that platform, hopefully, create what is the myth of healthcare. It's an exciting space. We're very positive about this space. It's long-term, but it's very, very impactful if we can get this right, and the momentum is definitely there. Happy for Jim to speak about this more later. Now, shifting gears, my favorite topic, which is decarbonization and sustainability. So let's leave aside digitalization for the moment. This is the second powerful megatrend that Ayala is serious about and is scaling up. Similar to the digitalization at the core of a business, which is enshrined in Mint, for example, and future businesses that will be created by 917 Ventures. On the sustainability and decarbonization front, the biggest subsector there in the world is renewables. And that is where we started. And our poster child for that is, of course, ASEN, which has decided to shift its focus to become a 100% renewable company by 2025. Again, we always had the aspiration of being a sustainable-oriented energy company, but in 2011, when we started ASEN, AC Energy still at that time, it simply wasn't actionable because the country needed reliable and affordable power, which renewables, unfortunately, at that time cannot provide. So we started with coal, and we got to a scale to 1,000 megawatts by 2016 after 5 years. And that's when, and the beauty of that is we reached a scale that was adequate enough to make a difference, but it's not too big relative to our competitors that we can still make that strategic pivot and say, you know what? We see the world changing. We see sustainability being an increasingly powerful force, and renewables getting more and more competitive and scalable. Let's make that call and redefine our market, which used to be Philippine power market between 2011 and 2016. In 2016, we decided let's redefine our market to the regional renewables market. And today, it's been a massive transformation for ASEN. We've grown from 80 megawatts of renewables in 2016 to 3,400 today. That's 42 times growth. In the last 3 years alone, we grew by 6 times from a little over 500 megawatts to 3,400 today. And I'm excited that on October 9, we're actually announcing when we do our quarterly briefing for ASEN, we will be announcing our 2030 2030 vision and strategy. Unfortunately, this meeting came before that, so we cannot talk about it. Otherwise, my compliance department will call my cell phone to still active. But maybe in the next year's meeting, I can discuss our 2030 vision strategy. Self-invited. So, sorry, we lost the PowerPoint presentation. Oh, it's on the other side. Okay. Okay. So in terms of synergies, we also ensure that we collaborate across the group in terms of synergies on decarbonization and matters of sustainability. The one poster child for that, as flashed on the screen, is our collaboration with Ayala for our Alaminos Sustainability Hub project, which is one of a kind. It houses it's a 300-hectare land in Alaminos, Laguna, just an hour away from Makati. 120 megawatts solar, 40 megawatts battery storage, surrounded by the harbor forest, courtesy of Ayala land. And we do a lot of sustainability initiatives, including recycling, circular economy, we recycle all the plastics that we use in solar plants, convert them to eco bricks, and we will sustain the program even after the construction. We are doing a circular program with the community on waste management and so forth. So it's a very nice synergy project. Ayala is a long-term contract until 2050 with ASEN. They basically enable the investment in the solar power plant. So it's a classic case of collaboration in the name of sustainability. The other collaboration and synergy, which is STOCK, Energy Transition Mechanism, which is quite the first in the world, where we committed with the help of our investors, partner investors, particularly PPI, was one of the largest supporters of this. Of course, RCDC is also a great supporter of this initiative. And then on the debt side, of this energy transition mechanism. And then on the equity side, which we just firmed up yesterday with Insular 9, who is investing as well on the equity side of this transaction, as well as a special purpose vehicle that will be managed by the BPI Asset Management and will bring in high net worth individuals and institutional investors to invest in this unique mechanism. ETM was invented by ADB. The thesis here was there are purpose-driven investors who will be looking to invest in coal plants with an aim of closing them down, retiring them earlier than its technical life and transitioning it to a cleaner technology. So that's what the ETM is all about. So ASEN has committed to do just that, and that is why it has been supported by our ETM investors. So quite a unique proposition. And happy to go into more details in the future. Next slide, please. Now, as a group, Ayala Corp, as the holding company, as a mother company, has declared its commitment to net zero by 2050. Late last year, more than half of the world's most by 2050. I know that I caught a little bit of the discussion this morning on what is the most important ESG metric and so forth. Definitely emissions is ranks among the top. I think this is going to be an increasing demand among the stakeholders, and it's important for companies because we are behind the curve in the Philippines. The country hasn't committed yet to net zero. A lot of the corporates here have not committed yet to net zero. I think it's just a matter of time because investors will require it, customers will require it, employees love it, and other stakeholders. I think it's a matter of time. Of course, we can always debate that there may be risks in terms of committing too early or pricing yourself out of the market. This is a journey that we are going through. We don't have all the answers. In a big way, this is a leap of faith in terms of committing net zero, even if you don't have all the answers yet. In our case, for instance, we have a 12 to 18-month engagement with South Pole to really help us take through that journey what net zero means. So for example, in the case of ASEN, we're about to finish our phase one, which is the baselining, which is quantifying all our emissions, not just scope 1 and scope 2, but also scope 3, which arguably is the most challenging. For those of you who are not familiar, just as a sidebar, scope 3, scope 1 is the emissions that you produce directly. So in our case, our coal-fired power plants before the divestment. Scope 2 is the electricity that you purchase, the emissions related to that. And then scope 3 is your supply chain. You know, when we buy solar panels, we get charged for emissions, part of our scope 3, depending on how our solar panel manufacturer produced it, whether it's through clean energy or not, did they emit, and so forth. So even for a renewable energy company like us, it's not automatic that we will become net zero just because we produce all renewable energy. We have to make sure that our supply chain also adheres to net zero. And that is a challenge. We don't have all the answers how to get there, but it is a journey and we are learning, but we have taken that leap of faith. And then next, we do have, in the same way that Globe and 917 is looking at the other aspects, the various aspects of digitalization, we, in the field of decarbonization, should also look at what is beyond renewables. Renewables may be the largest, but it is only a part of the decarbonization imperatives. Flashed here are the different opportunities or imperatives that contribute to decarbonization or net zero. And these present a lot of good, solid business opportunities as well. Not to say that we will do all of this, but we will be certainly taking a look at that, be it from the ASEN point of view or Ayala Group point of view. But these are all exciting areas to look at and to address. Actually excited on a personal level. I was telling some of the folks here that I got my first electric vehicle last night. So I have to walk the talk, so thank you. Yeah, so yeah, and I was told that, you know, Shell, for example, does have a station already in Mamplasan, which I will try in the weekend when I get to Tagaytay. So make sure that I get enough power for that vehicle. So looking forward to try that. Next slide, please. So shifting gears, and I'm getting to the end of this presentation. Beyond digitalization and decarbonization, Ayala is, given that we are in the business of building businesses, we have identified two sectors which we think, you know, need more investments and more reinvention, and that's health and logistics. Why? We believe that these are sectors that are relatively underinvested, whether in terms of infrastructure or technology. These sectors are also impacted, arguably in a positive way during the pandemic, but it requires some reshaping and repurposing of some of the assets within the sectors. And then finally, these sectors are still relatively fragmented, and there are opportunities for consolidation as well as integration across different supplier value chains. And that is what AC Health and AC Logistics are trying to do, and that is what we're trying to really scale up at a profitable level. So again, I'll leave it up to Jimmy later to flesh out some of more details in this exciting space. So to summarize, just three key takeaways, and I'm happy to turn over to my colleagues. First, we really live in a VUCA world, this volatility, uncertainty, complexity, ambiguity, and I believe we will continue to experience this. And we should really be just fully prepared with really resilient balance sheets. And I think diversification, as it has done well for Ayala Group, I think will also bode well for your organizations. Not to suggest necessarily that your organizations should be a conglomerate like Ayala Corp. Please don't take me literally. But diversification of customer base, products, geographies, and so forth, it's all part of risk management. Takeaway one. Takeaway two, as I mentioned earlier, there's always a silver lining. There's always an opportunity in every crisis. Let's not waste it. And last but not least, these powerful forces, these global megatrends of digitalization and decarbonizations are multi-decade trends, phenomena that affect almost all of the businesses. You cannot hide anywhere, and let us embrace it and be patient because the world, the stakeholders will demand that. So hopefully that wasn't too bad in terms of time, but moving forward, I think what's next, what's the future for Ayala? I think we will continue to grow. There's a lot of growth potential, we believe, in all of our core businesses. If you've seen earlier, we've tripled our assets under management, if you will, in the last 14 years, from 250 billion to over 700 billion today. We hope to either continue or even enhance that trajectory moving forward. We believe in the growth potential of each of our core businesses, one. And two, we also hope that some of our emerging businesses will scale up. Jimmy, if I were to put some pressure on you guys, when I joined Ayala 14 years ago, the big question Ayala, because all of the core businesses are listed, so investors can invest directly. So we really had to build an unlisted new business from scratch. And if you saw in the previous slide, that's what energy was all about. But now that energy is listed, I think we will rely on the unlisted business to unlock the potential and scale up. So let's all ask Jimmy how he intends to do that in the breakout session. Now, just kidding, Jimmy. But I think that is the hope and the dream, that we will continue to add value to our stakeholders and to the country, of course. But it's a pretty exciting, it be a very volatile and challenging world, but I think it's a lot of excitement, especially in the midst of all these structural shifts and shocks. Thank you so much, everyone, and looking forward to our dialogue.
Thank you very much, Mr. Eric Francia. So we're excited to looking forward to the next big thing of Ayala.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thanks to Eric for the excellent talk and for representing the Ayala group of companies very well. So allow me to pick up from Eric's key takeaways. First, he talked about diversification being key. Second, that there is opportunity in adversity. And third, to take a long-term view. These are the very same principles that we embrace at the core of our asset and wealth management business at BPI. So Eric focused on Ayala Group's investment themes and strategies, and has very well articulated the progress of BPI's digital transformation. So let me supplement the discussion by highlighting 4 themes that resonate when we examine the investment space on behalf of our institutional and our individual clients. And as Eric has put it, as we invest in a world of structural shifts and shocks. Slide, please. So the first theme is wealth preservation. Over the past decades, equities, infrastructure, and real estate were the top three asset classes that generate the most returns, while bonds generated decent risk-adjusted returns as well. So you'll see, I'm sorry if the slide is not very clear, but the last column shows the average over the past decade, and that shows the returns of equities, infrastructure, and real estate. In 2022, however, as we experience, number one, global inflation, two, divergent central bank policies, and three, global growth concerns, all but cash and commodities are the asset classes showing positive returns year to date. That's the second to the last column. Despite lowering of COVID-19 cases globally and reopening of economies, we continue to experience the after effects of the pandemic in the form of supply chain disruptions affecting the flow of goods and services worldwide, and thus the higher global inflation. On central bank policies, global central banks have taken various approaches to combat inflation due to varying circumstances in their local economies. And after the post-COVID-19 economic recovery, most economic and investment managers are expecting a prolonged period of lower economic growth. These concerns are likely to impact corporate earnings moving forward, and along with lingering concerns on inflation and higher interest rates. Which brings me to my last point. Portfolio diversification has been highlighted in this market environment where the traditional 60-40% equity fixed income balance mix have performed poorly as both equities and fixed income decline today. In the past, fixed income allocation counteracted equity market movements, acting as a hedge to portfolio declines, and investors with strategic allocations to alternative and real assets have provided better risk-adjusted returns due to its defensive qualities and natural hedge during bouts of inflation. So that's the first theme, wealth preservation. Next slide, please. The second theme is the democratization of investments through technology and the rise of fintechs. We see new players in wealth management. The rise of fintechs and digital banks has made investments more widely available to retail customers. With lower minimums and ease of transactions, these new entrants have made investing more affordable and accessible to Filipinos, who are among the active online and mobile, the most active online and mobile users worldwide. We see digital initiatives for the wealthy and mass affluent customers as well. We see global investment managers pivoting towards digital wealth management offering, such as robo-advisory services, financial planning, and trade execution capabilities. In banking, as Eric has described, we have seen the rise in digital propensity. And in BPI in particular, the percentage of transactions happening in the branches went to as low as 7% during the peak of lockdowns, settling at around 10% today, with the rest of transactions happening in the digital channels. We saw the rise of platforms such as GCash, and since we put our ALFM mutual funds on GInvest and our deposit products on GSave, we have already onboarded almost 600,000 clients, augmenting BPI's almost 9 million customers. Next slide, please. The third theme is sustainable investments and the rise of ESG investment mandates. Deloitte is projecting these mandates will account for half of all professionally managed assets globally by 2024. We are also seeing Article 8 funds, those whose investment objectives are linked to E, S, and G, and Article 9 funds, those whose investment objectives are linked to E, which really focus on sustainability and decarbonization. These funds now represent more than half of SFDR designated funds. SFDR stands for Sustainable Finance Disclosure Regulations. Global asset managers are leading the way towards sustainability. And as of March 2022, 235 global asset managers with a combined $58 trillion have become part of the Net Zero Investment Managers Initiative. The macro environment is also a driver for sustainable themes. Inflation will impact every sector in the economy in 2022, and identifying companies able to thrive in this new environment is likely to be increasingly important. In navigating this period, some of the major structural trends that had been occurring previously have accelerated. Digital, for instance, and also the increasing market share of electric vehicles sold, increased recycled content in clothing and packaging, and record installations of wind turbines and solar panels. We see the powerful reallocation of capital towards sustainable investments continuing through 2022 and in the years to come. Sustainable energy resources is also a prevailing trend as the world's largest economies announce timelines to achieve carbon neutrality and tackle climate change. Sustainable energy investments will become an increasing focus for global investors. Green finance and blue finance frameworks. Many bond issuers have adopted the green framework, which provides guidelines for use of proceeds towards green industries. An emerging theme is the blue finance framework, which recognizes the importance of the blue economy, inclusive growth and development. Lastly, the Task Force on Climate-Related Financial Disclosures. To date, we have seen that there are 3,640 TCFD supporters worldwide. There are 20 TCFD supporters in the Philippines, 8 of which are from the Ayala Group of companies. Sustainable investing in the Philippines is also an increasing trend. We continue to see higher demand for sustainable investments, primarily from our institutional and individual asset owners. And as of end 2021, BPI Asset Management oversees about 57 billion pesos in investment mandate with exclusions to sectors such as thermal coal, mining, alcohol, gambling, and select industries. Investors range from religious institutions, multinational company-sponsored retirement funds, and insurance companies. We do expect retail investors to follow suit. Finally, fourth theme, and Eric also spoke about this, net zero will continue to be a resounding global investment theme. We see global asset managers putting in place their net zero investment framework. Recently, as Eric mentioned, the Ayala Group of companies, including BPI, partnered with South Pole to come up with a net zero strategy roadmap to help develop and implement comprehensive emission reduction projects and strategies that turn climate action into long-term business opportunities. Next slide, please. So to summarize, in making investment decisions, it's important to consider these emerging themes: wealth preservation, democratization through digitalization, sustainable investments, and net zero initiatives. And that will define, as Eric said, the mega trends as we navigate through turbulent waters. And as they say, the world of volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Now it's Jimmy's turn.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for inviting us to this annual summit. I understand that we were not able to hold this for the last 2 years, and I'm glad that we've been able to do this again, of course, with the sponsorship of Ayala Group, Ayala Corporation. And actually has put some pressure on me earlier, a lot of things that I need to react on, but let me go through AC Health, which I represent effectively. And just as a preamble, effectively the Ayala Group has embraced um, shareholder or stakeholder capitalism effectively, which is the theme of this conference. Early on, with the and it's actually quite apparent in the kind of investment portfolio that it has maintained and continues to maintain. I think profit purpose or investment in social enterprise to actually support the UN Sustainability Development Goals are part and parcel of the overall strategy of the group. Creating new businesses that will supplement the existing ones that will promote some of those goals. Of course, one of those is good health and well-being, and definitely that brought effectively to fruition the creation of AC Health back in, I think, 2014 and 2015. And I'm fortunate to be a part of that group now, something that is actually quite rewarding from a professional standpoint, and also an opportunity for us to give back and play a major role in society, while at the same time meeting the growth objectives of Ayala Group of Ayala Corp. So let me just give you an overview of ACL, of which the Healthway Philippines Group is part of. So please proceed to the next here. Okay, I'll just cover one and two. The third section I won't go through anymore. So in terms of introduction, as Eric has alluded to earlier, the Ayala Group is committed to invest in industries that are vital to nation building. And as you will see in the slide, there are a lot of there are bricks and mortar companies there, like Ayala, IMI, manufacturing, and also there are technology and financial services like Globe and BPI. So, and these are the main pillars of alongside with other investments. I actually don't see it the back at the bottom of the screen, but we're also into water, utilities, AC energy, of course, healthcare, and pretty much effectively addressing other sustainable development goals of the UN, which include sustainable communities, clean water, sustainable and clean energy, financial inclusion, and so forth. Now, within that group, as I mentioned, AC Health was born a couple of years ago, and this is how AC Health or Ayala Healthcare Holdings is structured. We're actually laying the portfolio for an ecosystem of healthcare assets across the entire care continuum. And with that, we have three major groups for now. Number one, the first column is the pharma group, where we have actually a Generica as our distribution arm, primarily with generics, over 700 stores nationwide. And we also have two other companies, Medetech and IE Medica, that are into importing and distributing medicines, primarily coming from India, to allow us to actually provide affordable medicines to our customers. And Ayala Healthcare Holdings is all about providing affordable, accessible, and quality healthcare for all Filipinos. And the vision is to actually to touch the lives of 1 out of 5 Filipinos, hopefully by 2030. Now, on the other side of the spectrum, on the right-hand side, is the digital health group. As Eric mentioned earlier, one of the mega trends is digitalization and disruption. And that's really where this particular arm of AC Health is effectively positioning itself. It's actually it's a collaboration. It's actually composed of several companies, but well, the front originally it was Health Now, which provides teleconsulting, medicine fulfillment online, and a few other value-added services. in partnership with Globe Telecom, we're using the Consulta MD platform, and also Aid. They also have an investment in Aid. But lately, these three companies have been merged, and I think it was announced that they will now operate under one platform, which is Consulta MD, to allow us to actually leverage on the digital ecosystem in effectively providing remote care as well as medicine fulfillment to all of our patients and customers. So it's an essential component of that ecosystem alongside the pharma group, and the digital health group effectively provides accessibility. The pharma group, affordability. And of course, quality care is really, with affordability and accessibility as its key components as well, through the third group, which is at the center, the clinics and hospital group, which belong to under Healthway Philippines Incorporated. And again, we are relatively new. We started the family clinic business in 2014 through the family community clinics, which eventually was merged to Healthway Medical Clinics, which is a company that is mostly mall-based multi-specialty clinics, which are now both together with their form part of Healthway Medical Clinics. And then Polymed was acquired in 2021 at the height of the pandemic. Healthway multi-specialty clinics in 2020, and Polymed is practically the latest addition to that portfolio, which effectively completes the hospital and clinics portfolio. And then pretty soon, by July of next year, we will be opening the first cancer hospital in the Philippines, so that dedicated cancer hospital in Arca South in Taguig. And this will effectively allow us to provide the entire care continuum from primary care to a multi-specialty clinic care to general hospital to super specialty hospital. And of course, aided by the pharma group, which allows us access to other medicines, and the digital tech health group, which allows us to take care of our patients even remotely, and that forms the entire care continuum that we are trying to create. Now, again, this is a background on ACL. Again, our vision is to build an integrated healthcare ecosystem, providing accessible, affordable, and quality healthcare, as I mentioned earlier, through those different elements. And again, touching the lives of 1 out of 5 Filipinos, hopefully by 2030. We have actually served probably more than 3 million patients already, and counting, right? Probably closer to 4. And that's something that we will over time. Okay, so well, just some advertisement here, and we were quite active in terms of the fight or the concerted effort towards responding to the pandemic. We actually constructed and capacitated 7 PCR clinics, or PCR labs rather, within and outside of the AC Health network, and tested or conducted over 290,000 PCR tests as of February 2022. We also upgraded and expanded the Qualimed hospitals, especially Santa Rosa and San Jose del Monte, Bulacan, into COVID referral hospitals. No? And we actually took care of over 90,000 COVID-19 suspects, 1,700 admitted cases, and the recovery rate was 97%. So we are proud to be able to help, provide that care to our COVID victims. And then through COVID Shield, which is an AC Health initiative, we became one of the largest private sector COVID-19 vaccine administrator, having administered more than 750,000 doses across 30 plus sites nationwide. And we were also among the first. MedEthics, one of the pharma companies, was the first to bring to the country molnupiravir, which is an oral antiviral medicine for mild to moderate cases of COVID-19. So And because of that, we were fortunate to have been recognized by award-giving bodies. Now, let me just give you a brief overview of Healthway Philippines. Again, as I mentioned, we deliver through Healthway and Qualimed, we should be able to deliver the full continuum of care to the growing patient base in our ecosystem. We offer end-to-end healthcare services from primary to specialty care and from corporate clinics to full-service hospitals. We have a total of 15 we have 15 clinics, 8 of which are multi-specialty, catering to different disease groups, 7 primary care clinics, 1 day surgery center in partnership with PGH, an ambulatory surgical center within the PGH compound, the Faculty Medical Arts Building, and over 2 million patients served in these hospitals and clinics. We also have 4 general hospitals located in Santa Rosa, Laguna, in Nuvali, Anawan, Batangas, which is the original Qualimed Hospital, San Jose del Monte in Bulacan, and Iloilo, and a total of 430 plus beds, 1,250 doctors, 350,000 outpatient visits, and 15,000 inpatient admissions. We also manage corporate clinics within the different offices on site, and we have over 200 of those that are being managed across the entire Philippines. And again, the first cancer hospital that we will be opening next year, which is actually this one. So this is, again, as I said, the first dedicated comprehensive cancer care center in the Philippines, and our vision is to provide or to offer the best value private hospital for cancer care, managed by leading healthcare professionals and oncologists. We're actually fortunate to have been able to effectively locate in a location that is quite center, between the north and the south, or Makati and Alabang and near BGC, with this new hospital, about 100 beds, and with 4 surgical suites. And we are assembling a group of oncologists. We will actually be launching initially we will be actually building along or organizing along centers of excellence built around major cancer groups. And the 4 ones that we will be establishing will focus on breast cancer, head and neck, colorectal, as well as lung cancer, which are among the top 5 mortality rates on cancer diseases. And we're assembling an impressive pool of doctors from different established hospitals in Metro Manila, primarily in the Philippines, to actually build these centers of excellence through what we call a team-based approach on cancer care, holistic, with multidisciplinary members, so that we can actually deliver better patient outcomes, hopefully at more affordable levels, being a coordinated group. So that's the vision for the kind of care that we will provide. And we were fortunate to have partnered with Varian CTSI, or Cancer Treatment Services Incorporated, which is a leading global technical and operational group affiliated with the University of Pittsburgh, where we will be introducing a lot of new care programs that are best in class. They actually have a lot of hospitals, 10 cancer hospitals in India and Sri Lanka, attuned to emerging countries, but using US technology to be able to help us put it together. And we're also, Varian is the leading supplier of linear accelerators. So we will have them as our supplier and shareholder. And Siemens actually just bought the entire company. So they're now part of the Siemens Group, where we will also be sourcing our major diagnostic and therapeutic equipment. And again, consistent with the goal that we're trying to achieve, and our ambition, our hope to actually provide affordable and accessible healthcare, we were able to actually secure a social bond through IFC, through Ayala Corp, that the sum of the proceeds of which were used to help us fund our venture in as AC Health. So this is something that we hope will continue. This is the first social bond in the country, which is a tribute the goals that we have set for ourselves, which is aligned with the UN Sustainability Development Goals. So that's, and then this is the last slide that I have. Through Healthway Philippines, we hope to deliver integrated services across the full continuum of care to our growing patient base. And we have actually outlined our strategic initiatives along these lines. Number one is we want to differentiate our embracing the integrated practice unit model, which is built around multidisciplinary lines, not just for the cancer hospital, but even for the hospitals and clinics, where groups of doctors actually form a team to actually provide holistic care to the patients to ensure that, again, better outcomes and more affordable care. Now, we're also focusing on the corporate health business through through our corporate health solutions business unit to actually reach out to more corporates out there and take care of the welfare of their employees, and also effectively being a participant using that as a platform for our participation eventually in the Universal Healthcare Act, which will soon be with us and will be rolled out. In fact, we're looking at a sandbox, I guess, practices, no, for in partnership with some of our corporate clinics to actually roll this out and pilot test the rollout of universal healthcare. And again, part of the digitalization, we believe that for us to be able to deliver superior patient care, we have to invest in IT. And so we're now in the midst of a very aggressive digital transformation program where we will actually switch to a one system that will actually integrate the clinics with the hospitals, with the super specialty hospital, with one unified electronic medical records, hospital information system, clinic management system that will also be linked with the laboratory information systems to form a seamless network that will allow us to seamlessly address the needs of our patients at any touch point, which is really what we are trying to achieve. And of course, patient experience, we believe, is a key element of that strategy. So we've actually organized along those lines. We've hired a patient experience person and are now standardizing all of the protocols, looking at the patient journey and identifying pain points along that journey and addressing them in a more comprehensive manner. Physician and employee engagement, certainly, without whom we will not be able to serve our patients. So we're also engaging our physicians so that they can be credentialed just once and they can practice in any of our clinics and hospitals. And we also address their needs, which is to practice, learn, and teach through our MDX program, which is our doctor engagement program. Now, on the employee side, we also want to address their work, play, and needs, no? And so we also launch a employee experience thrust, no, alongside the doctor and the patient. And then lastly, the group synergy is something that we intend to continue capitalizing on, not just within Healthway Philippines, where we have clinics, hospitals, and the cancer hospital, but even AC Health with the pharma and the digital health group. And of course, the entire ecosystem of the Ayala group, hopefully as a starting point, and also the clients that we've had for the COVID Shield initiative. No? So this is in a nutshell what we are doing to actually achieve our vision for the company moving forward. So that's all I have for now, and basically that's where we stand relative to the entire portfolio of Ayala Corp. And we're hoping that I think the Ayala Group invested something like 10 billion pesos as support to our healthcare portfolio, and hopefully Eric can provide us more. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the excellent presentation from our leaders from the companies of Ayala Group Corporation. Okay, so I'm sure, I'm almost certain that all of us, our lives here have been touched by any of the Ayala companies, from energy to banking to malls, retail, and to healthcare. So let's continue the conversation. To facilitate, may we call on again our speakers, Mr. John Eric Francia, Maria Teresa Marshall, and Mr. Jimmy Ismael to occupy the seats here as we call on our moderator for this afternoon to continue the conversation with these great speakers is my firm CEO, our chairman and CEO of PNA Grand España.
Well, good afternoon, everyone, and I'm quite excited to hear the stories of Ayala, as pointed out by obviously, we have been using goods and services of Ayala, and it is really interesting to learn the different areas of business or investments that they're in. So the discussion in this panel is focusing on investing in a world of ships and sharks. And we were earlier saying in the morning that probably this is the more appropriate title since we started the day with an earthquake. No? Ships, talking about ships and sharks. But after listening to the story, there are many investments that they've gone into. I'd like to hear from Eric if he can share the structure, the process that Ayala follows in determining what are the areas for investments and how do you evaluate which one to
effectively experiment or incubate. And that's that's the entrepreneurial mindset. You really have to make informed bets, but not all of those informed bets turn out to be successful at the end of the day. But you have to do it anyway. No? So, but as long as you are able to manage the risks, no, and the exposure, and are able to discern the right timing, although it's not that easy to do so, to actually let go and abandon or sell that business, then you should be okay. Now, in terms of batting average, it's hard to really quantify. It also depends on how you measure batting average. Is it in terms of invested capital, or is it in terms of maybe invested capital is probably the best way to do it. But in the case of Ayala Land, since it's an established business, bricks and mortar, it's been there even when it was still the real estate division of Ayala Corp before it was spun off. So it's relatively stable. Now, land development, traditional subdivisions, malls, offices, normally they're very stable naman. So in terms of failure, I think the ones that where we failed were in new ventures which are not core to us, like going into retail, which was not core to us. So early on, we had that venture of going into retail to a certain extent, but not in a big way. No, not in a big way. Perhaps maybe less than 10% of, or maybe even just 5% of total invested capital resulted in, well, a failure or divestment at some point in time. But it's important to make those moves because that's how you test whether the company can actually make it, no? And it's also good practice so that, well, but there were also ventures that we eventually bore fruit, no? And now are mainstream as part of the effort, like, well, industrial parks or logistics now. So there's still things that were successful. But again, the spirit of experimentation and active risk management is something that needs to be there.
Irving, can I add? I think it's a very interesting question. I don't have the statistic. I wish we had, but we just do too many investments that we, to be perfectly frank, we don't track each and every one and have a scorecard. Maybe we should, but the behind that comment also is, I think one of the points for improvement for us, as with other organizations, I think it came out this morning in terms of making choices, is sometimes why it is good to try things out and be expansive in terms of the next new thing or the next potentially big thing. We just need to be careful about spreading ourselves too thinly that the impact is lost or the distraction, that management gets distracted. That's always the balance that I think is a challenge. Large organization has quite a bit of financial resources. So we put quite a bit of discipline, at least we try to. Going to the extreme might also kill innovation or entrepreneurship, so we have to be very careful. I want to echo Jimmy's comment in terms of defining success is a relative thing. Yes, of course, all of us would agree that financial returns are, would be a good metric, but there's also other metrics or intangibles like impact, like for example, AC Health being there ready when the COVID struck. How do you quantify that success, right? But having said that, I think this is definitely something that we need to improve on in terms of making choices and making those hard choices in terms of stopping or divesting or not pursuing a business venture that's not going to scale up.
That's really a difficult business decision, right? Whether you would place your capital or funds in the existing business or going into new areas to diversify. And Tere earlier mentioned about, listening to the market, understanding your customers, and I'd like to know how does AC stay attuned to the needs of the market, and how big is that in terms of invest in that new service line or continue with the existing business? How do you listen to the market?
I take that.
Tere, maybe you can share some of your thoughts.
Maybe I can speak from the perspective of the bank. This is probably the most boring business of the Ayala group of companies. So, well, the focus of the bank is really to grow our balance sheet. And over the years, and maintaining a stable source of liquidity through deposits and other sources. Over the recent years, what the bank has done was really more towards financial inclusivity. So we try to reach more customer segments, SME side, or on the lower bracket of the individual customers. So in recent years, we've made significant investments in our microfinance business, in our small and medium term enterprises, making available different loan products that are more accessible and can be accessed throughout the wide net of BPI, and increasingly in recent years through the various digital channels that we have put in place. So we have Eric earlier mentioned about the digital platforms that we have put in place, and a couple more, right? But these cater to the different needs of the different customer segments that we serve. We have BizGo for SME, we have BizLink for corporate, we have our BPI Online for individuals, we have BPI Trade for
Understanding the different needs of the market and adjusting.
Yeah. From the point of view of the conglomerate, Marvic, I think in terms of, we're quite fortunate that we are the nexus of a very rich ecosystem. No, we're always in touch with investors. We have a very active investor relations program, and you pick up a lot of insights from the investment community. Of course, investment bankers. We have very excellent relationships with investment bankers, consultants, suppliers, customers, employees, even the advisors, legal. So the world is always full of ideas, and the challenge is not only listening to these ideas and opportunities, but sifting through them and prioritizing. But I think it is good discipline to be proactive in terms of listening to the great ideas out there. That's discipline one, and discipline two is don't do everything. Don't be a kid in a candy store. But it's so tempting to be like that.
Okay, Eric, you mentioned earlier about considering the capital funds that you have for investing. And during your presentation, you alluded to having partners. So companies usually are concerned about not having enough capital to go into new business ventures. How do you decide? How does AC decide whether to build, to buy, or to partner with existing players? And should you decide to partner, what are the characteristics that you look for in deciding which organization or company to partner with?
Sure. Great point, Marvic. I think you hit the nail on the head. In fact, partnership, the one great thing about working for Ayala is that partnership is in Ayala's DNA. No, so it is almost natural for us to look to partnerships. There's the natural propensity to respect and to make partnerships work, the natural openness there to align the values and objectives and so forth. In fact, as an example, ASEN or AC Energy at the time was a classic example. It's almost like we had no choice because I had zero experience in power. Even Ned here, who's my original CFO in AC Energy, had zero experience in power as well. None of us. So we had no choice but to partner. It's good that Ayala is used to partnerships with Mitsubishi, with Singtel, with DBS at the time, and et cetera, and so on. Ayala Land had a lot of partnerships as well. So we thrive. We built the business through partnerships. Right? So of course, alignment of values and vision is very important, and and the integrity is also quite important. At the end of the day, you can always structure shareholder agreements and so forth, but at the end of the day, it boils down to trust and mutual respect as well. And then one last thing I'd like to say is we're also very patient and creative and really look at what works for the partner. And I think that's the thing that, from the point of view of how it differentiated us in the industry, because it we in structuring every partnership deal, it's very bespoke. It's not de cajon. We were joking about this. This is quite recent. It's hard when you're growing, deal with so many partners. It's so tempting to say, you know what, we need to start standardizing some of our agreements and so forth. Otherwise, it just takes a toll on the team to customize every partner deal. We tried that and we said, that's not who we are. You really need to customize, and we just need to work around this. So I think customization, every partner is different, and you need to structure the deal properly, that it's really a truly win-win. I think is critical. So
Thank you, Eric. I just would like to open the floor now to questions from our participants in the room, as well as any questions from the virtual room. Mix, please.
Hello, I'm Miss Ramos or Minion. In the FINEX Academies, in your leadership program in finance, we're talking about concepts of anti-fragility versus resilience. So the quality of thought is not mine, but Nassim Taleb's. He describes resistance is described as the ability to resist damage. Resilience resists shocks and stays the same. On the other hand, Taylor, he advocates resistance that improves and gets stronger when unexpected volatile events happen. So the first step towards anti-fragility consists in first decreasing downside rather than increasing the upside. Under anti-fragility loves randomness and uncertainty. It sounds counterintuitive, to the best practice, creating synergies. And you also spoke about synergies also in the AC group. But in your assessment, would you consider the investments of AC group anti-fragile rather than resilient? Comes in line with the Filipinos being tired of being resilient.
sorry, it's anti what?
Fragility.
Fragility.
Yes.
Mabigat yung mga terms na yun.
That's what's being discussed now with the academy. They were saying that we've been emphasizing resilience, which is being strong and steady and being able to resist change. But in a VUCA world, we are recognizing that change is part of the ecosystem. And therefore, there's this thing that I think you and Jimmy both mentioned here, that there's synergy in the business of Ayala. So the concern would be when one aspect of the business is affected, similar to what happened now in the COVID case, lockdowns and all. Pag connected lahat ng negosyo, lahat natamaan. And that's the concept na how do you build that anti-fragility into the system so that while there seems to be a well-orchestrated entirety of business, you can still protect some segments of the business because they're not all interconnected.
Right. And I think this goes to the heart of what I mentioned earlier, which is the implicit built-in diversification in Ayala Group's portfolio. Right? These are arguably uncorrelated risks, so that when a certain shock happens, yes, some of the businesses may be affected more than the others, but as a group, I think we still stand solid. We're experiencing that now, for example, with the rise of interest rates. There's arguably a slowdown in real estate. We see that in how the market also reacted to real estate companies. where the valuations are softer, as opposed to the more resilient banking industry, which is thriving from higher interest rates. So I think you have that natural diversification between those two. I gave the example of there are more stable businesses as well, which is infrastructure like telco, insofar as it provides basic utility type businesses. Communications would be quite stable. Power is the same thing. So I think in Ayala we also recognize the need to have a balanced set of businesses, both cyclical and steady businesses. That's one way to future-proof or shock-proof your business, if you will. But that notwithstanding, it's at the risk of oversimplifying these things. I think each business is unique. Each sector will have its own set of challenges and opportunities. And I think the key is, regardless of shock or crisis there is, you simply have to find the silver lining. First of all, the non-negotiable is having a resilient balance sheet. And then the agility part is that in every shock or crisis, you just need to configure and be agile enough to respond and turn that into opportunities.
Yeah, let me add to that a little bit more. As Eric was mentioning earlier, each industry is different. You know, it behaves very differently from the others. But even within an industry, they can be different. And if actually you're quick enough to actually respond or repurpose a unit within the industry to capitalize on the opportunities that are brought about by the situation, then you can still be successful. Ironically, last year, for example, drawing on the hospital and clinics business, as we all know, the pandemic has clearly caused patients to shy away from clinics and even hospitals because of the risk of being infected. But we're fortunate that an earlier decision was made to convert some of our hospitals into COVID referral hospitals and quickly put together PCR labs. And that has actually helped a lot, no, in terms of diversifying our earning space. And contrary to what most healthcare institutions have experienced, 2021 was a good year for us overall because we were carried by that quick move, the agility, respond and repurpose, our business to actually take advantage of the opportunity. Well, really take care of those afflicted with COVID-19 pandemic. So there's variability even in Ayala land, for example. There are businesses that are severely affected. You know, for example, the malls and hotels business. But on the other hand, the development side, residential subdivision lots sold quite well, because of shifts in behavior of buyers wanting to be in a wide expanse, wide subdivision, not as opposed to a condominium situation. So I guess it really depends on how the industry, how the company responds to these opportunities and risks, and be agile enough to adjust.
So you're saying basically that looking at different areas of investment, and second, it's the building that culture, building that behavior within the organization to be able to adjust quickly and spot opportunities as they arise. Now, this may be my final question in the interest of time. Eric, you mentioned earlier, don't waste a good crisis. Obviously, behavior of consumers have changed. And there's always that question, is this going to be a permanent change? Or will people go back to the old ways pre-pandemic? So an example would be the remote work versus going back to office 100%. And for most businesses, they're on a wait and see type of state, and they're depending on how they see it, the investments will be different. So if one looks at it na remote work, then what reduce niya yung workspace niya. On the other hand, if it's remote work, that would mean he has to invest in technology, right? More technology, cybersecurity, and all to support that kind of new environment. In the case of AC, are there changes that you see, behavioral changes that would impact or rechannel the way your business is now behaving?
Definitely, with the impact of the pandemic and this energy-driven crisis on the back of Russia, Ukraine, which will have significant impact on most of our businesses, and I can provide some examples in a bit. But I think the question, my quick response to that is, let's not fall into the trap of predicting like what the future will be. Will we end up with a permanent hybrid solution? I know you have a workshop session later discussing that, so I'm not going to go into much detail. But I think there's an important difference between predicting and planning. And when I say planning, it's more planning for the different possible scenarios. And I think that is more powerful than trying to predict the future. So I'm not going to tell you that my point of view, that my crystal ball says that we will be hybrid forever. No one knows, really. I cannot predict you and tell you that the days of fossil fuel are over and that we should now do an overnight shift to renewables or storage and what have you, because fossil fuel is so expensive, because it might not be expensive forever. So you just need, my counsel really, and our discipline, I guess, is to be able to map different possible, plausible scenarios and plan for it. Build enough resiliency and agility in your business such that you can shift almost real time in terms of how the world pans out coming out of these shocks. Having said that, I think there's a massive opportunity, again, in the digital and decarbonization space. There's already great momentum in fintech, as an example, with Mint and BPI showing really good numbers. Now, will that be sustained as people go back out there and be less at home? Open question, right? So let's not be careful getting carried away by the impact of the change in behavior driven by the pandemic. If people go back to old ways, the impact may not be necessarily a straight line. Same thing with decarbonization. While I'm an interested party in saying this is a great time for people to shift, those who find renewable energy expensive at like 4 or 5 pesos per kilowatt hour, now it's so cheap relative to coal that is now worth 8 or 10 pesos per kilowatt hour. Strike while the iron is hot. Now, can I predict that coal and gas will be 10 pesos per kilowatt hour forever or long term? No one can know. So you just need to be agile, but at the same time, there are short, medium term opportunities that you just need to move on.
What about the red? Do you see lesser number of BI branches because people would be moving towards digital banking?
Well, that's definitely the trend, Marivic, and we have seen that even prior to the pandemic. And what has happened is it accelerated the pace of digital adoption. I spoke earlier about the percentage transactions happening in digital as opposed to the branches. And I think just to follow through on the work arrangement, I think it's going to be dependent on the industries and the culture of the organization. But I guess what is common to most industries is that it has really, this hybrid arrangement has helped us more efficient. Because there's always the option to go to the digital platform to be able to engage. And then finally, on the consumer behavior, it will continue to evolve. And as consumer behavior change, and so should companies providing different services and solutions should also adapt to the change in the consumer behavior.
Well, in the case of the healthcare industry, our primary services, right? Well, first of all, we cannot go hybrid at this point because we really out there to serve So we have to be in hospitals, we have to be in the clinics so that we can actually service our patients. But on the other hand, the pandemic and digitalization has brought forth a new opportunity, in the sense that patients and even doctors are changing their behavior. So I think I see that more as an opportunity, something that we can actually, services that we can provide remotely using technology, with the hospitals and clinics still providing the bricks and mortar diagnostic care and treatment, and the hospitalization. But even on-site services is now the gaining ground. That's why we're also investing in mobility, coming up with mobile clinics where we can bring the diagnostic directly to where the communities are or where the need is, even in corporate settings, to supplement what we actually offer at the hospitals and clinics. So it creates a lot more opportunity. And with the advent of technology, the use of wearables, technically, and AI can actually be a game changer in terms of providing that care, continued care, even if while the patient is recovering or even before, or ensuring that they are healthy. So a lot of opportunities definitely this brought forth by all of these disruptions that we're experiencing right now.
Jimmy, I'd like to correct myself. My last question would be, for each of you, if you'd like to answer it, what would be the next big thing from Ayala? Something that we have not seen yet here in the presentation, of we've not read yet. If you have a magic ball in front of you, what is the next big thing that you see, that we haven't seen yet, without divulging trade secrets? Jimmy?
So anyway,
I'm sure at night you dream of something.
yes, but well, of course, I cannot talk about it right
Your
now
dreams.
specifically, but I think there's technology will really play a major role moving forward. Not just well, the healthcare industry is one of them, but other industries will actually be affected. When it's still early stage, and I read an article from McKinsey that the metaverse will actually generate 30 trillion in
Nabasa ko ako,
value.
na-imagine ko kasi yung experience of being operated in the
Yes.
metaverse.
Yeah. So, which is really the next level of the internet, bridging or merging the physical and the virtual world. I don't know exactly how that will eventually lead to, but I can imagine the opportunities, especially with what is available out there and what is being developed, specifically for the healthcare industry.
Okay. Eric, or Terra first.
Yeah,
Next big thing.
I think for the financial sector, it's really the way we look at customers will change. And traditionally for banks, the way we characterize a bank customer account with a bank, that has changed and that will continue to change. Our big ambition for the bank is to get to a certain number of customers that is like 5, 6-fold compared to what we have today. And to get there, we have to explore different channels, different modes of engagement. And the way we think of a customer availing of the different solutions of financial services as being a depositor. So, and really exploring the broader ecosystem across many new channels, not just digital today, not just branches today, but various ecosystems within which all the existing customers revolve around.
Thanks, Eric. And Eric, next big thing.
Yeah, I think, Marvick, it's somewhere embedded, hiding itself for now in those slides that I showed earlier on the digitalization ecosystem that 917 is pursuing, all the different potential sectors there, whether it's health tech, fintech, e-commerce, etc., right? Or the decarbonization ecosystem that we mentioned is still needed going beyond renewables. I cannot pinpoint which one will be the next big thing, but I'm willing to bet that it's in there somewhere, which is also consistent with what Jimmy and Tere are saying. Cannot do everything, and it's not so obvious, but I think we need our antennas really switched on and see which of these will be scalable, will be a big winner. That's the challenge.
Okay, so thank you, Eric and Amy, for this wonderful panel discussion, and we're all looking forward to welcoming the next big thing from Ayala. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much, Maribel, for facilitating the panel discussion, and to our great speakers, Mr. Eric Francia, Mr. Leo Marshall, and Mr. Jimmy Ismael. We're looking forward to the next big thing. Okay, that's yun ang next title natin. Okay, so now to present the token of appreciation and certificate of appreciation that we did. A certificate of appreciation is awarded to Eric Francia, Ms. Tere Marshall, and Mr. Jimmy Ismael in recognition for his or her generosity in sharing his valuable time, knowledge, and insights as a resource speaker in the 6th Ayala FINEX Summit from stockholders to stakeholders, the future of capitalism, given this 27th day of July 2022 at New World Hotel, Makati. Signed, Edita Estacio, Chairman, Professional Development Committee, Ronald S. Deseco, Alliance Director, Professional Development Committee of FINEX. Okay, so again, thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much, our great speakers. Okay, so please stay on stage for a photo opportunity. Let me join you with the photo opportunity. Thank you, thank you. Alam ko na ang topic sa sunod na summit, the next big thing. Okay, so for those who have not, or advertisement who have not seen our booth outside, please visit. They're interesting. They're very interesting from Ayala Land Inc., Ayala Land Premier, and AC Motors. Now, moving on to our next session. We will be discussing the future of work, attracting and retaining great talent. Okay, so we will have another international speaker. Our international speaker, Mr. Justin Ricks, is a partner at Grant Thornton, UK. He's a partner within Grant Thornton's business consulting practice and leads the People Advisory offering. Justin has an extensive experience on working with organizations on all aspects of their people and talent agenda, supporting them in attracting, retaining, engaging, and developing talent that they need to keep pace and remain successful in an environment which is evolving at an unprecedented rate. Joining as panelists for this session is Mr. Robert Conrad Gonzalez, Chief People Officer of GCash. He has a strong focus in establishing a purpose-driven organization and making the company an employer of choice for talents who want to establish a career in the digital technology space. Robert has 25 years of experience in human resources, ranging from HR business partnership to talent acquisition. He earned his BS Psychology degree from University of the Philippines and Master's in Business Administration major in Marketing from De La Salle University. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Mr. Justin Ricks joining us via Zoom, which will be followed by Mr. Robert Gonzalez joining us here in the venue. Justin?
Hello, I'm here. Can you hear me okay? Hello? Can you hear me? Are you able to hear me?
Just
Hello?
checking, Justin is already there. By the way, he's joining from the United Kingdom, from UK.
Can you hear me? Hello? Hello?
Okay, maybe there's a technical difficulty. He's been in Zoom like 30 minutes ago.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now, Justin.
Ah, there we go. all that talk
Thank
of all that talk of digitalization, it's probably an operator issue rather than a technology issue, so apologies for that. Can you still hear me? Hello?
Hello, yes,
Hey.
Justin, I can hear you.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you. So,
You can also see.
thank you. So, a very good afternoon to everyone from a lovely sunny early morning over here in the UK. As was mentioned earlier, I'm a partner in our business consulting practice in the UK firm of Grant Thornton, and I head up our people advisory business. And pretty much as it suggests, we help and support our clients with all aspects of their people agendas. Now, clearly, people have always been important to organizations, but arguably never more so than now. And the reason I say that is that people are a key component in how agile and resilient an organization is. And given the current pace and scale of change, and whether that's being driven by economic, political, environmental, technology, or probably a combination of all of those things, it's never been more important for an organization to be agile and resilient. I think looking forwards, there's little sign that this pace and scale of change is going to slow down anytime soon. So that being the case, a key question we need to answer as organization is, in order to future-proof our organizations and continue to be successful, and by successful, I mean in whatever measure you use to determine this, we need to get the right people with the right skills into the organization at the right time. We need to make sure that they're engaged once they're in the organization. And then we also need to make sure that we stop them walking out the door when we don't want them to. If we could go on to the next slide, please, that would be great. So in answering that question, or answering those questions, there are three things that we need to think about. How do we attract, how do we find those people in the first place? But I think arguably even more important is, how do they find us? Clearly, having a good recruitment process is critical, as is having the right levels of pay and benefits. But I would say these are largely hygiene factors, and arguably the biggest differentiator is your brand as an employer. If you're seen as an employer of choice, this gives you a fantastic opportunity to raise your head above the competition in what is a very crowded market for the right talent. I just wanted, if we can move on one more slide, please. I saw this. Oh, it's not there. Okay. It might be at the end, so keep going. Keep going. One more, maybe. No. Okay. The slide seems to have dropped off. If we go back to the slide where we were, I saw a study that was, and apologies that this obviously got dropped out of the slide pack. It was a shot of a graphic from a study that recently been conducted by McKinsey and Company, and was essentially looking at from up to April 22, the last 12 months, a global study of people that had either left their organization in the last 12 months, were thinking about leaving, or indeed had decided to stay within their organization. And it was looking at the reasons why people had made that decision to leave or indeed stay with their current organization. And I won't go through all of them, but the top reason by quite some margin was lack of career development enhancement. What's interesting is that inadequate total compensation wasn't at the top, that was second. And then the third highest reason was the uncaring and uninspiring leaders. So, and I think also when I looked at that, that very much resonated with what we're being told by the organizations that we're working with, that it isn't all about the compensation, the opportunity, the development, but also the part that leaders play in that retaining great talent is absolutely critical. I think the other thing that I would add to that is that continued development and learning point is particularly important to millennials and Gen Z, and essentially that's what we're talking about there, is the future talent pool and potential leaders of organizations going forward. I think if my kind of final point on that is that if we don't think about those three areas, all we get left with, the only lever that we can pull is around salary, and that becomes quickly self-defeating, because unless you've got very deep pockets in a competitive market, that's going to lead to spiraling costs, and very often comes hand in hand with high staff turnover, which then feeds that kind of vicious circle of driving up your costs and then feeding that through round to even higher staff turnover. So if we can go, apologies, I think we need to go one slide back. It should be the slide headed up employer brand. If you could, apologies, if you could move the slides one before this one. Thank you very much. So I mentioned employer brand earlier, and I think one of the first things, and this is no different from when we're thinking about our brand to our customers, or indeed any stakeholder that the organization has. The first step we need to do is to understand what is our brand in the marketplace and how can we proactively manage this? What is going to influence people's decisions and whether they want to work with our organization or not? And do we know what our existing employees are saying about their experience of working for our organization, or indeed those that have left, particularly those who have left in the recent past? I think the other thing here is not just about what your brand is saying, but who it's reaching. Can you amplify your brand to attract people from a much bigger pool of potential talent? Clearly, where there is a lot of competition, being able to reach a wider talent pool is going to be really, really important. And I'd use an example here of our own case. And in the UK, we hire a lot of accounting trainees every year, between 400 and 600. And as I'm sure you can imagine, there is an awful lot of competition for that talent in the UK amongst all of the large accounting firms. So what we did and essentially, historically, they were largely recruited from a reasonably small number of top universities in the UK. That was the talent pool that we were all fighting for. And then we made a decision about 5 or 6 years ago to change our approach. And historically, we'd recruited 90% graduates, 10% school leavers, and we set ourselves a target that we would reduce that or that we'd change that balance to 50-50. So 50% school leavers, 50% graduates. And at the same time, we got rid of our minimum academic qualifications because we felt that wasn't a good indicator of future potential. And it was also meant that the diversity of people that we were attracting into the business was not as broad as it should be, because clearly there is a very clear link between someone's social background and the achievements that they manage through their educational journey. So by getting rid of the minimum educational qualifications and by actively changing our approach to recruiting to school leavers and colleges from graduates, that gave us a much bigger talent pool within which we could attract people. And I think the advantage, and that was the if you like, the proof of that over the 5 or 6 years we've been doing it is that the people that we've got through the school leaver program are just as good as our graduates, but they tend to be much more likely to stay with us. So the retention within that group is much better, and also the diversity of our business has increased within those levels because we're not going to the same 12 universities or whatever it was. The range of people joining our business is much greater. And from the individual's perspective, there are a large number of those people that would never have thought that a career in finance would have been right for them. They didn't think that was open and available to them. So that as a kind of an overall win-win has been a very successful program for us. So this is just an example of thinking about how can you use your employer brand to look at a broader talent pool rather than just where you have always historically recruited people from. I think there's a number of challenges with that. Clearly, in our own case, we were very used to our recruitment processes, we're very used to targeting a very small number of universities. So moving to having to engage with hundreds and hundreds of schools and colleges was a big learning curve for us, as was moving our recruitment process, our selection process, to look at potential without relying on the educational qualifications that someone had. But they were all achievable things that we could get around. And I think the other part of that, so in terms of looking at your employer brand and how that is perceived in the market, is what feeds into that is the employee experience. So if the employee experience doesn't live up to the promise that you've kind of set out there, that you put out there, this very quickly starts to erode your brand in the marketplace. And these things can actually be relatively straightforward operational types issues. So are your HR processes around the employee life cycle, do they align with your employee promise? An example that kind of springs to mind was recently working with an organization that was having a lot of problem with turnover, particularly within the people that have been with the business for less than 12 months. So we did some work with them, and it became obvious that a big contributor to that turnover was their onboarding process. Did the people joining didn't necessarily have the access to the equipment and the tools that they needed to enable them to do their job from day one. They weren't allocated buddies and mentors, when they joined the business. And there was occasions where there were some problems with payroll about people it taking a few months for people to get paid the right amount. And all of these things were relatively, and I'll put relatively in quotation marks there, straightforward to address, because they were process issues which could be, once identified, could then be fixed. And I think probably the biggest impact, or the quickest impact, that started to turn that around was making sure the roles of the buddies and mentors making sure people had a buddy or mentor from the point that they arrived, and also looking at the induction training programs and thinking about how that could be made much more user-friendly and streamlined, and thinking about, rather than trying to get everything in at day one, is how could that be phased over a period of time so people could have access to the learning that they needed at the point that they needed it. Anyway, and I touched on this and on the study that McKinsey has done. The other really critical issue is around the managers that people work with, and I think it's a accepted truism that people don't leave the company they work for, they leave the manager that they work for. I think there's a consistent statistic which I hear, which is 80% of job leavers is because of the experience they have with the manager that they work with. So from that perspective, are we giving our managers, the people who are responsible for line managing, people, the right skills and tools to be able to do that job effectively? Are they assessed and rewarded? Are they effectively, do they have accountability for their role as a job leader? As a people manager. Making sure all of those things are in place is going to really help them to be able to support the people that they manage in a very effective way. And last but not least, ESG, or whatever terminology you want to use, is just as important to employees and prospective employees as it is to the other stakeholders of the organizations, investors, regulators, customers, and so on. And this will have, or can have, a significant influence on the employer brand of an organization, and whether people will choose to work with that organization or not. So if we move on to the next slide, we touched on developing leaders in the context of their role as a people manager, but I think more broadly than that, when people look up in the organization, that informs their view of their career pathway and the destination that they will have within the organization by looking at the leaders above them. So what does that say in terms of the skills and experience that they will have now in order to look at those people as leaders in the business, and what role model is that providing for other peoples within the organization? So how do we make sure that the current leaders of the business not only can do the job and be effective, but are also presenting the right role models for other people, for the people further down the hierarchy to them, and how are they mirroring what the organization is trying to do from a strategic perspective, its values and culture? And I think if we think about future leadership skills, clearly there's always been a focus on developing technical skills, and I think most people find as they go through their career that there's a lot of focus on developing those technical skills at the early part of their career. They get to a certain level, that obviously drops off and is not filled with anything else. I think lots of organizations recognize that actually critical skills for future leaders is more around, and I'll call it soft skills. I don't like that terminology, but it's not the technical skills, it's the softer skills. And when I talk about softer skills, we're thinking about resilience, agility, the ability to effectively communicate, self-awareness, emotional intelligence, and empathy. So that those kind of skills, which absolutely can be developed in an individual, but are much more important, and particularly become much more important the further the individual goes up and develops their career as a leader. And this helps the individual to be able to build effective teams and mirror those values and behaviors that is important to the organization from a cultural perspective, and makes the messages, if you like, around the culture of the organization and what it's trying to achieve on, I don't know, inclusion, diversity, or ESG. It makes those messages from an organizational perspective authentic to everyone within the organization and indeed outside of the organization. I think there's also the question of being able to build networks, because collaboration is an absolutely key part of a leader's skill set, and part of that is giving the individual the skills to be able to collaborate, but also to help build the structures within the organization itself to help that, to enable that collaboration to take place. So try and batter down those silos that sometimes exist within organizations to enable people to really leverage skills throughout and knowledge throughout the organization which they don't necessarily have. I think the last thing I want to say on this is succession planning. I think it's an area which many organizations don't necessarily focus on early enough. In key roles, too often the question of succession is not addressed until way too late in the process. And actually, what the organization should be doing is saying, well, for those roles, what does that succession plan look like? How are we gonna? What skills, etc., do we need in order for the next person to fill that? How are we gonna start to build those skills within the individuals that are coming through to that? And that, obviously, from a business protection perspective, means that you're managing the risk of the business in an effective way. But also, if we flip that around and think about the individuals, it then starts to provide clarity to the future leaders of that business on what their journey looks like. If you've got a good succession plan, then both ends of that equation are met. And then finally, on to developing skills. As you know, if you'd seen that slide, it was great. You'll have to take my word for it. Is that's the number one reason. And I think particularly, being able to develop in an organization, both in terms of skills and their career, is particularly important within millennials and Gen Z, but also for us slightly older people as well. And an organization that's investing in its people through giving them the skills is going to be much more attractive to a potential candidate, or indeed someone already in the business. It's going to keep them within the business. I think from the business's perspective, from the organization's perspective, what that also does is said, well, okay, if you've got a strategic approach to the skills, your skills agenda, then you're looking and saying, well, what skills do we need in the business now, but also what skills do we need in the future? And this might be around data or digital or sustainability skills or whatever it might be, but rather than reacting to that as and when you've got a gap to fill, if you start to do that talent mapping process and think about, well, these are the skills that we need to fill, then you can start to put in place plans which enable you to fill those skills gap, either through people that are already, building those skills within people already in the business, or starting to identify where you're going to recruit people from earlier in the process. So basically, you then give yourself the ability to bring people into the organization at an earlier stage and train them, rather than having to buy those ready-made skills in, where very often the competition is fierce and the cost is correspondingly high. And I think our last piece, and this is something that we've seen a massive increase in, and I think this comes back to that, kind of those skills that we talked about that the future leaders need, or indeed arguably already need. Coaching and mentoring is a big part of both developing those skills within an individual themselves, and then those individuals helping to develop those skills in people within the organization as well. And we run a number of coaching and mentoring programs to help develop both coaches themselves, but also the processes and the kind of strategy around coaching. And this has been an absolutely huge area of growth and interest for many organizations. So I'm gonna stop there. I got a bit lost in time because we jumped around a bit, so hopefully I haven't overrun. I think we've got plenty of time for questions anyway, but I would just, if you move, sorry, the slides, move it on to the last one, please. Any questions? There we go. So just, happy to take questions after we finished, but just some things I thought would be good to think about off the back of some of the things I talked about just through in my presentation.
Okay, thank you very much, Justin. Now for the reaction, may we call on Mr. Robert Gonzalez of GCash.
Thank you so much. Hello, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Robert. I handle HR in GCash. I hope all of you are GCash users here, and all the 50 people offline. That's good to hear. I heard a loud yes here. That's good to hear. Thank you, Justin, for this wonderful framework of how we can attract talents for the organization. Actually, I just came from a 2-day planning session or step back from with the GCash leadership team. And at the end part of this session, we were given the opportunity to leave our wish list to our fellow leaders. No? And the top 2 requests that I got actually are aligned with what Justin was presenting. Number 1 is hiring, concerns on hiring. And second, development of skills and development of leadership of the people. So thank you again, Justin, for that framework. I believe we'll be talking more about that later. So I'd like to go back to what Justin said about employer branding. We're very proud that we were able to establish already the purpose of GCash, which is making Filipinos' everyday lives better. I hope we were able to create an impact to all of you during the pandemic, no? With all of your online hurdles and other similar things. No? We believe that our product right now is essential to the lives of Filipinos, and that our services can promote financial inclusion. We have right now 66 million subscribers. I believe that that is important because we are in a country where banking penetration is very low. So having 66 million subscribers is a big thing for us to serve. You know? In our database right now, we also have 5 million merchants and online sellers. Okay? So we are again proud to be a partner for the livelihood of these people. We have launched programs for our Sad stores, palengke, and tricycle drivers. I'm mentioning this because this is a big part of our employer brand. How we are helping Filipinos' lives to be more convenient is a big purpose for us. And of course, our vision of making financial inclusion in the Philippines possible is also a drive for all of us. Also, so in looking for talents or people who would want to get into our company, we want talent who can support this purpose. We want them to be excited in helping us develop our app for the that can contribute to nation building. And also, we want them to feel that what we are doing, how we are serving the 66 million subscribers can also be their own professional fulfillment. Of course, when it comes to cultures, as Justin pointed out, we also want a culture that are engaging for them. Okay, not only engaging, but we want a culture that where the employees will feel that they're being taken care of. We have programs on employee well-being, which we call Alaga Gcash. We are taking care of 66 million subscribers. We want to make sure that we are also taking care of our 1,100 employees. Flexibility is a very important item in our culture right now. We are in a hybrid work setting, 2 to 3 times a week in the office, but we're still finding ways so that we can accommodate more the flexibility that our employees are looking for. And of course, while Justin mentioned that total rewards is a basic hygiene, I'm sure you would agree with me that it is always best that the company looks after the compensation and benefits of the employees. So from our end, we made sure that our salaries are above market so that we are more competitive as well when it comes to talent. Now, in the areas of developing skills, I agree with Justin that we need to be getting not only the most experienced or the perfect candidates. In GCash right now, we have programs that can bring in even the lesser experienced professionals. No? Of course, starting off with our programs with the fresh graduates. We have management development programs, and these talent are the ones feeding in to our leadership pipeline. Of course, for tech, pinakamahirap ngayon yung tech. No? The tech roles are the hardest to hire right now. And I'm sure all of you would agree that that your HR is also having a hard time bringing in all of these people. So from our end, we also have cadetship program, FinTech Engineering Cadetship program, so that we can bring in even fresh grads. And of course, in-house as well, we have programs that can develop them into the roles that they're in, into a higher role. Example, from solutions from software developers becoming solutions architect. By the end of this month or early next month rather, we are putting all of this together into a corporate university where we put together not only courses for tech, not only for management development program, but also our programs on leadership, wealth management, data, innovation, all of these related to the business of GCash. Justin also mentioned about knowing the future skills that we need for our company. For GCash, understanding the impact of Web3 is very important. Okay? In Web3, there's of course, this is powered by blockchain technology. There's also the idea of open finance, embedded finance, tokenization. All of these things, since we are in the financial service industry or company, we need to understand and be able to see how we can use this technology to serve our 66 million subscribers. And finally, in the framework of Justin, he talked about developing leaders. Succession planning is very important for us. We've been doing talent review year-round. The succession pipeline is being monitored as well by our risk and audit team because again, sustainability of the business lies in what we have in the succession plan. Leadership investment, we've invested a lot in leadership development. We have identified the high potentials in the organization. All of them have undergone training, not only in-house training, but we also partnered with the likes of AIM and INSEAD. Now, Justin mentioned about developing the soft skills of our managers. Recently, we launched what we call uplifting leadership. Under this program, we want our leaders to be empathic leaders. When we did the survey among our employees last year to prepare our strategies for this year, that is one thing that they asked for, that we want leaders who can understand us. So we made sure that we have programs that can make our managers or our leaders empathic and are able to build a psychologically safe environment. So we always say that our company is a purpose-driven company. But to be purpose-driven does not only mean that you have a purpose that you can hang in the wall, or we have a purpose that you can talk about in speaking engagements like this. But being purpose-driven means that you're able to activate as well the purpose of each employee in the organization. So that's what we are doing right now. That's how we are helping our managers, our leaders, so that we can retain our employees and make them believe and contribute in what we're doing in GCash, not only for the company, but for our 66 million subscribers. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much for that very interesting discussion and for sharing us your story in GCash. May you please occupy that seat, and may we to continue the conversation. So Justin, you're still there. May we
I am.
the chair of the Professional Development Committee of FINEX, Ms. Edith Estacio, sorry, Edith Estacio, to facilitate the question and answer or the open forum.
Hi, good afternoon again, and thank you, Justin, no, and thank you, Robert, for that interesting discussion. I'm sure we have a lot of questions this afternoon because it's HR related. No? But maybe let me start with what I guess my takeaway from your discussion. Justin mentioned earlier about values and behavior, and you also mentioned about activating the purpose of each employee. We learned in school before. No, we learned in school before about the Maslow's hierarchy. It's self-actualization. Right now, is it still self-actualization? What do you see motivates employees?
I guess, especially for the millennials and the coming in Gen Z, they have this concept already that they have in mind that they want to accomplish in life. So if we're saying before that sense of actualization comes in when you're already old, for them, I think they want to do it now. So it is important for companies like us that we are able to communicate to them what we are doing, not only for business, but for the country and for human race in general. Very interesting, when we were doing our planning yesterday, one of the MVPs whispered to me and said, Robert, it is important that we are able to communicate externally our purpose and what we are doing outside the usual business targets. Sabi ko, where do you learn that as a, let's say as a college student? Do they teach you that in school? He said no, because information is available now in the internet. Whenever I look for companies that I want to work for, obviously I look at their profiles. And he said, it always inspires me whenever a company talks about what they're doing, about the country, about the environment, about Filipinos, or about their citizens in general. So all of this information are available in the internet right now, and the kids or the talents are looking for them.
So even at a young age, even when they're starting work, maybe how they can contribute as an individual to the corporate, maybe corporate
Social responsibility.
Yeah, maybe Justin, do you have something to add to that?
Yeah, I mean, I would very much echo what Robert said. I think that for many people coming into the start of their careers are already thinking about whether they identify with a company that they're potentially going to join, and the things that are important to them. What does the organization say about their view on those things? So whether it's environment, whether it's kind of how they're engaging with the wider stakeholders of the organization, not just customers and the investors. I think also the piece around people are very keen to understand how they will build and how they would develop their careers. They do want to see a kind of clear path, a clear trajectory for their development and how their career will push on. But I think also, I think a couple of people touched on it in the earlier session, is around that flexibility. So I know in the UK, every recruitment, every time someone is coming into a recruitment situation, the first question they ask is, what's your policy around hybrid working? and I don't think that will go away. I think obviously that was a situation created by recent events, in terms of lots of organizations realizing that they could be a bit more flexible, and there's always going to be a balance between those things, but having, if you can kind of build the process, and we understand, of course people understand that there are some things which need to be done kind of in person and so on, but if the more an organization can create that flexibility, and still kind of not cause themselves a problem in terms of kind of doing the day job, as it were, then the more likely that a broader range of people will join that. And I think also, again, potentially from a UK perspective, or maybe a bit broader than that, an organization's position around inclusion and diversity is again another question which gets asked pretty much by every potential recruit.
Yeah, thank you. You mentioned flexibility, no? So how do you manage flexibility, no, while balancing at the same time the demands of the work and I guess the requests or requirements of the people also? Like recently, there's been a study that the work from home may not be um, as effective. No, I guess it's true for certain cases. I guess for your organizations, how do you manage or balance flexibility?
For now, we recognize that there are people who would want to work from home, and some people, and also a lot of employees who would want to get out of their houses and go back to the office. So to balance that, we are asking the employees to work from the to go to the office 2 to 3 times a week. Um, they are lucky right now. Our employees are lucky right now because we are renovating our office. So a big part of them can work from home practically most of the week. But I see a lot of employees working in the office right now. So for now, I think requiring them to be in the office 2 to 3 times is a balance. We're still in the process of determining what is a good process or what is a good design for flexibility, so that we are able, again, to engage better the employees, considering as well where they can be more productive.
Well, sharing also my experience in our organization, it seems it's very difficult, no, to establish the culture with everybody working from home. So I'm sure it must be the same now with yours. So maybe at this point, let me check if there are questions from our audience, maybe here or online.
Hi, good afternoon. So, quick question. So, one of the last things that Robert mentioned would be your new program regarding what you call as uplifting leaders, or uplifting leaders. I'm sure that you had other choices of adjectives, di ba, on how to describe the leaders for GCash and for your organization. maybe you can discuss or expound a little bit on why that particular word was used and how it potentially resonates, no, with the rest of the organization.
Actually, another adjective that we can use for the program is empathic leaders. When we were asking the employees about how their leaders, how they want their leaders to be, and so that we can include that in our development programs, one of the things that I very well remember is that, and I have to mention this in Filipinos, sorry, um, parang hindi nila alam na merong opisina at merong bahay. It seems that they do not understand, my managers do not understand that I have a professional life or office life and I also have a personal life. I want them to understand that. I want them to be empathic with me and understand that, work is work life, personal life is personal life. And I guess that's a common phenomenon during the pandemic, right? Because everybody's working from home. We thought that at 8 o'clock, it's still okay to talk to call your employees or ask for something. So it 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 started from there, empathic leaders. But then we thought, what else can we do? How else can we develop our leaders? And then we thought of uplifting leadership because we see also the need to motivate and inspire the employees coming off from the pandemic, and as well as having a psychological safe environment, considering that we are a technology and innovation company. So all ideas and lines of thinking should be welcome.
Thank you. And if I may I have a follow-up question? So, um, not necessarily related to that first question. What we've observed is that there's really a need to increase the level of engagement, right, with our people in order to help with how work is done. And normally on an institutional-wide basis, firm-wide basis, you set out annual targets. But now it feels like a one-year plan, especially for people-related matters, is too long of a horizon. And you need to come up with shorter, right, planning horizons. I wanted to check whether it's similar to you and how you've managed to deal with that reality, if it is applicable to you.
We are still doing a 1-year planning, but I agree with you that when it comes to people, it helps that you have a check midway midway during the year. Um, Yearly, we do our employee engagement survey. At one point, we realized, I think we need to do another survey at the middle of the year. To your point that we may need to pivot a little after 6 months. It's just that for now we are at a stage wherein the things that we need for the employee that we need to do for the employees takes some time to develop. So we're still in that 1-year time frame, but pretty soon we are shifting to an employee engagement survey where it is either every quarter or every half year, so that we can get more the pulse of the employees.
Hi, good afternoon, Robert, Jeng Pascual. I think you were here earlier when Eric Francia was talking about the whole Ayala organization. No? And one thing that struck me in what he said was that whatever you were doing in your businesses, your employees love it. Yeah, your employees love what you're doing. So that's a sort of an indirect reference to the new generation, the millennial generation, who now expect work-life integration. And they actually got that with the pandemic, right? Because they were all at home. So maybe it would be good for other corporates to learn maybe from Ayala's perspective or even GCash perspective. What are the top 3 things that you are doing to pivot your approach towards attracting, retaining, and empowering talent, given the emerging expectations of the next generation of workforce?
Thanks so much for that question. Um, Even at Ayala level, the desire to help the nation is very important. And I think a lot of our employees resonate with that and see that as a very important factor in their employment. So down to GCash, we always say that it is our responsibility to contribute to the nation, making Filipinos' everyday lives better and convenient. So a lot of employees would be motivated with that kind of purpose. But I have to be honest, some of the employees, especially those who would desire work-life balance, would also have other perspective. And when I say other perspective, let's say in GCash, we need to do a lot of things. If we want to democratize financial services, if we want to do financial inclusion, we have to keep on developing things, and that can be tiring for a lot of employees. So a lot of them would choose to go because they want to take care of themselves. So that's a big factor for us now. What do we do with work-life balance? When I got into GCash, work-life balance is coming from lack of resources. So the most important thing to do is to add resources. I guess Globe, GCash, and even at Ayala level, we don't hesitate to add resources when it is necessary. I'm very happy that I have a very supportive leadership team and board of directors that allowed me to add from a population of 800, barely 800, I have added, I think, 400 people in the company. So that's one thing because that takes out the workload from the employees as well. Okay? And there's a big, one thing that Ayala was able to establish is that we are one big family. Even and GCash is not. I mean, GCash Ayala does not own a big part of GCash, but GCash employees feel that they are part of Ayala. Hence, the family, the big family feel that Ayala was able to that Ayala was able to establish goes all the way down to the employee of GCash. So I think those are the things that make us stay in this company and believe in the purpose of not only the Ayala conglomerate but also with the Globe and GCash as well.
Thank you. Can I ask a follow-up question?
Sure, please.
On the point that employees love what you're doing, how do you actually measure that?
Okay. Um, Personally, I measure it with how enthusiastic they are, how fast they are in creating in doing their assignments. The kids right now, they are very fast. They can really work fast. So when we see them being on time when it comes to productivity and assignments, I take that as a measure of how they love their job and the company.
Yeah, may we ask Justin also to comment on that, please?
Yeah, sure. I mean, I think just picking up on a point there that Robert made around purpose, I think absolutely purpose is a very big driver in terms of attracting and retaining people. I think in terms of being able to clearly articulate that and where the organization is, is absolutely authentic about walking the talk, as it were, in terms of delivering that purpose. So it's a simple message which resonates and which people can see is being lived by and breathed by the organization is a very powerful way of attracting and retaining and engaging people. I think there was a couple of things about flexibility, because I think this is a problem being grappled with pretty much every organization, unless you're kind of, you've got to have everyone in the workplace because you're a factory or whatever, and that's the way it's got to be. Even then, you've kind of got the back office. What do you do with finance and HR, et cetera, et cetera? I think that a big part of the success of that is you it's difficult to make that work if you build it around a framework of rules. So if you say this is what you've got to do and this is hybrid, it isn't really hybrid working, and then typically the process becomes one of kind of management looking over the shoulder of people, and kind of it becoming bogged down in trying to enforce and monitor those rules. I think there's got to be trust, and part of that comes back to, and you mentioned this in terms of productivity, and does it drop if people are working from home? I think a really important thing to think about is how do you measure productivity? historically, it's quite, the easy way of measuring productivity is to kind of look at input, right? How many hours does someone spend doing something? What hours are they in the office? What, what's the input that they are generating? And what I think needs to happen is that needs to flip to measuring productivity by reference to the output. So, and Robert mentioned this in terms of speed of delivery of the work that they're doing, and it will be, how many. It's a question of people being measured and rewarded by reference to what they're producing as opposed to what input they're putting into it, and then that kind of subtly shifts from a cultural perspective. That subtly shifts the position to be, well, people can kind of get a feel that they've got more trust in them to get on as long as they produce the output. And then you can start to build a framework around that flexibility to say, well, look, there's some basic rules here that need to be, and it's going to be interpreted slightly differently for different roles and people within the organization. But the three fundamental rules are: it's got to work for the business, it's got to work for you, and it's got to work for your team. And those three things need to balance in terms of how you organize, how you operate. And it, I think once you've switched the way that you're measuring someone by reference to what their output is, then it becomes easier to operate within a framework rather than a series of rules.
Yeah, there is one question on the chat, if I may. Okay, from our online participant, hybrid is here to stay. How do you keep the employees engaged and at the same time disciplined and stuck to work on deliverables, as work from home tend to get abused without superiors not being close to employees? Parang may hugot doon. Check-ins are there, but not effective, as employees would always have an excuse not to show up, valid or invented reasons. Follow-up, talagang may hugot yung nagtanong. Fight, especially over professional resources, is brutal. Between work from home versus hybrid setup, employees would still choose work from home. How can you bring the work from home setup to the office without breaking the bank? So comment on that, please.
Yeah. For me, communication is very important. Communicate. The question is, how do you still engage? No. When we were all working from home, we would still take the opportunity to gather them together so that we can bring to them business accomplishments and other good news in the company. That way they can see, even if I'm so detached from the office, I can still see what my company is accomplishing. So that's one. So now it becomes a problem because a lot of them wouldn't want to go back to the office. Um, we always connect collaboration with productivity. We saw, and even our employees would see that they can be more productive. They can be more productive, and you know how productivity is related to rewards later on, right? Their annual incentives. So that productivity is very much started with collaboration, and that collaboration is always better if it's face to face. Now, like what we said, we are not expecting them to be in the office 100% during the week. 2 to 3 times is enough, but we want them to make sure that 2 to 3 times a week they're using it for collaboration with the most significant partners in the organization. So I think that's about it. But as much as we want to provide 100% flexibility, what we are seeing is that people who come to the office and collaborate face to face are still more effective, not only in terms of productivity but also in establishing relationship with people, getting inspired with what the company is doing, and being always um, parang in the know of what's happening in the company.
Maybe from Justin as well.
Yeah, I think it's really, really important to balance flexibility with what's just practically possible and what makes sense. And there was a number of organizations coming out of lockdown that we saw that basically went one end of the spectrum or the other. So some where the CFO saw an opportunity to cut swathes of cost off their off their profit and loss by getting rid of a whole bunch of office space and saying, right, everyone work from home. And the other end of the spectrum, where someone turns around and says, right, I want you all in the office 5 days a week. I think it quickly became apparent that those, if you adopt either of those extreme ends of, then in a lot of cases you will very much struggle to keep hold of your people or attract people into your organization. But equally, that flexibility that you offer absolutely needs to be balanced by, well, what makes sense for the business ultimately. There's a degree of flexibility that you can introduce, which you can build the process, it makes sense, you can manage it, and it works for the business. Then that's where you need to get to in terms of understanding the kind of pros and cons of that level of flexibility. And I think, from the individual's perspective, it's also recognizing that everyone's not the same in the organization. So, we, as I said before, we have huge numbers of trainees in our organization, for example. It doesn't make sense for somebody who's at the beginning of their career learning. It doesn't make sense for them to be working one day in the office where they get the most value and what they want, because all part of it is all the social part of it as well as the learning part, is they want to be in the office. That's the way they learn, the osmosis of working with other people. And I think that that recognition that what works for some people within the organization is not going to work for others, and that flexibility needs to be balanced, that the people who manage those trainees need to recognize that those trainees need to be in, and then that's going to have an impact on how often they need to be in the office. And I think what Robert said is absolutely right in terms of, you identify the things that are the most valuable to be done face to face, collaboration, innovation, whatever it is, those learning and development, those things that are absolutely best done face to face, then that's what should be done face to face. If you're sitting on a bunch of Teams or Zoom calls in the office all day, that's probably not a good reason to sit in the office to do it, unless there's personal reasons that you want to come into the office to do it. So it's just a question of, kind of working through those and then trying to build processes around that, which helps the organizations to effectively manage that. But as I say, comes back to those three things. What works for the individual has to work for the team, has to work for the business. Those three things need to be balanced.
This is my last question. No? As HR practitioners, what keeps you awake at night? No? And how how do you see yourself, no, addressing this stay awake issue? So for maybe Robert first.
Um, Being able, what keeps me awake at night really is the thought of, am I able, or is my team able to bring in all the talent that we need, all the talents that we need in terms of skills and number of people, so that we can push through with our products and services that we need to deliver to our subscribers. I think the expectations from our subscribers right now has really gotten big. We developed a lot of products, and our subscribers are wanted to make sure that these products are reliable, because it is their money that they're entrusting to us. So I need to make sure that we have the talents, number in terms of skills and number, to bring into the organization so that we can deliver what we committed to give.
Thank you, Robert. And Justin?
Well, apart from giving virtual presentations first thing in the morning, that keeps me awake. um, I guess I would say a lot of the issues around people are difficult to measure in terms of business performance. And so if we look at, well, what's the return on investment for us being a purpose-led business? What's the return on investment for us being more inclusive? What's the return on investment around, being better, having better engaged? I think instinctively, lots of leaders of organizations understand the importance, but I think we need to probably get better at being able to measure the impact, not in a kind of narrow financial way, but I think in terms of being able to point to something to say, look, if you turn this lever, then that's broadly the impact you're going to get from an organizational impact perspective. And I think we probably need to move more to being able to demonstrate that kind of benchmark, than it just sometimes organizations look at these things and think, well, that's the right thing for us to do, but not necessarily the basis on which to do it, because you've got no measures. And an example of that would be understanding, kind of from a diversity and inclusion perspective, well, what difference is that going to make to our business, rather than doing 100 different things, kind of reactive way. If you kind of understand, well, this is the measure of where we are, this is where we need to get to, and you've got a bit more of a way of measuring those two things, then you can start to focus in, well, rather than doing these 100 things, we know these 10 things are really going to help us get from where we are to where we want to be, because we can measure it. So I guess that's probably one of the key things for me.
So thank you, Robert and Justin. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for your time and sharing your insights.
Thank you very much again. Thank you, Justin, for joining us all the way from UK and for waking up so early to join us in this presentation.
It
Okay,
was
and of
my
course,
pleasure.
Robert, thank you very much for joining us here live. And again, may we call on the FINEX President, Mike Varin, PNA Grant Thornton Chairperson and CEO, Marivic Españo, Ayala Corporation's Lito Biacora, Professional Development Committee Chairperson. She's on stage now, Edith Estacio, and Professional Development Committee Liaison Director, Ned Cosedo, to present a token of appreciation, which says, to Robert Conrad Gonzalez and Justin Ricks, in recognition for his generosity in sharing his valuable time, knowledge, and insights as a panelist in the 6th Ayala FINEX Summit, from stockholders to stakeholders, the future of capitalism, given his 27th day of July 2022 at the New World Hotel Makati, signed Edith Estacio, Chairman, Professional Development Committee, Ronald S. Goseco, Liaison Director, Professional Development Committee. Again, ladies and gentlemen, another warm round of applause. Justin, join us there. Again, thank you. Thank you very much. If Edith would ask me what keeps me awake at night, well, tonight, I'll be awake thinking of the topics that we have discussed today. Truly, there are a lot of topics that I wanted to reflect on. Truly, starting from this morning. Okay, it was truly a great lineup. There was really a great lineup of session topics and guest speakers. Now, to give us a summary of the whole summit and deliver her call to action message, we will have with us Ms. Lorelei Kiambao Osyal. She is the President and CEO of Philippines Shell Petroleum Corporation. Lori Lee. Sorry. Also known by her initials LQ, is a global leader in the energy industry, having been based in various countries for Shell PLC. She's an advocate of diversity, equity, and inclusion, and digital transformation. Her brand of leadership is transformative, where leaders inspire and motivate people to innovate and create change that will help grow the business and shape the future. As Vice President of Global Finance Operations Expenditure, she manages 5 major processes covering Shell businesses in more than 50 countries and supports 80,000 employees globally. She has a team of almost 700 people located in Manila, Krakow, Kuala Lumpur, and Chennai across 4 workforce generations. Lori Lee is a sponsor of the Gender Balance Network in the I hope I pronounced it well, and represents the Philippines in the Asian Talent Council. She sponsors digital transformation in the areas of process of mining, digital process twin and artificial intelligence, automated audit and risk management solutions, democratization of technology and skills for the future. She is the president of Filipinas Shell Foundation, Inc., a 40-year-old foundation with programs on livelihood, education, health and safety, environment, energy, nutrition, and food security, not only to the work sites of Shell and host communities, but to the rest of the country. She has a degree in Bachelor of Science in Accountancy. Finally, may accountant dito. May kasama na kami. From Silliman University, cum laude. And of course, a certified public accountant. She also holds a master's in business administration degree from the University of Western Australia. Just imagine from the start to finish, bigatin ng ating mga speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, let's all welcome Miss Lorelie Kiambao Oshal.
Thank you. Thank you, Mai. Good afternoon, everyone. I think virtually, I understand that there are actually more people dialing in. So good afternoon, everyone. It is an honor for me to be here. It's great, actually. I think while I do see the benefits, I think there was a future of work, a work from home discussion earlier. While I do adore my son and my husband, and I've enjoyed working from home the last 2 years, I think it's also really great to be able to see people, look at half of people's faces half the time because of the masks, and be here this afternoon. So thank you. I know it takes quite a great effort to organize this thing. So thank you also to the organizers. So as Mai mentioned, I am Lorelie Kiambao. You can call me LQ. And one of my roles, I'm the country chair of Shell companies in the Philippines. I think that's Skip. We have been in the country for 108 years as a partner in nation building. Personally, for me, I've been in Shell for 20 years. And I guess if I were to really think about the day today and think about the theme of what I'm going to share, I would say great expectations. Great expectations. Over the last years, and really in an accelerated fashion in the recent few, we have seen the ever increasing importance of companies to society, and how the role of companies in society has become more and more critical. Great expectations. It is becoming more and more our present reality that the longevity and future resilience of companies will be determined not just by companies' ability to maximize shareholder value, but also by its ability to create and preserve value for a broader range of shareholders and make an impact that matters in society. Great expectations. These are great expectations indeed. From companies from the external environment on what companies stand for, the authenticity of the purpose of companies. Also looking at how that purpose resonates with customers, with communities, with employees, and with society as a whole. Personally, for me, I see this not just as a company journey, but also for me, a personal journey that I have to traverse, having been so long in the corporate world. And it really, for me, looks at the individual of the purpose of the company, my individual purpose, but then also the roles that each of us, I mean, we are all officers of our companies, what our role is in terms of shaping the future. I see this as complex as we see the current world challenges. And you also see that the current challenges we face today are really challenges with interdependencies. I mean, if you look at climate change, I mean, an impact on environment, biodiversity, socioeconomic growth, societal concerns. So you can see the complexity and the interdependence more and more of the challenges that the world is trying to solve. And I see this becoming more and more moving forward. I mean, the last 2 years, we've experienced so many things that have been quite unprecedented. But also through that time, you've also seen how companies have risen to the challenge and have really stepped up. Again, great expectations. So I guess for me, if I look at what has been discussed today, and I do like to visualize things a bit more as well, I'll probably share just how we have traversed this journey in Shell, but also through that Shell journey, how I have traversed it myself. So globally, our strategy is called Powering Progress. And Powering Progress is designed to generate value for shareholders, for customers, and the wider society. So it has four main goals, and it's really integrating sustainability at the heart of that strategy. So if I look at the four goals, and if you look at companies years ago, and then the company I'm going to describe now, it will be quite different. So if you look at our four goals, one is achieving net zero emissions. The second one is respecting nature. The third one is powering lives. And the fourth one is generating shareholder value. So if you look at this purpose and you wrap it together, then you'll see that what we intend to do is to power progress together by providing more and cleaner energy solutions. And our strategy is underpinned by our core values of honesty, integrity, and respect for people, and focus on safety. So clearly, it is a wider purpose, a wider strategy, larger and broader boundary conditions than if you look at how traditionally companies have been viewed. The world needs action right now in reducing carbon emissions and keeping global temperature at below 1.5 degrees Celsius, which is really one of the main goals of the Paris Agreement on climate change. So our strategy sets out to accelerate this transition, the transition of our business to net zero emissions in step with society. Powering Progress really demonstrates the determination to play a key role in tackling climate change and put sustainability at the heart of the strategy. I think one of the speakers earlier today, from a company perspective and a society perspective, they have focused on specific and particular societal issues. And one of the things that we're doing in this example is climate change and the impact to environment. So what that means is that we will seize the opportunities in the energy transition as we work with our customers to provide the low and zero energy products and services that is increasingly in demand. Powering Progress for us also demonstrates our determination to play a key role in tackling climate change and put sustainability at the heart of that strategy. The second goal is generating shareholder value. I think this one people are more familiar with. And it's looking at delivering the financial strength, but not just the financial strength for financial wealth, but it's also delivering financial strength to be able to transform our company. We are providing the vital energy that people need today in the form of oil and gas and to meet demand from our customers and with developing economies. But at the same time, we are looking at using that financial growth and that financial strength to also grow the business to look at lower energy solutions. So we are increasing investments in these solutions and working with various groups of people. So new collaborations, looking at customers, partners, governments. As I mentioned earlier, the challenges we face these days are more complex. And therefore, we also look at a multi-sectoral approach to be able to come with a collaborative solution. So a net zero world really means a world where society stops adding to the total amount of greenhouse gases in the atmosphere. And ultimately, our goal is to become a net zero emissions energy business by 2050 in step with society. So it'll be different depending on the country we operate in. With this, we have also set short, medium, and long-term targets to make sure that we are reducing emissions in line with the Paris Agreement and meeting the expectations of customers and society. More than 90% of our emissions are associated with the use of our products, which are outside our company. And that means we also have to work with our customers and really looking at how people consume products and how energy drives behavior, how people drive cars, how people power businesses, how energy cools homes here in the Philippines. And this is why focusing on our strategy also means working with our customers. And it's not, gone are the days when you can just be internal, inward looking. You really need to bring the external world in. So it's the outside and bringing that in as well. And continuing to drive innovation based on the inputs that we have, based on our focus on customer centricity. Another pillar that I mentioned also means powering lives and livelihoods with our energy products. And this means a supply of affordable, reliable, and sustainable energy that is crucial for addressing global challenges, including those related to poverty and inequality. And that is why we are looking to provide more energy to those who do not have it today. We are looking at equality, we are looking at inclusion. Our operations aim to provide jobs and training people in more than 70 countries and support local businesses by buying goods and services from the local communities. We are working to become one of the most diverse and inclusive companies in the world, focusing on, firstly, on cognitive diversity, which is in each one of us, but also in terms of demographic diversity. And in particular, we're looking at gender, race, ethnicity, LGBT, and disability, respecting human rights as we do our business. Our goal to respect nature focuses on protecting the environment, reducing waste, and making a positive contribution to biodiversity. We will use water and other resources more efficiently across all our activities, reusing as much of them as we can. So we are increasing our recycling of plastics, and we are helping reduce emissions through operations and providing cleaner ways to power transport and industry. So working with our partners, suppliers, and forming and forging new collaborations is key as we approach a different business model for the future. So we're looking at joining across industries, governments, and our customers and supply chains to protect nature. By achieving all four of our goals in powering progress, we will remain a successful company to meet society's key urgent needs. Great expectations. So these are not expectations of society just from Shell, but it's increasingly becoming, if it's not already, expectations by society and various shareholders from each of our companies. So what are we doing in the Philippines, for example, if I bring it closer to home? And this means for us looking at new and existing business models. It also means aligning business models. I think this will not be simple. It will mean that with different shareholders, we will have to define the definition of value may not be as straightforward as before. But the other thing is that while we could find aligned business models, it could also mean that in certain cases, we will have to define and really look at different solutions or aligned solutions that will cater to different shareholders. And that will be a different approach in terms of how we manage companies. In the Philippines, I think I mentioned we have been a partner in nation building for 108 years, and we will continue our strengths in terms of really focusing on having a customer-centric mindset and an innovation culture. If I look at the four goals, how are we trying to achieve net zero emissions? We are looking at growing our non-fuels and convenience retailing stations. In the past, Shell would always be associated with fuels. So we are looking at non-fuels as well, offering lower carbon products and services and implementing lower carbon alternatives in our assets and operations. I mentioned different business models, and therefore, even for us, if you look at the transformation of the Tabangao refinery, in that sense, one, it makes economic sense. It makes business sense. But at the same time, that decision to change the supply chain model also ensures that we reduce our greenhouse gas emissions. So the way we look at strategy and purpose and we look at value now takes on a different lens. And they are not always contradicting. They are not always conflicting. It's very similar with doing ethical business. Ethical business also makes sense. Ethical business is actually a more profitable approach in the longer run for a more sustainable and financially resilient business. Powering lives. We look at this internally and externally by working towards becoming, as I mentioned, one of the most diverse and inclusive companies and providing equal opportunities. I mentioned earlier the problems that we're facing are more complex. And that means that we also need diverse ways of thinking, different perspectives. And that's why diversity, when unleashed, becomes really powerful. But you will only be able to unleash diversity if you're able to provide an inclusive workspace where people are respected, people are valued, and people are able to freely share their thoughts, their ideas, and be at ease with sharing innovative solutions for the company. We also power lives through Filipina Shell Foundation. It's a 40-year-old, I'm really proud of this foundation celebrating our 40 years next month, having touched 12 million lives in over 40 years. And looking at environment, livelihood, education, health, nutrition, and energy. Respecting nature. In our mobility sites for the future, we continue to collaborate and partner with like-minded companies and groups on circular economy and nature-based solutions. So recycling our lubricants, bottles, plastics, mixing them with cement and using them to build pavements and walls and building some of our buildings. And also looking at nature-based solutions. So while meeting stakeholder expectations may not always be simple, there can be an alignment. It will take time, and I think it will take that culture of being able to do so. I mentioned the refinery example earlier, where it touches shareholder value, but also achieving net zero emissions. I look at how, if you just look at gender diversity, for example, I think a number of you are familiar with the McKinsey reports, where board of directors, which have 30%, more than 30% women, become more effective boards and bring higher cash flow and higher profit. I'm not saying this, by the way, because I'm a woman. This is statistics. This is a data-driven fact and not anecdotal, by the way. And it applies to different forms of diversity, as I mentioned. I believe as companies, we need to be able to be reflective of the customers that we serve. How else are we able to get to the heart of the needs of our customers if our own workforce is not reflective of our customers, our stakeholders, our investors? As we look towards the future, I think I look at it, I guess both, I mean, there's a lot of unknown, but I also look at it with excitement. As we look to the future, it also makes me think about the environment and the culture that we are creating for our companies and what that future will look like. To be able to evolve our companies, what kind of environment, what kind of place are we shaping where all our employees, including ourselves, can be at our best? And this is the whole future of work conversation. I mean, the pandemic has illuminated new opportunities. It has accelerated trends that we can continue to leverage. We have seen the accelerated pace of automation, digital evolution, digital transformation. Yet we also realize that in digital transformation, one, it is about technology, but it is beyond technology. We all realize now that digital transformation looks at integrating workflows. It really looks at elevating the user experience. It looks at the difference in mindset. It looks at a difference in culture. And it goes beyond technology. It also means that with that, we need to look at how we equip our workforce for the future. But it doesn't mean that we need to let go of our core. I think brilliant basics still has to be there. If you're a finance professional, if you're a human resources professional, brilliant basics has to be there. But we also know that the personas of our professions in the future will be taking on a different turn. So how do we bring everyone along, including ourselves, in that journey? Beyond technology and at the heart of our companies are people. How do we attract and retain the best talent? How do we develop people for the future? How do we care for our employees? Employees which you could say have different motivations, awakened by the last few years in terms of different circumstances. And employees themselves are a very important stakeholders of companies these days as well. I mean, you look at how employees have really changed decision making at Amazon or at Google, for example. Great expectations. Employees have great expectations of companies. What will that future look like? This will include increased collaboration, and if we want to drive innovation, then we have to do that. Focus on D&I, as I mentioned, flexibility and choice. So I think another discussion during the recent Q&A, work-life balance, work-life integration. They're talking about work-life effectiveness these days. But the sense of that as well, I mean, if you're looking at an engaged workforce, an empowered workforce, it tackles also things like belongingness, a sense of purpose, social togetherness, and really caring for employee needs. Not an easy task, and with great expectations. There are also great expectations for companies to have a bias for action. I think awareness is key. Awareness is a start. I think compliance and reporting will be there. But then what next? But I also look hopeful. I'm also hopeful because right now, with everyone here and with everyone listening in, the bias for action starts with awareness. It starts with a growth mindset. And that's why we're all here today. I hope this day has been really productive. And I think Mai was mentioning she'll be thinking about it tonight. So I do hope that it has also left a lot of food for thought for each of us on the roles that we play in shaping the future and making a positive impact that matters. Let's breathe life into the great expectations and make that a reality. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that very inspiring talk, passionately delivered by no other than the President of Shell Corporation, Ms. Laurelie Kiambao Oshal. Again, another warm round of applause. Umeeko pa sa akin, sense of belongingness, sense of purpose, great expectations again. So, Laurelie, we want you to please come up again for the Certificate of Appreciation. So, kahit dito na lang daw. If I may read the citations, the Certificate of Appreciation is awarded to Ms. Laurelie Kiambao Oshal in recognition for her generosity in sharing her valuable time. Dapat idagdag dito, passionately. Knowledge and insights as a resource speaker at the 6th Ayala FINEX Summit from stockholders to shareholders, the future of capitalism. Okay? So thank you very much. May I join you? Okay, thank you very much. Madadagdagan yung aking isipin mamayang gabi. Ang dami. Now for his closing remarks, may we call on the Liaison Director for Professional Development Committee, Mr. Ned Goseco.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I'd just like to thank everyone On behalf of FINEX, we'd like to thank our sponsors, of course, Ayala and PNA Grant Thornton. We'd like to thank our speakers from McKinsey, from WBCSD, Ayala, of course, at noontime. Then, of course, from Grant Thornton again. And of course, LQ still here with us from Shell. Thank you very much. And certainly, we will have great expectations for everyone. So we'd also like to thank, of course, our support staff who helped us. Michael, John, of course, our executive director is Michael Vinduan, who's there. Thank you very much. And of course, lastly, we'd like to thank our MC for the entire day, my Bisnar. Please give her a big hand. We'd like to thank everyone for participating, and that ends our program for today. And we look forward to your participation in our future programs. Thank you. Maraming salamat po.